Chapter 438. On the other side, far away. In the narrow, crude, but warm and bright cellar of the bar, I probably won't be able to escape, but they can survive. A boy in ragged clothes and covered in wounds clenched his fists. He raised his head and looked at the red-haired girl in front of him. She had a pair of blades strapped to her thighs, and she looked valiant and slightly surprised. He forced a smile. "It's time for me to go. To Red Street Market." That's, he thought in a hazy manner. Boom. Boom. His thoughts became clear amidst the loud thunder. Then, he saw another scene. It was a vast and magnificent semicircular hall. The hall was filled with nobles and important ministers dressed in luxurious clothes, with solemn expressions and steady mannerisms. Similarly, the boy, who seemed to be dressed in luxurious clothes but was actually covered in wounds, stood on the stone steps. "That's right, Duke Covendier. I saved your life." He bit his lip stubbornly, but he was relieved. He faced another young, round-faced man with an unhappy expression and said softly, "So, you are the one who owes me a word of thanks." "This is," Thales' breathing quickened. There seemed to be a certain emotion brewing in his heart. He felt his consciousness tremble. The illusions that had bewitched him before appeared again. The realm that he could touch with just a gentle stretch of his hand. Supreme. Omnipotent. Perfect. That tempting call. But those temptations could no longer sway what he saw before his eyes. Thales' vision only blurred for a second before he shook his head firmly and flung them away. "Wait a minute." It was still the boy's voice. This time, he was covered in dirt and his hands were tied, but he still forced a smile as he sat on a large black coffin. He smiled and looked at a charming but incredibly dangerous woman. "I heard that there's a mystic here. Or the kind that can be released." The boy kicked the coffin with an arrogant expression. "Do you want to meet him?" The dangerous woman froze her smile and revealed her ferocious fangs. "It's her." Thales, who was floating in the storm, smiled. "It's me. It's us." In the next moment, the roar of wind and thunder rose again, but they were immediately replaced by another similar but different sound. It was the sound of battle cries. Battle cries filled the sky. Amidst the blood, death, and fighting, they rose and fell, covering the horizon. Sonia's choice is a dilemma no matter what. Countless people risked their lives and fought in a frenzy. The boy stood in the middle of everyone's protection, panting heavily and unable to suppress his nervousness. "We can only choose for Lady Cecile. To eliminate her hesitation. Amidst the astonishment of the bystanders, the boy stared at the terrifying man in front of him who was filled with murderous intent and was breathing like a volcano. He stared at the silver-black bow on his opponent's back and pointed it at the sky full of flags in the north. "Get ready to break out." Bang bang. Thales gritted his teeth in the black storm as he sensed the intense pain in his body and the torment of his overflowing thoughts. However, he smiled. "So, in that case, enough." A resolute and furious roar broke the darkness and silence in his memories. The boy's expression became much steadier in the rough hall where a burning brazier was burning. At that moment, his footsteps were firm as he walked forward without stopping. He walked past the pale man with a cold expression who carried a blade on his back, and the silent old man who wore a crown and had an awe-inspiring presence. He walked towards the girl with glasses who knelt on the ground and cried painfully at the ring in her hand. She was panic-stricken, and he grabbed her arm without hesitation. He pulled her behind him. "That's it. Tonight, she has to stay with me. A bunch of lunatics." As he looked at the past, Thales' smile grew wider. The fire in his heart burned even brighter. "This sword is called the Blade of Purification." The boy stood in front of the man with the black sword in the desolate ruins. He stared at the red short sword and sighed softly. When he raised his head, he smiled in relief. Let's go and see that cute big sister. Let's try our luck. The scene flashed. In the solemn temple, the boy stared at the girl in front of him with anguish and determination. Little rascal, if we just walk away like this and leave everything behind, that kind of burden will make me feel like I can't breathe. We can't go, we can't escape. The ripples in his memories rose again. In an extremely difficult situation, the boy swayed in a crude carriage, and he smiled cheerfully at the middle-aged man who was smoking a pipe. Whether you believe it or not, Putre, I've thought it through. In that unique battlefield, only I can fight against him. Send me to Heroic Spirit Palace, to Lampard's hands. Boom. Thales, who could no longer hold on in the black storm, took a deep breath. He knew. He understood. Something that would not be affected by others. So, that's how it is. Is that enough? Amidst the clashing of weapons and the shouting and shoving of people, he was still in that damned hole. In front of a few well-dressed men who were fighting with each other, the boy climbed onto the table, swung his small fist, and roared. You Northland barbarians, listen carefully. I have an idea. It's much better than the ending where both sides are heavily injured. As the scenes flashed before his eyes, Thales' consciousness became clearer, and his spirit became stronger. Crack. Boom. Thunder roared. At that moment, Thales, who was silently enduring the black storm and unable to fight back, gritted his teeth. Whoosh. A violent gust of wind blew him high into the sky, and he did not know where he was. The storm was still howling and roaring, and the black blade was still in pain. But at that moment, Thales was firmly at the center of the storm. He no longer moved back and forth with the wind, rising and falling in pain. It was as if this terrifying storm could no longer touch him. But Thales slowly raised his gaze and chuckled in a calm and relieved manner. He lowered his gaze and looked at his empty body. Subconsciously, he stretched out his left hand. Boom. Black lightning flashed again. It hit him in the side. As the intense lightning flashed, the black wind gathered together as if it had a life of its own and surged to Thales' left. They broke down into countless particles and gathered together again. They formed the shape of an arm. The storm seemed to have received an order. It roared and howled, blowing even more violently. Thales did not move an inch. He did not even look at his newly formed left arm. Boom. Another terrifying thunderous roar that broke through his eardrums. The storm surged with the raging tide. The black wind enveloped Thales and swept him back and forth. Thales' heart was clear, and his mind was clear. He knew his anchor point. Something that would not be affected by others. Someone else. Bang. The black storm roared, but Thales, who was in the eye of the storm, gently closed his eyes. As an anchor point, the name Thales was merely acquired after birth, and it depended on the label of the situation. The Jade Star surname and the identity of a prince were merely things that arose and did not exist for a while. They were given by others and taken back by others. They could not withstand the ravages of time. Sin of Hell's River, mystic energy. These seemingly unique and powerful powers were, in fact, nothing. According to Black Sword, the strength of these powers was not even determined, much less these so-called powers that were blindly pursued by all living beings. They were merely the icing on the cake of life. Since they could be obtained and used, they could be defeated and abandoned at any time. Not to mention external objects, the JC, the Blade of Purification, and even Little Rascal's glasses. None of these belonged to him. As for his thoughts, his knowledge, his wisdom, those were also not his. They were also things that were instilled into him after birth. As for Wuchiren, his identity as a transmigrator? What he thought and obtained in the other world? No. Similarly, even in the other world, those were not his. None of these were his anchor points. None of them pointed to his ego. A faintly discernible voice rang in Thales's ears. One day, you will face an important choice again. It was still that simple and solemn temple. The veiled female priestess spoke in a leisurely manner. At that time, when you stand at an angle and height that no other existence can imagine, and think with a mind that surpasses that of mortals, you may recall what I said today. Thales remembered her gaze. The priestess of Bright Moon Temple, Joel Holm. An important choice. When he thought of this, Thales laughed heartily. His gaze was extremely firm. Unwavering. I see. That's it. Through my entire life, everything, in the end, it truly belongs to Thales Jadestar himself, truly unaffected by the confusion of others, able to serve as his anchor point, and point to himself, only this. Asterisk bang bang. Boom. Asterisk the memories that almost overflowed in Thales' mind trembled with a bang. Countless scenes appeared in his mind. In the silent night of the vast desert where only moonlight remained, a much more mature teenager stood at the door of a room, exhausted. He looked at the bald man sleeping soundly on the bed, at the man's throat, and gritted his teeth as he raised the dagger in his hand. A few seconds later, the struggling teenager finally exhaled. He was relieved and resolute. He put down the dagger. At this moment, Thales, who was in a state of losing control, suddenly opened his eyes. Anchor point, his face was tense. He roared in the deafening storm and shouted the answer that belonged only to him. Choose! At that moment, it was as if all the violent sounds had fallen silent. Only Thales' roar broke through the sky and resounded in this part of the world. Choose! Almost at the same time, the uncontrollable storm roared shrilly, and a few bolts of black lightning attacked at the same time. Asterisk boom. Asterisk as the black wind scraped against his bones, a perfect left hand appeared on Thales' left arm, which had just manifested. It looked like a solid object built up by the wind and sand. Thales' roar gradually faded away. He raised his newly appeared left hand and smiled faintly. Choose. That's right. In the short but exciting time after he came to this world, what truly belongs to me, belongs to Thales Jadestar. Only he would do it, choose. It's when he faced every situation, every fork in the road, and every predicament over the past 14 years, unaffected by any interference, unaffected by others, acting on my own, doing my best, with a clear mind, and willing to bear the consequences, every choice. Asterisk boom. Asterisk lightning flashed continuously. Left hand, left shoulder, right hand, body, left leg, right leg. In the mysterious storm, Thales' body appeared step by step, as if it had just been assembled in the void. Every time the black wind roared and the black lightning struck, a part of Thales' body would appear. It was as if he had just surfaced from the water. He had just regained consciousness. Thales calmly stared at the endless deep space in front of him. His heart was indifferent. Life and death are all fabricated. He lowered his head and silently looked at the few familiar yet unfamiliar scratches on his left palm. He slowly clenched his fist. What I gain belongs to others. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk Thales coldly looked at the black storm around him. He watched as it passed through him again and gathered into a part of him. His consciousness was extremely clear. There was no ambiguity. Only by choosing would he be free. Without being bound, he would be himself. This was the thing in him that, from the beginning to the end, pointed to himself, and could not be confused by others. Thales' choice. Asterisk rumble. In the last thunderous explosion, when Thale's body finally appeared in the center of the storm in a complete and steady manner, whoosh, the last gust of wind blew. It gradually grew further away and weaker. It turned into a comfortable breeze. The storm disappeared. The thunder was nowhere to be seen. All the noise and violence came to an abrupt end at the same time. In the air, Thale slowly raised his head, stretched out his hands, and felt the changes in himself. So, is this losing control? The teenager smiled. At this moment, he was extremely clear-headed. All he could see was a clear sky. It was bright, clean, and clear. I see. In the next moment, Thales closed his eyes gently. Just like that. And when he opened his eyes again, stay calm. Guard the hostages. In the dark dungeon, Stake lost his composure and pressed a dagger against Marina's throat. He roared fiercely and madly at the people in front of him. Step back, Knight of Judgment. The hostages are in my hands. No matter what game you and that disappearing brat are going to play. On the other side, the masked protector was still restrained by the 4 Shadow Shield assassins. Quick Rope and Tampa were also threatened by the assassins, and they trembled. He understood now. In the chaotic situation, Zacriel, who stood on the other side, could not hide his anger. He raised the saber in his left hand and swept his gaze over the assassins in front of him. The prince is no longer here. Do you think I care? In the chaotic situation, the breathing of the assassins, the pained cries of the hostages, the struggle of the chains, the friction of the weapons in their hands, and the argument between both sides mixed together. Stake gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Then try," but at this moment, Stake's words suddenly stopped. He was not the only one. Everyone was stunned. Thud, 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 light footsteps traveled into their ears. Everyone's gazes were focused on one spot. All of them were cast on the teenager who suddenly appeared. The dungeon returned to dead silence for a moment, but it was immediately broken by someone. You, Prince, how did you just disappeared, now you, Stake stared at Thales in shock. He stuttered and could not even form a complete sentence. His gaze moved back and forth between Thales and the silver-edged sword stuck in the ground. His expression made it seem as if Thales had just crawled out of the ground. So, did I just disappear? The prince thought faintly. Did I scare them to death? How did you do it, child? Behind him, Zacriel was also in disbelief. He was dumbfounded. Is it the magic of the alchemy tower? In the distance, Marina was still struggling with all her might. Quick Rope blinked curiously. The dejected Tampa did not seem to notice them at all. Yodel, who was bound tightly, did not move. His emotions behind the mask did not reveal a single bit. Thales nodded slightly at him and smiled. He suddenly remembered the conversation between the two of them. No. You will be better than him. I know that you have something he doesn't have. Thales sighed and stretched out his right hand. He pulled out the long sword he took from Ricky from the ground and swung it in the air. The silver blade shone, and the tip of the sword was awe-inspiring. But the prince's gaze was no longer on the sword. He felt that it was amazing. Right now, he felt a lot of things. The dust in the dungeon, the dirt, the waste wood, the tunnels, the positions of the enemy and himself, their breathing, and their secrets, but right now, Thales was completely different from when he fought against Giza in Dragon Cloud City. He was exhausted, panicked, and mentally unstable. Instead, he was absolutely indifferent and calm. It was as if all impulsiveness and recklessness had faded away. Only rationality remained. That was not all. Thales looked at each person in front of him gently. He was different. He felt it. Now, he could do a lot of things. There were a lot of things. But the most important thing was, he was very clear-headed now. Let them go, Stake. Are you there? Under everyone's shocked gazes, Thales stared indifferently at Stake, who was holding the dagger. I will only say this once. Stake inhaled absent-mindedly before he accepted the fact that the prince had appeared again in a daze. Not now. Now, he had to solve the current situation. He still had the upper hand, did he not? With this indecisive prince around, everything would only go smoother. When he thought of this, Stake sneered. Watch carefully, Your Highness. Stake pressed the dagger against Marina's throat again, and there was a threatening look in his eyes. I will only do it once, Thales chuckled as well. He sensed this rare state of mind. Then let's continue. Stake furrowed his eyebrows. What's going on? This brat, no, I have to make him realize the situation. You have become more confident, Your Highness. Stake looked at Thales' smile, gritted his teeth, and pushed. But sometimes, this is not good. In the next second, Stake, who was about to attack, was suddenly stunned. What? He realized that something was wrong. The leader of Shadow Shield lowered his head swiftly. The moment he saw what was in front of him clearly, his pupils suddenly widened. Are you looking for this? Thales smiled calmly. With his left hand, he gently raised a dagger that Stake seemed familiar with. Looks like your hand slipped, Stake. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Thales loosened his grip and let Stake's dagger fall to the ground. A warm smile appeared on his face. He liked this state of mind. This feeling of being in control of everything. At that moment, Zacriel frowned, and Stake's expression froze. The leader of the assassins stared at his empty hand with a dumbfounded expression, then at the dagger by Thales' feet. That dagger, how? He subconsciously took a step back. The light flickered, and the sound of many people sucking in breaths rose in the air. The assassins of Shadow Shield looked at the dagger on the ground, and faint puzzlement rose in their hearts. Even Zacriel furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Stake's breathing quickened, and his left hand trembled in a barely noticeable manner. The leader of the assassins raised his head abruptly, gritted his teeth, and said, What is that? What trick? Psionic ability. Magic. He glared at the prince. In the dark dungeon, the light from the fire shone on the prince's face, highlighting his indifferent expression. Thales blinked, shook his head, and said sincerely, I told you, your hand slipped. It's your hand that slipped. Stake suddenly turned around and gave a decisive order to another subordinate. Do it. Kill the one called Waya, asterisk clang. Asterisk Stake's words froze in the air again. He stared at Thales in a daze. The prince smiled as usual and gently let go of his left hand. Asterisk clang. Asterisk at least 3 daggers slipped from his hand and fell to the ground with a thud. Behind quick rope, the assassin stared in disbelief at his hands, which were no longer armed at some point in time. I think their hands slipped. Thales smiled and raised his left hand, then threw the last dagger on the ground. Stake widened his eyes. No, this is impossible. At that moment, be it quick rope, the hostage-taker behind Tampa, or the assassins around them, they suddenly became unarmed. Losing their weapons was always a bad feeling. In a short second, the assassins burst into an uproar in confusion and panic, and they subconsciously wanted to retreat. Zacriel, who had been observing the situation, raised his eyebrows in surprise. He instinctively raised his saber and faced the weakened enemy. What is this? Steady. Stake gritted his teeth and roared in anger as the situation suddenly spiraled out of control. He pushed Marina backwards. The leader of the assassins resolutely raised the alchemy ball in his left hand and tried to force the aggressive Knight of Judgment back. Damn it, if you dare to take a step forward, I will, but in the next moment, Thale's laughter drowned out his words. Are you talking about this trinket? The noise stopped abruptly. 1 second, 2 seconds, the sound of people sucking in breaths rose. In the absolute silence, the prince held his sword and walked forward with ease. Under everyone's gazes, he calmly raised his left hand. No, Stake stared at the prince's left hand in a daze. He then retracted his arm numbly. No, as expected. In my palm, nothing. I don't like it. *TCH once used it to kidnap me. Thales pursed his lips and carefully observed the ball in his hand. He looked at the strange inscriptions carved on its metal shell, and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Stake stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. He looked at the prince holding the alchemy ball. He looked at the Knight of Judgment who narrowed his eyes and raised his saber. He looked at the daggers lying quietly on the ground. No, he suddenly felt his arms start to tremble. But, the feeling of holding it in my hand, the Prince of Constellation raised his head and grinned. He looked at the assassins, whose faces were ashen, and grinned, something he had not seen in a long time. It's still pretty good. No, at that moment, as he looked at Thale's smile, Stake was dazed. He felt cold all over. In a strange space unknown to anyone, a person with a blurry face and shrouded in thick fog moved slightly. He looked away. That boy actually managed to do it with that method. He muttered to himself. Looks like anchor point. This dangerous method only exists in theory, and no one has ever succeeded in it, but there's still a hint of it, it's feasible. He smiled in relief and shook his head. Then, he turned around and disappeared from the blurry world. Only 2 vigilant and fierce gazes were left behind as they looked at him from afar. Chapter 439. For a moment, Thales felt as if he had returned to 6 years ago. He returned to Dragon Cloud City's Shield District, where he had his final confrontation with Giza in the Hydra Kilika's body. They were both calm and rational, isolating themselves from their emotions. It was the same feeling of wonder, and his thoughts were indistinct. The sin of Hell's River was incredibly quiet. Another kind of power surged up from nowhere. The Prince of Constellation stared at the alchemy ball in his hand and sensed the magic within it. He could see the internal structure of the alchemy ball. A strange energy was wrapped in countless metal discs, gently and steadily rotating like a sleeping animal. He even knew that as long as he lightly fished out one of the lock plates, the tame energy would turn into a surging wave and rush out, releasing its vicious nature and devouring everything in its surroundings. It was clear now. It was so simple. Thales raised his head in satisfaction and slowly swept his gaze over the assassins in front of him. The young prince strode merrily forward. Wherever he looked, wherever the alchemy ball pointed, the enemies retreated in panic. Zacriel frowned as he watched Thales move forward. Hey, you, don't worry, Thales said faintly. It will be over soon. You're in charge of picking up the scraps. Zacriel stopped talking. Pick up scraps. What does that mean? He scratched his head in confusion. A new term in the kingdom. Step back, Your Highness. Stake suppressed his nervousness and hissed, if you try to threaten us with the alchemy ball, but Thales merely chuckled and stuffed the alchemy ball into his bosom. Then, he raised his long sword. Alchemy ball. Do I look like such a tasteless person? Stake was stunned. In the next second, the prince extended his left hand, and his expression turned cold. First, Thales released and retracted his palm, as if he was scooping something out of the air. Watch your step. His expression was cold, and the assassins in front of him immediately prepared for battle. Unexpectedly, nothing happened to the enemies in front of Thales. The ones who were in trouble were the ones on the other side. Thump. With a dull thud, an assassin who was holding a chain tightly around Yodel's right leg staggered and fell on his back. Careful. Stake's gaze froze, and he shouted. That mask. But it was too late. The assassins locked onto Yodel lost one of their corners, and the balance was broken. The masked protector did not let go of this opportunity. In the next second, he kicked his right leg. The chain that was originally binding him sprang up like an agile snake and firmly wrapped around the neck of the fallen assassin. Then, it instantly tightened. Thales curled his lips into a cold smile. He extended his hand again and aimed at the chain that controlled Yodel's right arm. But in the next moment, Thales furrowed his brows tightly, and a puzzled look appeared on his face. His left hand tightened twice in the air. But nothing happened. Yodel was still fighting against the remaining 3 assassins, and Stake was still retreating step by step. Looks like, Thales sighed. He still needed to practice this ability. Zachriel. The prince calmed down and waved in Yodel's direction. He tightened his grip on his long sword again. Give him a hand. Zachriel snorted in dissatisfaction. I think you're talking about picking up scraps. Thales snorted. Exactly. In the next second, Zachriel charged into Yodel's side like a ferocious beast. His saber struck an assassin. Bang! When they met, the assassin who could not dodge in time covered his neck and fell under the Knight of Judgment saber. The weapon in his hand could only leave a slight scratch on Zachriel's saber. Thales did not want to show weakness. He coldly wielded his sword and charged forward. He charged towards Stake. The situation instantly became chaotic. Wait! Stake took a step forward in anger and shock. He seized Quick Rope's throat, causing him to moan in pain. Your attendants are still in my hands, Your Highness. As long as you let us go. However, in the next second, Thales, who was a few steps away, suddenly appeared in front of Stake. It was as if he had taken a few steps forward in an instant. It made Stake break out in a cold sweat. Swoosh, Thales' expression did not change. He swung his sword with both hands, drew an arc in the air, and went straight for Quick Rope and Stake's heads. The leader of the assassins, who held Quick Rope hostage, was shocked and furious. He could not dodge in time, so he had no choice but to push Quick Rope forward to face Thales' sword. Quick Rope instantly felt his soul leave his body. No, wait, my good highness, my obedient highness. As he watched the sword gush draw closer, Quick Rope began to speak incoherently. I am your faithful and dear, but Thales did not care. He just continued to swing his sword with a cold expression. Who? The sword wind mercilessly attacked. Stake rolled on the ground in a disheveled manner and barely avoided the tip of the sword. When Quick Rope saw that he could not avoid the fatal strike, he felt a chill in his heart. He subconsciously closed his eyes, but he did not forget to shout. Why Acaso? Oh! Who? The tip of the sword cut through Quick Rope's neck. Chi! Fresh blood spurted out. A head flew into the air. Thales! Quick Rope cried out in pain and despair. His face was covered in tears as he felt the pain of his neck being cut open. I hate you for my entire life, at this moment. Paw! There was a crisp sound. Quick Rope's words were stuck in his mouth. He only felt a burning pain on his face. Wake up! Thales' cold voice rang out. Paw! After another slap, Quick Rope finally opened his eyes while trembling. He stared in shock at Thales, who had his palm raised high. Quick Rope was stunned. Didn't you behead me? He turned his head, drenched in cold sweat. Then, to his surprise, he realized that his head was still on his shoulder. Oh my God! He's still alive. Quick Rope's expression changed from mourning to ecstasy. This is great. Ha! Then just now. Baw. Another slap. Thales frowned and said, "Wake up. You're not the one who turned around." Quick Rope subconsciously lowered his head. Beside him, there was another head rolling in a pool of blood. It was the head of the assassin who held him hostage earlier. Quick Rope was stunned. Strange. Didn't that sword cut me just now? On the other side, Stake, who was in a disheveled state, grabbed the arm of a subordinate and stared in disbelief at the assassin who was killed. Impossible. I saw it with my own eyes. That brat's sword had already cut him. Why did the other target's head fall to the ground? It was clearly so far away. What kind of trick is this? Stay here. Thales impatiently pushed Quick Rope to the side and raised his sword again. I can't cut you. Quick Rope, who was still in a daze, fell flat on his face and screamed. If you don't want to untie me, then forget it, at least be gentler. On the other side, Zacriel had already quickly dealt with the two people who bound Yodel. The masked protector finally regained his freedom, and he was unchaining himself. Damn it! Stake was anxious and angry. When he turned his head around, Thales was already charging towards him again. Stop him! Stake ordered in a hoarse voice. Whoosh. Behind him, an assassin immediately hurled out a hand axe. It was aimed straight at Thales, who was right in front of him. Thales twitched the corners of his mouth, but he only said one word. I missed. They don't know, Thales thought. I don't know what I can do right now. In this amazing state, he was incredibly calm and rational. It was as if he would never panic or act on impulse. He could even feel that everything around him was in his palm. It was as if he could touch it if he stretched out his hand. For example, the enemy's weapon. Thales silently watched the hand axe fly towards him in the air. In the next second, the hand axe strangely disappeared in the air. The hand axe appeared out of thin air again by Thales' side and flew into the distance. Clang. The hand axe fell to the ground powerlessly, and it let out a helpless clang. Just as Thales said, it missed. Stake's pupils trembled again. No, the moment he attacked, he saw very clearly that the hand axe could not miss. So this time, when they saw the strangeness in front of them, the assassins burst into an uproar again. Not a bad trick. Zacriel's hand froze for a moment. He watched Thales' performance with a contemplative expression. Many years ago, a circus came to Eternal Star City. There was a psionic with the nickname Throwing Knife Clown. He could make throwing knives appear out of thin air, and he could even take things from a distance. Even Princess Constance was amused by him. Until that circus provoked a powerful person, and Blood Bottle Gang destroyed it completely. Clang. Thales resolutely turned his long sword and clashed with the other assassin in front of him. He blocked the weapon in his hand. No, it's different. He knew that this was not some throwing knife clown. It was not a simple shift either. In the next second, Thales' longsword suddenly disappeared, and suddenly appeared in front of the assassin's chest. Shick. Under the assassin's shocked gaze, Thales did not even need to use his power of eradication. He just gave the assassin a light push, and he ended his life. So convenient. Thales grinned. This is a battle where I will never miss, so convenient. Swoosh. Swoosh. The sound of something slicing through the air came. Thales waved his hand gently. The 3 darts that were aimed at him disappeared before his eyes and crashed into the wall on the other side. He raised his left hand again, and 2 daggers shot out in a crooked manner, returning the favor to the assassin who shot the darts. The prince did not stop moving. In just a few steps, he arrived in front of Tampa. The assassin behind the tavern owner was still looking for his dagger, which had disappeared into thin air, in surprise, when Thales easily pierced his throat. Before the assassin died, the assassin swore that he should have avoided the trajectory of the sword. Against Thales' expectations, Tampa, who had been dispirited and listless, suddenly had a fierce look in his eyes. While the other assassin was panicking, he fiercely knocked the back of his head against the assassin's nose. Tampa gritted his teeth and threw himself backwards. His back crashed right into the assassin's chest. The last time someone did this to me was an orc. Its skull is still hanging in my bedroom. Tampa, who had been a hostage just a moment ago, stood up while cursing. With a fierce look on his face, he kicked the assassin's neck. Crack. Thales furrowed his eyebrows slightly as he watched the terrifying sound of bones breaking. Tampa spat out a mouthful of blood and shook his head at him. Don't daydream, do what you have to do. It was only then that Thales raised his eyebrows and turned around. On the other side, Zacriel broke through the encirclement head-on. No matter how many people stood in front of him, they could not fight against him. Yodel disappeared into the air after he was unchained. Only the occasional assassin's corpse that fell down strangely proved the existence of the masked protector in the shadows. Stake watched as the situation in the field turned around completely, and he felt his heart grow colder. Thales moved forward steadily. He might seem to be alone, but he was unstoppable. None of the hidden weapons that were shot at him hit their target. The blades that were aimed at him would be strangely deflected, and the swords that stabbed into his body would not exert any force. In fact, some assassins only noticed that the weapons in their hands had strangely disappeared when they arrived in front of Thales. In comparison, Thales' longsword was like an unstoppable force of fate. Every time he swung it, he would definitely break through all defenses, ignore all evasions, and hit his target. The strangeness he displayed caused the assassins to tremble in fear. In a moment, there were less than 10 assassins left. Stake struggled and gritted his teeth. He knew that he had to make a decision. Thales did not see Stake's increasingly unpleasant expression, nor did he care about Zacriel's complicated gaze. He only focused on sensing his new ability. He could easily take away the dagger from the hands of the enemies in front of him, as if he was picking up a teacup from a study table. It was as if distance no longer existed for him. He could even change the position of himself and his longsword. He could make it appear where it should be. He could also make the hidden weapons that were shot at him from afar, such as the hand axe just now, change their positions. It was like pulling the fishing line on a fishing pole. As his movements became more and more skillful, Thales slowly came to a realization. He could take things out of the air and move. These were nothing to him. However, there were more or less some restrictions. Compared to the flying axe in the air, the dagger in his hand, compared to his entire person, the long sword in his hand, the smaller and lighter the target was, the shorter the distance between them, the slower the target was, and the easier it was for his ability to be used. Very well. Retreat. The sudden shout interrupted Thales' train of thought. With a ferocious expression, Stake seized the struggling Marina. He held her in front of him and retreated. When he looked at Thales, his gaze was filled with wariness and fear. If this prince has this kind of power, then his behavior in the tavern, is he trying to lure us into his trap? Retreat! Stake roared. Thales narrowed his eyes. He watched as the assassins retreated in a well-trained manner, as if they had been relieved of a burden. They were about to disappear into the darkness. This is why I hate the game of fox hunt. On the other side, Zacriel had practically turned into a human-shaped forbidden zone. Wherever he went, the assassins would flee. They will run. But they can't run. Thales thought. No matter where they run to, they will be in my hands. In the next second, Stake, who was holding Marina hostage, discovered to his surprise that Thales, who was 5 steps away from him, appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Why is he? He did not have time to think too much. Stake used the same trick and pushed Marina as a shield. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk Thales' gaze was still fierce. He slashed Marina's waist with his long sword, who was unafraid of death. Stake cried out in pain and rolled a meter away with blood on his face. Marina, who thought that she was definitely going to die, opened her eyes with a shudder, but found that she was unharmed. Even the rope on her hands had been cut open without her realizing it. "You're fine, madam." Thales extended his hand to her and sneered. "Looks like you need help." Marina pushed his arm away and got up. She gritted her teeth and snorted angrily. "I don't need you to save me." "All right." "What a bad temper." Thales raised his eyebrows. "By the way, about what happened in the tavern just now." However, Marina's first reaction when she heard this was, slap. Thales felt pain on his face. "Pervert." Marina gritted her teeth and retracted her hand. She elbowed him away and rushed to find her weapon. "Bastard." Thales turned around with an unpleasant expression as he watched her back. He said in a self-deprecating manner, "Aw. You're welcome." He endured it and pretended that he did not see Quick Rope mouthing, "Wow," behind him. Zacriel and Yodel efficiently harvested the assassins' lives. In the few seconds that Thales delayed, almost all the assassins were killed. Only Stake, who was covered in blood, was left running away. "I can't escape," Thales thought. He intended to vent all the grievances he felt just now on the culprit. He appeared in front of Stake in an instant. Clang. Thales' long sword parried Stake's short knife, which he had taken out of nowhere. Stake, whose face was covered in blood and looked incredibly pathetic, was forced to take a step back. Stake's arms trembled as he said ferociously, "You can let me go, you know." 18 years ago, Thales retorted coldly, "You could have let Herman Jadestar go too." Stake was first stunned, then his expression became fiercer. Thales chuckled. He continued to sense the mystic energy that had gone out of control and prepared to deliver the final blow. "As long as I move the tip of the sword to," at this moment, Thales suddenly shuddered violently. Pain. A bone-piercing pain came from within his ribs. "Eh." Thales was in so much pain that his movements changed. He trembled and knelt on one knee. He sucked in a sharp breath. No, no, no. He was familiar with this kind of pain. He had faced the assassination in Eternal Star City, blocked the Mystic Gun under Broken Dragon Fortress, and faced the Blood Mystic in Dragon Cloud City. Even though it was not as serious this time. But there was no doubt that this was the price to pay for using mystic energy. At that moment, Thales felt as if he had just woken up from a dream and escaped from that magical state. Thales felt the throbbing pain in his chest. He leaned against the blood-covered longsword and looked at his entire body in disbelief. It was as if in the span of a breath, the emotions of panic, fear, and hesitation returned to his mind. At the same time, the rational state of calmness, fearlessness, and decisiveness was no longer a matter of course. Along with the pain, the smell of dust, the smell of blood, the sounds of battle, the noise, the dim tunnel, and all sorts of other things instantly entered his eyes, ears, throat, and nose, reminding him of his situation. He wiped the blood off his face, and only then did he realize that he was covered in blood and was sticky and wet. Not far away, the heads he had cut off, the enemies he had cut down, and the severed limbs were all over the ground. There were nearly 8 or 9 people. Thales suddenly shuddered. "This is what I did." That's right. His memories were still clear. However, when he looked at the battle just now, it was as if he was looking at another person. Another calm version of Thales. Thales! An anxious shout traveled into his ears. Thales finally snapped out of his daze. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the sound of wind came at him. Thales instinctively wanted to use his mystic energy, but the pain in his chest deepened, and his expression cringed. He fell down powerlessly. Sh asterisk T, sh asterisk T. Asterisk bang. Asterisk at the critical moment, Quick Rope rammed into him from the other side and pushed Thales away from Stake's blade. Quick Rope hugged him and rolled a few steps away. He got up and gave Thales a slap. What's wrong with you? Quick Rope looked at the dazed Thales, gritted his teeth, and said, You had facial paralysis just now, and now you're in a daze. Did you take drugs? Under the reminder of the pain, Thales looked at Quick Rope, who sat on him, and was still in a state of shock. He recalled his experience from the moment he'd lost control until now. Mystic energy. Knock on the door. Taurus. Girl. Anchor point. Choice. As if he was in a dream. I don't know, Thales said absent-mindedly. Maybe. On the other side, Stake climbed up while enduring the pain and pounced into the darkness. Before he left, he did not forget to throw a hidden weapon straight at the two of them. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk Thales was shocked. He pushed Quick Rope away and instinctively reached for his long sword. But half a second later, the masked figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Asterisk ding. Ding. Asterisk the gray short sword danced in the air, and with a few metallic clangs, it blocked all the hidden weapons. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. His grip on the long sword was no longer tense. But Stake's figure had already disappeared into the darkness without a trace. On the other side, as Zacriel dealt with the last assassin, the latter's torch fell to the ground. The area around them instantly darkened. Thales only realized then that the battle was over. The pain in his chest caused by the mystic energy slowly faded away. He then snapped out of his daze resentfully. The corridor was silent. Wow. Quick Rope exhaled and leaned against the wall in agony. Finally, on the other side, Marina stared at the corpses on the ground in a daze. Tampus sat in the corner, gritted his teeth, tore apart his clothes, and skillfully bandaged the wounds on his body. In the darkness, Thales quietly stared at Yodel in front of him, then at the blood on his body. He suddenly felt awkward. But the moment he opened his mouth, he was interrupted. I know, the masked protector said faintly and helped Thales up from the ground. I know. For some reason, Thales felt relieved. He stared at the ground resentfully and wiped the blood off his face. He still could not believe what he just remembered. Why, when we were fighting just now, how could I adapt so easily? It was a happy day, wasn't it? This is the last one, if we don't count the one who ran away. On the other side, Zacriel picked up the torch. As he counted the spoils of war, he said to Yodel, I suggest that you go after him now and get rid of any future problems. Your ability is the most suitable to face Shadow Shield. Yodel turned his head around and cast a glance at the depths of the tunnel. Don't worry, he can't run away. The masked protector said coldly. Then go. Zacriel gestured at him with his lips. I'm here. Yodel nodded slightly, turned around, and patted Thales' shoulder. Thales showed him a forced smile. Go. Do what you have to do. Yodel nodded. In the next second, he disappeared into thin air. Quick Rope sucked in a sharp breath as he watched. He covered his mouth with one hand and pointed at the spot where Yodel disappeared with a terrified expression. His gaze moved back and forth. Human, ghost, Thales ignored him and just waved his hand indifferently. Go and find something else to do, quick rope, please. Jokes are the last thing we need right now. Quick rope's fear froze on his face. He turned his head around in embarrassment. On the other side, Tampa and Marina stared at each other with hostility. But Thales did not have time to care about this. Perhaps Marina's identity was awkward, or perhaps Tampa was well-informed, and keeping them here was not a good thing. But right now, Thales just wanted to have a good sleep. The disaster swords lost their leader and suffered heavy casualties. The remaining members of Shadow Shield were destroyed here. The Northlanders did not have enough manpower and could not cause any trouble. Besides, the Secret Intelligence Department had set up an ambush on the ground. The only troublesome one was probably Quick Rope. He leaned against the wall behind him with his long sword and sighed heavily. Oh my god. Mystic energy. Today was the first time he used his mystic energy while he was awake. But, even if it was better than how he used to vomit blood at the slightest provocation, there was still a limit to how good he could be in this state. There was a great limit to his time and ability. Ha! Thales snorted softly. He suddenly felt very tired. It was not just his body. It was also his spirit. Zachriel walked over slowly. He looked disheveled and frowned. Hey, young man. Thales raised his head tiredly and looked at the brand of sin on the man's forehead. He forced a smile. Your beard is well shaved. And thank you. But Zachriel was frowning. That psionic ability of yours isn't omnipotent, is it? The Knight of Judgment stuck a torch on a corpse and used it as a source of light. He used his sleeve to wipe the saber, which had many dents on it. Otherwise, you would have used it when you were held hostage. Thales frowned deeply. As expected. I still have to explain it to him. Thales sighed and pressed his forehead against the hilt of the sword. Let me guess. Is there a time limit, or does it cause great damage to the body? Zachriel asked faintly as he leaned against the wall beside him. Thales snorted softly. He thought that they had probably seen how he looked. Sort of. But Zachriel's next question made Thales slightly stunned. Why didn't you save him? Ha! What? Thales looked up in surprise. In the beginning, you could have saved young Yodel, Zachriel said with a chuckle. But you gave up. Instead, you asked me to help him. The Knight of Judgment turned his head. Why? Save. Yodel. Thales tried hard to recall the miraculous experience that seemed to have happened a century ago. He tried to imagine what he was thinking when he was in that state. At that time, it seemed like he wanted to mess up the enemies who had Yodel locked down, and then, that rational, calm, and decisive version of himself, perhaps you are more suitable. After all, there are 3 or 4 of them. But Zachriel shook his head. No, I can tell that you value him very much, and he is very loyal to you. Zachriel sighed and knocked on the wall behind him. If you could save him, you would not have given up so easily. Thales frowned. Wait. It's not that you don't want to save him, Zachriel said profoundly as he stared at the firelight. It's that you can't save him. Thales' eyelids twitched. What do you mean? I can't save him. Wait. Just now, I seem to have tried to deal with the second chain-wielding enemy, but... Zachriel turned his head and grinned at the prince. His disheveled appearance and unkempt appearance made him look rather ugly. That sword. Zachriel said faintly, he has been holding it in his right hand. Thales moved slightly. That sword. His first reaction was to look at Ricky's sword in his hand. But in the next second, Thales understood what was going on. Once he figured something out, his face turned pale, and his hair stood on end. That sword. The Knight of Judgment sighed. It's precisely because of that supreme sword, that legendary anti-mystic equipment, the supreme sword. At that moment, Thale's breathing became labored. What did he say? So, your ability is useless against the chain on his right arm, Zacriel said faintly. Thales opened his mouth with great difficulty. Zacriel, the Knight of Judgment leaned against the wall and lowered his head. He chuckled softly. It's not strange. I've seen something similar before. Your Highness, did I call him by the wrong name? Thales turned his head around while stuttering like a rusty clock and met his eyes anxiously. I know, Zacriel's smile was sincere and apologetic. Please understand, child. This is not a personal grudge. At that moment, as he looked at Zacriel's smile, Thales suddenly felt his hair stand on end. The sin of Hell's river in his body instantly increased. It was as if he had encountered the most terrifying threat. Danger, danger. A voice seemed to be warning him. In the next second, Thales' expression froze. He reacted spontaneously without anyone teaching him. The muscles in his legs and waist tensed up. He pounced out of the corner with the force of a bow. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the wind from the saber cut his face, and it hurt. In an instant, the blade cut through Thale's hair like an avalanche, taking away a few strands of hair. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the saber crashed into the wall. Stone chips flew everywhere. Thales trembled in disbelief. He struggled to his feet in pain and disheveled manner. He stared at the person in front of him in shock. It was Zacriel, who stood up with his saber in hand and a murderous aura. He was staring at Thales with a complicated gaze. Zacriel's saber had landed on the spot where Thales had just been. He missed it by a hair's breadth. You dodged it beautifully. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the Knight of Judgment frowned and drew his saber. He seemed to be dissatisfied with the result of missing his attack. Their movements even attracted the attention of the three people on the other side, who were wary of each other. Zacriel, Thales was extremely shocked. He held his long sword tightly, and even his breathing trembled. What? What are you doing? Maybe he's testing his skills. Checking out my skills. It must be, like this. As Thales thought about it, he felt his mind tremble. Then, Zacriel turned around and answered him expressionlessly. Correcting mistakes. 1 second. 2 seconds. Why? Thales stared at him in a daze. Zacriel shook his head. His gaze was compassionate, but it hid an endless amount of murderous intent. You know why, child. As I said, this is not a personal grudge. The Knight of Judgment stared at the teenager in front of him quietly. He slowly raised his saber, and excitement and despondency surged in his chest at the same time. Do not worry, King Aedi, Prince Midir. No matter how many years have passed. Mistakes will be corrected. I will defend our kingdom to the death. Chapter 440. The Knight of Judgment launched his attack without warning. His body pressed forward together with the wind generated by his blade. Thales instinctively raised his sword to block the attack. Amid the sound of metal clashing, he blocked the enemy's saber. Clang! The angle of Zacriel's slash was tricky, and he was extremely experienced. Thales found it extremely strenuous, and he felt his hand slip. Fortunately, the silver-edged long sword he seized from Ricky played a huge role. Its outstanding feel and balance prevented Thales from losing his grip on the first strike. But Zacriel did not give the prince a chance to catch his breath. Zacriel immediately let go of his saber and pressed forward. He used his right palm and fingers to form a blade, and he went straight for Thales' throat. Thales lifted his leg and retreated, trying to use the tip of his sword to force the other party to retreat. But he soon realized that he was wrong. The Knight of Judgment's attack was far more than that. Boom! Thales, who was retreating, only felt a jolt in his front foot. He was already tripped by his opponent, and the trajectory of his long sword also changed. Damn it! Thales, who had lost his balance, exerted all his strength to turn his head in the face of the wind generated by his opponent's palm. Zacriel's fingernails grazed the prince's neck, causing him to feel a sharp pain. But it was not over yet. Swoosh! The Knight of Judgment caught the saber with his left hand, and with a backhand, he knocked away Thales' crooked sword. Sparks flew as he went straight for the prince's forehead. Thales, who was falling to the ground, had no time to dodge. He could only watch the blade coming at him. At the instant the wind created by the saber pierced his bones, the sin of Hell's river surged up his arm without a care for its own life. In the next moment, the prince, who was still in midair, gritted his teeth and raised his elbow. He pulled out a strange, non-standard iron body style. His left elbow pushed against the opponent's right arm, and he used the opponent's strength to push himself away. Chee! The blade whistled through the air and grazed Thales' scalp, taking away a small piece of skin. Thump! Thales fell to the ground in pain. He didn't have time to think. He retracted his arm and leaned to the side, welcoming his opponent's heavy kick on the ground. Boom! The experience of being beaten up when he was a child beggar and the Star Killer's use of public office to avenge a personal grudge in Dragon Cloud City saved his life. Thales placed his elbow in front of the vital parts of his chest and abdomen. With a bang, he rolled away. Until he hit the wall. The first round of the fight ended just like that. Zacriel frowned and threw away the saber, which was full of cracks. He then turned around to look for a new weapon. With the help of the long sword, Thales stood up shakily. The young man panted heavily, cold sweat dripping from his body, his face pale. Damn it! He grimaced in pain. His left arm was in so much pain that it was momentarily numb and trembling incessantly. This was a clear indication of the prince's injury. Not only that. Thales touched the bloodstain on his neck and the missing scalp on his forehead. It hurt. Throat, forehead, abdomen. Just now, for a total of 3 times, Thales stared at the man and gritted his teeth. He was filled with lingering fear. In that 1 second, his opponent had executed a chop, a stab, a trip, a reverse slash, and a kick. Saber, palm, leg. Front, back, up, down. At that moment, Thales even had a feeling that he was attacked by several people. This was not one of Nicholas's sudden changes, strange attacks, nor was it the Kingdom's Wrath's unstoppable charge, nor was it the Fire Knight's forceful head-on collision, much less Yodel's startling attack amidst the dead silence. Instead, in a flash, they were launched at the same time. They were murderous, and they surrounded Thales with no blind spots. Thales sucked in a breath, but he shuddered. He felt pain in his lungs. He did not know whether it was because of the internal injuries he suffered just now, or the after-effects of mystic energy. The prince's face contorted as he stared at the Knight of Judgment in disbelief. Under such attacks, forget using the twist of fate to counterattack, he could not even defend against 1 round of attacks. If it were not for the fact that he had developed outstanding resistance to pressure from the Star Killer's oppressive attacks over the years, if it were not for the fact that he had experienced the Orc's unparalleled strength and reckless attacks in the desert. If it were not for the fact that he had watched countless supreme-class battles, where victory was decided in the blink of an eye, Northland military sword style, is it? Thales was slightly stunned. Zacriel picked up a battle axe from the ground, turned around, and grinned. I remember that there is a set in the royal family's treasury. It is the 73-foot version passed down from the Empire, 7 offensive styles, 3 defensive styles. It was not the 91-foot version inherited from the Temple of Knights in the Tower of Eradication. Faint nostalgia surged in Zacriel's heart. When I was still a penal officer, Tony would occasionally use a few moves from it to temper the restless rookies. It was very effective. Thales stared at the knight who had turned against him. He anxiously thought of a way to escape and protect himself. Zacriel observed Thales. He noticed that there was only wariness and graveness in the teenager's eyes, but no fear or cowardice. His gaze swept past the wounds on Thales' neck and scalp, and there was approval in his eyes. Even though they had only met face to face once, the Knight of Judgment knew that he had not held back in his attacks. For attacks, 3 killing moves, and all of them were fatal. But this child is much weaker than me in terms of size, strength, experience, and skills. Zacriel stared at Thales' eyes. Even though it was done in a hurry and in a pathetic state, but the child still found a way to withstand the attacks and miraculously survived. And he stood up again. This is not as simple as luck. The Knight of Judgment thought as he tested the battle axe in his hand. Judging by his movements and reactions, it's like he is used to facing powerful enemies and fighting fiercely when he is at a disadvantage. He is used to searching for a chance of survival in a duel where he is bound to lose. He is used to fighting with his sword while under great pressure. He is used to struggling against the current and fighting desperately to survive. On the other side, Thales' hands were stained with blood. He sadly realized that every time he tried to lose control again, it would always be accompanied by a sharp pain in his chest. Mystic energy, looks like I can't count on it anymore. I have to think of another way, Thales thought. He stood up laboriously and resumed his stance. Zacriel raised his eyebrows slightly. It's the Northland military sword style again. It seems like he doesn't know any other sword styles. Wait. This reminded Zacriel of something, and he could not help but frown. He sized up Thales again. Your movements, Zacriel narrowed his eyes. Even though he was the Prince of Constellation, he did not have any of Constellation's traditional fighting styles. On the contrary, the child's movements were simple and crude. His goals were direct and clear. He did not rigidly adhere to meticulous and well-formed moves, nor was he obsessed with fancy and tricky stances. He also did not have the habits and stereotypes of creeds. Every swing of his sword, every step he took, and every movement he made was more like an accumulation of experience and an instinctive understanding of fighting, or rather, of being beaten up. And that habit of going against the flow of battle, when he thought of this, Zacriel suddenly understood. I see. Extet, the knight said faintly. Thales raised his eyebrows. The Knight of Judgment showed a complicated expression. Your fighting style is the style of the Northlanders. He was a group of boorish men who believed in actual combat as their creed, looked down on training and moves, and believed that good warriors are made by beating them up. So, the child's outstanding ability to resist pressure and survive in battle originated from this. No one knew what Zacriel thought of, but he chuckled. No wonder you're so tanky. Thales' expression darkened. Northlander, tanky. He thought of the Star Killer. That damn, annoying, dead face of his that said, "You owe me a girlfriend." Tanky. Thales snorted coldly in his heart when he remembered the endless bullying and abuse the other party carried out in the name of training. Forget it. On the training field, that dead face would only beat him up again and again. He never corrected him, and rarely explained, if mockery and sarcasm could be counted as explanations, let alone teaching him. When Thales argued and questioned him, the Star Killer would always look at him with an ugly expression that said, "What do you know, you weakling?" Then, he would continue to use his position to take revenge. He would beat him up even harder than the last time. What a pity. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in just a few seconds. The Knight of Judgment looked at the teenager and shook his head slightly. He's already initiated. If he grows up a little more, becomes more skilled, experiences more, and improves further, he would be reborn, and begin to learn how to turn the slim chance of survival between life and death into a chance for victory. When he thought of this, a shadow appeared on Zachriel's face. What a pity. This is the end of his life. I must die here. This is the only way. In the next moment, the Knight of Judgment raised his weapon again. Was it you? Thales hissed. The traitor of the royal guards. Zachriel's axe froze. He looked at Thales, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. Thales gritted his teeth and raised his sword. So, when you swung your sword at me, you showed no remorse, and you did not hesitate. Thales gritted his teeth and raised his sword, because the oath you swore to Samuel was bullshit. T. At that moment, Zachriel's body swayed in the air. Even Thales was taken aback. The Knight of Judgment took a step back and covered his forehead with his hand. He closed his eyes in pain. Shut up. Zachriel growled with his eyes closed. At that moment, Thales did not know whether he was talking to himself, or to someone in another world. Zachriel shuddered. Everything will end soon. It will end, there will be no more nightmares. He panted in pain. A few seconds later, Zachriel regained his composure. He slowly let go of his sword and looked at Thales coldly. Please be at ease, Your Highness. The knight took a step forward again, and it made Thales nervous again. After your misfortune, I will take full responsibility for the crime, as a form of apology for the injustice you have suffered here. His dull voice became sorrowful and angry. And your secret will be buried, and it will not damage your reputation. A form of apology for the injustice I have suffered? My reputation. So, it was indeed you, wasn't it? When he saw the sorrowful and generous expression on the knight's face, as if it was for his own good, Thales sneered. Zachriel, the noble descendant of a famous family of knights from the age of the Empire. But Zachriel did not answer. He took a step forward. Thales, who had failed to communicate with him, exhaled in frustration and executed the iron body style again. Hey, you! Stay away from that boy! A sudden shout broke the standoff between the two. Zachriel and Thales turned their heads. Tampa, the owner of my home, stood on the other side of the corridor. He held his arm, which had just been bandaged, and said fiercely, "Didn't you see? If it weren't for him just now, we would have all died here." The three hostages who had been rescued noticed them. Not far away, Marina retrieved her swords and stared at the two people who were confronting each other suspiciously. Quick Rope blinked in confusion and pointed at Zachriel. He mouthed and moved his hands to match his mouth movements, asking Thales without a sound. I thought, he's on your side. Thales smiled laboriously. He used to be. Now, he's probably more willing to kill me. Zachriel snorted coldly and turned to the owner of the tavern. His eyes shone with a cold glare. Wait. Thales thought of something. He remembered what the man said just now. And your secret will be buried, and your reputation will not be tarnished. Buried, that means, in the desert, it's best for you to be more respectful to your savior, Tampa continued. He gritted his teeth and said to Zachriel, who looked restless. So, leave the boy alone, but before he could finish speaking, Zachriel's gaze turned fierce, and he swung his axe. No! Thales subconsciously extended his hand and shouted. Be careful! At that moment, Tampa only saw the man with the brand on his head spread his arm. As the wind howled, the battle axe shot out fiercely like a bolt of lightning. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk the wind howled fiercely, and it went straight for Tampa. No, no, no. Thales stared at the axe, and he almost gritted his teeth so hard that he almost crushed them. The tavern owner was stunned for a moment. He could not react at all. Then, the wind from the axe reached his face, and it looked like it was about to split open his skull. But in the next second, whoosh, the sound of the axe reverberated. But strangely, the battle axe, it disappeared. The wind from the axe swept past Tampa's forehead and lifted the hair on his forehead. The tavern owner shuddered, and he instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. Bang. The sound of the axe crashing into the wall was heard, followed by the sound of countless stone chips falling. Zacriel frowned fiercely and looked to the other side. Over there, Thales clutched his chest and panted in pain. The battle axe was stuck in the wall beside the prince, and the handle was trembling slightly. Run, Thales glared at the petrified Tampa. After he subconsciously used his mystic energy, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if it was about to split open. He lay on the ground and squeezed out a few words to the hostages in pain. Quick, run. Split up, run. On the other side, Quick Rope stared at the axe, which was still trembling endlessly. He then looked at Zacriel, who was filled with murderous intent. He and Marina looked at each other. A second later, Tampa snapped out of his daze. Lunatic, he stared at Zacriel in shock and anger. Tampa glanced at Thales, then turned around without hesitation and ran into the darkness. Hold on, why, or whatever other name you have. I'll go to the surface and get help. And you'll die here, lunatic. Tampa's curses grew softer and softer. Zacriel watched Tampa's back disappear into the distance. He paused for a few seconds. Then, he frowned and asked Thales, why? As long as I kill him here. He did not continue. But Thales knew what he wanted to say. As long as he killed him here, you'll have less trouble. If you can escape, Thales climbed onto the long sword in a daze. He felt as if someone was cutting his chest open. The price of forcefully using mystic energy seems to be very serious. No reason. He panted in pain. Every breath he took was like torture. From Steak to Ricky, and then to you, I just had enough of you people who kill people at every turn. Thales raised his head and said laboriously, scum. Zacriel furrowed his eyebrows. Thales turned his head around and looked at the bloody scene he left behind when he lost control. He remembered the disaster sword's enjoyment of killing, and the shadow shield's indifference toward killing. He suppressed the discomfort in his heart. If you don't agree with me, I'll kill you. Thales swayed as he stood up. He waved his trembling hand and gestured for Quick Rope to flee. If you offend me in the slightest, I'll kill you. If you have a conflict of interest, I'll kill you. If you want to keep secrets, I'll kill you. Thales sneered in a mocking manner. Including you, Zacriel. If you want to correct your mistakes, I'll kill you. The Knight of Judgment's expression became a little ferocious. The brand of sin on his forehead reappeared. Kill, kill, kill. It seems like killing is the only way to solve problems. Thales hissed in pain and rubbed his chest with all his might to relieve the pain. He felt that he was about to break down under the dual effects of pain and resentment. It's as if your entire life is an absurd drama for the vampires to watch. Only by resorting to violence, killing decisively, and showing off your blood can you win applause and cheers. Only then can you prove that you're the damned, handsome, and decisive protagonist. Only then can you win a longer and more popular stage career under the vampire's adoring gazes. Zacriel did not speak. He only clenched his fists. Thales tried his best to endure the pain and spoke falteringly through gritted teeth. He enunciated his words falteringly. Don't you know that taking away lives and killing your own kind is the last choice you make when you have no other choice? Is it the most cowardly, evasive, and irresponsible answer after you completely admit defeat to all the possibilities in this world when you run into an ultimate conundrum that you cannot solve? Quick Rope did not leave. He stared at the Prince of Constellation with a profound gaze. Marina originally wanted to escape, but in the end, she stopped and stared at Thales in a daze. She suddenly remembered that day. That day, she hid in the crowd in the distance, trembling as she watched her grandfather, grandmother, father, and mother on the stage, and her brother stared at the thick rope around his neck in despair, until the messenger gave the order. Marina closed her eyes. Thales took a deep breath. He felt the pain in his chest lessen a little. He wiped his sweat gently and smiled sadly. Even those who live in the desert know that a bloody thorn lizard devouring its own kind is the most terrifying thing in the world. At that moment, Zacriel seemed to have remembered something. His face was filled with pain. Thales sneered. Those who choose this path of their own accord and are not ashamed of it are mostly cowards who have failed, unless they were forced to do so by their circumstances. Because all of you are already helpless against this society, and are struggling to cope with the relationships between people. Because in the game of chess that is life, all of you have failed to the point where you have no other choice but to overturn the chessboard and be driven into a corner. Thales took a step forward with difficulty. Are you a coward? He raised his long sword and pointed it at his opponent. Zacriel. Zacriel took a deep breath. There was a conflicted look on his face. But a few seconds later, he regained his composure. This made Thales extremely wary. I'm sorry, Your Highness. The Knight of Judgment's voice trembled slightly. But you must die here. As soon as he finished speaking. Boom! Thales felt a chill in his heart. He saw Zacriel instantly kick up a hand-and-a-half sword, grab it in his hand, and rush towards him at high speed. The prince roared angrily and forced himself to endure the pain and perform the iron body style. He was about to engage in close combat with Zacriel again. If no one intervened. Clang! It was the loud sound of steel clashing against each other. Thales only saw a flash from the corner of his eye. Quick Rope's figure appeared beside him, and he struck the Knight of Judgment with a hammer. Zacriel only froze for a moment. He quickly flipped his right hand, which was holding the sledgehammer. At the same time, he despised the man in his heart. His strength was not bad. It seemed like he had been trained. He stared coldly at Quick Rope, who had a ferocious expression and seemed to be using all his strength to stop him. It was just too stupid. He recklessly rushed over from this angle. He only needed to make a slight adjustment, and he could. Ha! In the next second, Thales was surprised to see Quick Rope's expression suddenly change, and he raised his left hand. He threw a lot of dust. Thales was dumbfounded. Eh! The Knight of Judgment's head and face were covered in dust. He covered his eyes, roared, and retreated. He swung the sword in his right hand back and forth. It was obvious that he was extremely resentful. But Thales only stared blankly at Quick Rope, who looked as if he had gotten his way, and let him pull him away. Scatter, Scatterlime. Your arm strength is obviously superior, and you're so good at using sledgehammers, but you just have to. Are you a prince or not? Ah! It hurts. Thales cut off his train of thought and pressed his hand against his chest. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Whee! Quick Rope threw the sledgehammer at the Knight of Judgment. He was so nervous that he did not have time to explain. He supported and pulled Thales away, until Zacriel's sword was once again in front of them. Use the dust. Zacriel lowered his left hand. Thales was surprised. He saw that his eyes were well protected by his left palm. They were not stained by the dust. But the Knight of Judgment's previous magnanimity and sorrow had long since disappeared. All that was left was hatred and indignation. This is what I played with when I was 6 years old. The Knight of Judgment thrust his sword at Thales. He was filled with anger. Thales gritted his teeth. He pushed away Quick Rope, who was unarmed because he wanted to support him, and held his long sword. But at that moment, the sound of wind rose behind Zacriel. Clang. The Knight of Judgment turned around and slashed away a torch that flew towards him. Sparks flew everywhere, and he furrowed his eyebrows because of the heat. When they saw the person who helped them, Thales and Quick Rope were both shocked. It was Marina. The swordswoman in red held her twin swords and stared at Zacriel with hostility. "Listen, Jade Star." She gritted her teeth and said hesitantly and painfully. "You saved me once." She picked up something and threw it to Thales. Thales caught it in a flurry, and only then did he realize that it was his confiscated luggage. He did not know when Marina had retrieved it from the assassins' corpses. But now, Marina stared at Zacriel with a solemn expression and launched an attack. "I don't owe you anything anymore." Thales did not react. He just stared at the backpack in his arms until Quick Rope gave him a shove. "Run." The swordswoman said her last words. She did not stop moving. She leaned forward, and her twin swords created illusions. She attacked quickly. She aimed straight at the Knight of Judgment. Ding, ding, clang, in those 2 seconds, she forced Zacriel to take a step back. Thales and Quick Rope, who were prepared to run, felt a lingering fear. Is she that powerful? But good things did not last. The Knight of Judgment's next attack was like a heavenly steed soaring through the sky. It accurately pierced Marina's left hand amid the illusions of her twin swords. Marina cried out in pain and let go of the sword in her left hand. Thales' heart sank. After Heart and the Rain passed away, dual swords were no longer popular. In the next second, Zacriel extended his left hand and grabbed Marina's right hand. He threw her last sword to the ground. "I was fortunate enough to meet her once, and I wanted to challenge the legendary Storm's swift sword, which can break through all defenses." Marina gritted her teeth and wanted to kick her opponent, but Zacriel did not move or dodge. He acted as if nothing had happened and used his right elbow to block her kick. Zacriel looked at the twin swords on the ground, clicked his tongue, and shook his head. But unfortunately, she was already in pain at that time. She was so weak that she couldn't even lift a cup. Zacriel seized Marina's neck and lifted the struggling swordswoman into the air. Thales panicked when he saw that. Now! While Quick Rope was still in a daze and had not reacted to the situation, the air in this small world seemed to ripple slightly. In the next moment, a gray sword pierced through the air mercilessly. Rip, it went straight into Zacriel's back. As Zacriel let out a furious roar that shook the heavens and earth, Marina was flung away violently and fell beside Thales. The Knight of Judgment was like a cheetah that had gone berserk. He quickly turned around and swung his sword. But all he could do was draw an arc in the air. The gray sword had already disappeared. Only the bleeding wound on Zacriel's back proved its existence. Then, another figure appeared in front of the knight. He kicked Zacriel's chest with his right leg. Thud. The Knight of Judgment cried out in pain and was sent flying backward. He fell on the ground in a disheveled manner. He fell into a bloody and ruined area, stirring up a lot of dust. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly extended his hand and helped the heavily injured and weary Marina up with Quick Rope. He flashed a smile at the figure who appeared. Zacriel groaned softly in the dust. Thales did not know whether he was enduring the pain or because he was angry. The knight lay on the ground and said in a disheveled manner, "I've aged over the years, and I've regressed, or have you become stronger?" A hoarse voice came from the other side. It was low and concise. "Perhaps both." Zacriel laughed in pain. "That's why he talks so much when it comes to killing people or not." Zacriel exhaled and felt a little sentimental. "Just so he could find you a chance." What tacit understanding? He took 2 deep breaths. His muscles tensed up, and he slowly sat up. He stared straight at the masked figure in front of him. You shouldn't have come back so early, Zachriel said coldly. Across from him, Yodel, who had left and returned, shook off the blood on the supreme sword and said hoarsely, I shouldn't have let you out. The Knight of Judgment and the masked protector stared at each other silently for a full 3 seconds. Zachriel smiled. Why can't you be a little smarter, brat? The knight sighed and stood up. You only left the child's side once. You came back after he ended his life in a dignified manner. The wound on his back was no longer bleeding. As Zachriel spoke, he looked at Thales, who was not in a good state, and narrowed his eyes. Thales smiled coldly at him, then nodded at Yodel. Yodel also cast a glance at the prince in the distance and nodded slightly. I left him once. The masked protector averted his gaze. He moved his left leg, held the grey short sword in a reverse grip, and prepared for battle. His words were incredibly firm. That was the last time. His figure gradually disappeared. His voice spread out like waves and echoed faintly in the air. Zachriel watched the dark purple mask disappear into the air. His gaze was gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking about. For the sake of the past, I don't want to hurt you, young Yodel. Don't force me. Yodel's answer, which was short on words, echoed in the air. I feel the same. Zachriel pursed his lips. Thales watched as Yodel disappeared, and his lips curled into a smile. Yodel did not leave. Just like what he said. He was always there. Zachriel was silent for a few seconds. You didn't ask me why I did it. Zachriel glanced at Thales, then raised his head to look at his surroundings. His expression was gloomy. So, you also know, right? You already knew. Already knew. There was no answer in the air. Quick Rope gave Thales a hard look, telling them to hurry up and leave, but Thales only covered his chest and shook his head resolutely. No, wait a little longer. As long as, a little while later. But does King Kessel know? The Knight of Judgment's voice suddenly rose, and it was filled with a ghastly chill. Does Lord Hanson know? Does Master Vitano know? Do the 6 Guardian Dukes know? Does Constellation know? Yodel still did not speak. Zachriel picked up an axe and pointed it at Thales angrily. Do they know that the evil flower from many years ago has already borne its evil fruit? Thales' heart froze. Evil flower. Evil fruit. What are you waiting for? Marina pushed Thales' arm away and glared at him fiercely. Why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for death? Thales still shook his head. His frown deepened, and his hand over his chest tightened. Just a little while more. That's good. No, sir. Yodel's hoarse and simple response came from the air. The only evil flower and evil fruit here, only you. In the next moment, Zachriel roared again and charged at Thales. Quick Rope and Marina were both shocked. Almost at the same time, Yodel's figure appeared beside him. Go! This was the masked protector's brief hint. Thales clenched his teeth. Before his eyes, Zachriel's unstoppable figure was getting closer and closer. Yodel's grey short sword moved forward at high speed. He let go of the hand he pressed against his chest to stop the pain. He knew what to do. In the next second, Thales raised his arms without warning. Under the latter 2 surprised gazes, he went around Quick Rope and Marina's necks and placed them on their shoulders. He closed his eyes. Come on. Make your choice. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Zachriel's axe slammed against the ground. It even broke a floor tile. Countless stone chips flew into the air. Yodel came after him and stabbed his left arm with his sword. But Zacriel no longer had time to care about the masked protector, who was both an old friend and an enemy. He widened his eyes and clenched his teeth. He did not know when it started, before his eyes. Thales, Quick Rope, and Marina. The three of them were cornered. Already. Chapter 441. Farther away. Thales calmly watched the Knight of Judgment's axe blade disappear before his eyes along with the dim corridor. He was slowly rising again. It was as if he had lost gravity. But this time, the prince managed to maintain his rationality in the void where time was unknown. He tried his best to recall the anchor point and follow the teachings to stay true to himself. I just need to go further away. I don't need to knock on the door. He tried his best to remain calm and thought in his heart. Countless scenes flashed through his consciousness, the dilapidated walls of the abandoned house, the simple and crude back kitchen of Sunset Pub, the magnificent balcony of the Hall of Stars, the fluttering snowflakes in the birch forest, the fires in heroic Spirit Palace. Leave the prison of bones, leave Blade Fang's camp, and get as far away from Zacriel as possible. Go further. But just as he thought that, a strange burning sensation surged from his back. It was as if someone had lit a fire on his back. Thales' expression changed. No, at that moment, he instantly escaped from the state of losing control. It was as if he had woken up from a dream. His indifferent attitude disappeared, and astonishment filled his mind. No, in a fraction of a second, the burning sensation grew stronger. It spread from his back to his entire body, and slowly evolved into a tearing and cutting sensation. In that second, Thales could not help but grimace and cry out in pain. This long-lost but familiar feeling, could it be sh*t? He remembered something, and his heart turned cold. Thales, who was still suffering from the burning and tearing sensation, only felt his body become heavy. In the next second, he crashed violently against the ground. Bang. With a muffled thud, Thales could not care about his aching knees and forehead. He turned over like a madman and flung the backpack on his back with great effort. Damn it. It was as if it was a piece of burning charcoal. Damn it. Marina's angry voice rose in his ears, as if she had just come into close contact with the ground. What happened? The axe, OW. In the darkness, Quick Rope's panicked shouts came from beside him. Ha! There was a panting sound. It sounded like Quick Rope got up from the ground. Is this Hell's River? Thales exhaled laboriously and felt the burning sensation on his back slowly disappear. But another feeling spread to his nerves. Pain. The Prince of Constellation gritted his teeth as he gasped for breath. Yes, this is Hell's River, and I am your ferryman. He touched the ground and sighed in his heart. Therefore, they were not out of danger yet. Thales. When Quick Rope heard his voice, he was delighted, but then he became even more puzzled. But why can't we see? In his panic, he heard a soft scraping sound, and a sudden flash of light appeared in front of him, causing Quick Rope to instinctively shield his eyes. In the darkness, Marina lit a small torch and cursed as she got up from the ground. She wiped the dust off her face and said, "Damn it. What the hell are we?" But she did not continue. The strange smell in her nose and the surroundings allowed her to identify their location. The swordswoman in red relaxed her neck, which was strangled by the Knight of Judgment. She frowned. We are still in the prison of bones. Thales did not reply. At that moment, his face was pale and he was trembling slightly. Quick Rope, who had regained his vision, put down his hand gently. He glanced at Marina, who was holding the torch with a dazed expression. Then, he turned to the teenager beside him, who was panting on the ground. His expression darkened. What happened just now? His confusion faded away. He helped Thales, who was obviously not in a good state, up from the ground and made the latter lean against the wall. Where's that uncle? And that masked friend of yours? Thales panted hard. He endured the increasingly intense pain and squeezed out a sentence. This is the alchemy tower's little magic. You can think of it as a mechanism in the prison of bones. It can transfer you to different places. Marina was slightly shocked. Thales tried to force a smile. But Quick Rope's expression was no longer as playful as before. The rookie mercenary squatted in front of Thales and looked at him quietly. His gaze was profound, and he seemed to be deep in thought. Little magic. Quick Rope's expression made Thales remember the man's true identity. Yes, that's why I used it. Ah. Thales could not continue. The increasing pain in his chest made him break out in cold sweat, and his lips trembled. **T, even though he lacked references from other mystics, whether it was the assassination in the carriage on King's Avenue 6 years ago, the mystic gun attack at Broken Dragon Fortress, the unexpected knocking on the door at Giza in Dragon Cloud City, or Asda's warning before they parted, all these experiences made Thales learn one thing: in the face of danger, unless it was absolutely necessary, one should not easily resort to using mysterious mystic abilities. The burden and damage to one's body caused by losing control should not be underestimated. It would also gradually increase as the amount of mystic energy involved increased. Once it reached the point of knocking on the door, the price that followed would be fatal. That was why Thales was very grateful to Taurus. This was the most mysterious mystic he had ever met. He was also the mystic who treated him the best. It was thanks to his generous help and patient teachings that he managed to find the anchor point. He was able to maintain his rationality while he was losing control, perhaps too much of it, and he was able to get rid of the dangerous predicament of having to knock on the door when his mystic energy was activated. But even if Thales successfully avoided knocking on the door and avoided the heart-wrenching and excruciating pain of using mystic energy in the past, the price of losing control was still not to be underestimated. Based on his experience with Stake, he would not be able to stay in this amazing state of losing control for more than a few minutes. He would be awakened by the sudden pain, and his strange ability would be interrupted. But Thales knew that when he escaped from Zakriel's axe just now, it was not the pain from using mystic energy that interrupted him. It was. Thales clutched his chest and stared in disbelief at the other side. The backpack Marina returned to him lay quietly on the ground, revealing a small crossbow arm. Crossbow of Time. Legendary anti-mystic equipment. Damn it. I found the reason why they are still in the prison of bones and could not escape. Looks like next time, I definitely can't go into losing control when I have this thing in my hands. When he thought of this, Thales felt a throbbing pain in his chest again. His expression twisted. You look very bad. Marina noticed the prince's unusual pain. She walked towards him with a torch in her hand. Were you hurt by that lunatic? No, it's just the after effects of forcefully using mystic energy and the rejection from the crossbow. Thales wiped off his sweat. He trembled and forced himself to curl up the corners of his mouth. Yes. He was very heavy-handed. Quick Rope still did not say a word. Marina bent down and picked up a silver longsword from the ground. This is Ricky's sword. Marina's eyebrows slowly furrowed under the light of the torch. Thales' heart clenched again. Marina stared at him, and her gaze became colder. I saw the brand on that lunatic's face. It's the same as Samuel's. What happened to Ricky and the others? Thales pursed his lips. While enduring the pain, he also had to deal with the person in front of him. This made him feel mentally and physically exhausted. He felt like his head was about to explode. What can I say? Sorry, your boss had a hole in his head by my friend. He he hissed. At this moment, Quick Rope cried out in surprise. No! The rookie mercenary widened his eyes and looked at Marina. He pointed at Thales on the wall and said in horror, Your nose is bleeding. Thales subconsciously touched his nose. As expected, his hand was wet. Oh no! It happened again. Feeling dizzy, he leaned against the wall, trembling as he slid to the ground. Marina frowned. Quick Rope turned pale with fright. He took 2 steps forward and supported Thales. What's wrong with you? About that. The prince smiled weakly. The Jade Star royal family is more or less different from the rest. Jade Star royal family. When Marina heard this phrase, her face became gloomy again. No, we have to do something. He doesn't look good. Quick Rope looked worried. He turned to Marina. This lady. Please keep an eye on this side, I'll go look for his luggage. Marina looked at Thales with a complicated gaze, then looked at the sword in her hand. In the end, she sighed and walked forward with the torch. A prince whose surname is Jade Star. Marina whispered as she looked at the pained Thales. Just now, you saved my life. Why? Thales tried his best to curl up the corners of his lips. He was drenched in cold sweat as he squeezed out a few teasing words. Maybe because I don't like killing people. Perhaps, because you are a woman, and very beautiful. So, according to the night novels, I was destined to get weak in the knees. Then, I'll take you into my harem. Thales felt pain in his heart again. It was so piercing that he scrunched up his facial features again. He bit down on the joke that he was tired of living. But Marina did not care about his teasing. The girl, who had a bad temper before, was not angry either. She just looked at him quietly. You know, we have a grudge, whether it's the past during the bloody year or the conflict in the tavern. Thales snorted coldly. He was tortured by the pain and did not care about his tone. So, I have to kill you. Or would they stand by and watch you get killed? Marina paused for a moment. She looked conflicted. But your father will. The swordswoman in red hesitated and said, just like 18 years ago, when he ordered my family to be hanged. This time, it was Thales' turn to be speechless. But in the next moment, Marina seemed to have made up her mind. She suddenly raised her head and looked at the prince with a burning gaze. Cyber Norfolk, the girl said softly. He is my uncle and a member of the Starlight Brigade. He was the personal guard of the late Duke of Star Lake, John, and the person who murdered him. Thales was instantly stunned. Cyber Norfolk. And the Duke of Star Lake. What does she mean? Thales stared at her in a daze. With his attention diverted, the pain in his body did not seem so unbearable anymore. You, listen. Marina stared at him. Her eyes were eager, as if she was staring at a life-saving straw. If you return to Eternal Star City, Prince Thales, if you are really different from your bastard father, if you really care about the blood of the innocent, then please investigate this matter and find out the truth. Marina's eyes slowly turned red, and Thales was so shocked that he was at a loss. Find out the truth about Duke John's assassination in Zodra during the Bloody Year. Duke John, Thales frowned. My father, Lansar Norfolk, was the heir to the honorary Earl of Norfolk. Before he was hanged, he had been serving the kingdom's secret intelligence department in secret. Marina gritted her teeth and said in a trembling voice. On the 3rd day of King Aides' assassination, which was also the eve of Duke John's assassination, my father secretly released a messenger crow. This was the only clue I had over the years. Thales trembled slightly. The kingdom's secret intelligence department. On the 3rd day of King Aides' assassination, in other words, I have wandered for many years, and I am alone. I can only seize all my power and use all my means, but I can't find anything, and I can't do anything. Marina's lips trembled, and her chest rose and fell. She seemed to be suppressing her emotions. But you are a prince, the future king. You can definitely do more than I can. Please. Marina's eyes were red, and she said the last word through gritted teeth. No one knew how much she had fought and struggled. At this moment, Quick Rope's voice came from the luggage area. What did I find, Thales? You might need this. Another wave of pain hit him. Thales shut his eyes tightly and waved his hands with all his might. I'm fine. It's an old problem. I just need to rest. The next second, bang. A muffled sound rose abruptly, and Thales opened his eyes instinctively. Clang. The light from the fire trembled and fell to the ground together with the longsword. Marina lost consciousness and fell limply to the ground. Beside her, Quick Rope withdrew the palm he used to knock her unconscious with a stern expression. Thales was stunned. At that moment, the torch shone on the ground, making Quick Rope's expression look so cold and profound. Quick Rope did not answer. He only bent down quietly and picked up the unconscious Marina. Can you hold on? Quick Rope asked faintly and dragged Marina to the side. Or are you going to die in the next second? Thales stared at him in a daze. Why? The prince only managed to finish his question halfway. He saw the thing in Quick Rope's hand. It was a special black crossbow. It was nocked and ready to be fired. You're asking why? Quick Rope picked up the torch with one hand and walked forward coldly. So, are you going to tell me the truth? Thales Jade Star. Thales gritted his teeth. The truth. Quick Rope held the torch alone, shook the crossbow in his hand, and stared at him coldly. What exactly is that ability of yours? At that moment, Thales felt his body stiffen and his tongue become heavy. In a daze, even the after effects of losing control were no longer as uncomfortable. He only stared quietly at the solemn Quick Rope. Quick Rope also stared back at him quietly. After a while, Thales sighed under the light from the fire. He turned his head away and spoke laboriously under the double pressure of the pain in his body and the stare of his companion. I told you, this is a rare type of magic. After Constellation occupied this place, Quick Rope sneered. Magic? Magic, my foot. As far as I know, there is no magic that can suddenly move us from one place to another. Not even 600 years ago. His cold rhetorical question made the rest of Thales' words die in his mouth. Listen, Thales. Quick Rope glared at him. I may have been preposterous when I was young, but I grew up under the education of the suzerain's family, and I'm older than you by a dozen years, maybe even more, especially after I became the heir. I learned even more unusual knowledge. Quick Rope squatted down gently. The look in his eyes was incredibly serious. The fire drew closer, and the heat from the torch made Thales a little uncomfortable. However, his heart was ice cold. I know who that man is, and I know what he meant by those words. Quick Rope said nonchalantly. It was as if this was just a casual conversation between families. But only Thales knew that at that moment, the aura Quick Rope exuded was so cold, his tone was so fierce, and his gaze was so terrifying. I also know why you suddenly turned from a weak youth into a cold-faced killer. I even know why you're in so much pain now. At that moment, Thales felt as if he no longer knew the person in front of him. It was as if the optimistic, open-minded, and slightly humorous mercenary Quick Rope had turned back into the merciful, decisive prince of the enemy kingdom who abandoned everything. The returned Mariah Walton. More than 600 years ago, there was an incredibly terrifying calamity in the Battle of Eradication. As long as it was on the battlefield, our ancestors would definitely lose every battle they fought, and there was no hope. Because that calamity could foresee the future, and it knew the unknown. Mariah sneered. From the weather on the next day, to the angle at which the sun would rise, to the enemy's every move, to the future of the world, everything was in its grasp. Foresee the future. Thales breathed in a daze. There's such an existence among mystics? Mariah shook his head. How can you defeat an immortal monster who has all the futures and possibilities in its hands? At that moment, Thales' breathing froze. Until the birth of this weapon. Mariah sized up the black crossbow in his hand. The emotions in his eyes were unclear. Its user was a Northlander. After the war, he pledged his loyalty to Extet and King Rykru. Hence, many years later, this crossbow passed through Nuvan I's hands. As a witness to Rykru's oath, he gifted it to the city of faraway prayers, which was the most remote and the most difficult of the 10 great territories. Even though I just recognized that this dragon spear is the most unique legendary anti-mystic weapon in the family's ancient records. Crossbow of Time. In the next second, Mariah stood up coldly. He held the trigger, raised his slightly trembling arm, and aimed the arrow at the teenager in front of him. Thales' face was ashen. He could only press his hand against his chest. You're a mystic, Thales. Mariah's eyes sparkled, and he spoke coldly. A calamity. Just like the calamity who destroyed everything 600 years ago. Thales closed his eyes gently. Finally. This day still came. Just like 6 years ago. Mariah's voice trembled slightly. The one who destroyed Dragon Cloud City and killed my father. Chapter 442. When I was young, when Count Leesban told me about it, I always thought it was just a legend. It can't be more real than the Queen of the Sky or the statues of the gods in the temple. Mariah stared at the latter with a complicated gaze that Thales had never seen before. Thales recognized that expression. That was the expression on Quill Barney Jr.'s face when Samuel failed to take the oath. Disappointment, emptiness, pain, and regret. There was also a hint of confusion and helplessness. However, the story that has been passed down from generation to generation in my family is true. He stared at the youth, his head shaking slightly, his chest heaving up and down. It was as if he no longer knew this companion who had gone through thick and thin with him for a short period of time. The foreign prince who shared the same fate as him. In the face of Mariah's arrow, Thales could only bite his lower lip. At that moment, it was as if even the pain in his chest was no longer important. What could he say? What should he say? Calamities are humans, or monsters that look like humans. Mariah's gaze never left the target. The crossbow in his hand could not help but tremble slightly. They breathe, eat, walk, and live in every corner of the sector just like us. Their every move is exactly the same. He subconsciously murmured, his tone ethereal. It was as if he was retelling an old story from long ago. But they are not us. In the end, they will tear off their masks and reveal their true selves to begin destruction and slaughter. Thales subconsciously tightened his fist over his chest. Mariah's eyebrows slowly furrowed. He took a step back, as if he could not believe what he was facing. He gritted his teeth and took a few deep breaths. The scene from earlier flashed through his mind. You are, aren't you? Like just now. Thales was silent for a while as he leaned against the wall. His face was ashen and did not look any better under the bright red light of the fire. In the end, they are not us. They would eventually tear off their masks. Thales vaguely remembered every time he lost control and knocked on the door. He remembered the Thales who seemed to know everything in his dreams, and the consequences he faced every time he snapped out of it. I don't know. After a long time, Thales spoke in a tone that made him sound as if he was in a dream. Even for me, this question is full of mystery. Mariah also remained silent for a while. In the deep and serene dungeon, for a moment, only their breathing could be heard. Then, Mariah's cold laughter echoed in the air. So, among the calamities that King Riker fought with, which one are you? Thales was a little absent-minded. Mariah enunciated each of his words with the most solemn and wary tone. King Disaster. Nightmare. Blood Catastrophe. Secret Disaster. Calamity Before. With each word he said, Mariah's expression became sterner. These words only appeared in the legends of the Walton family, but he had never taken them seriously. Calamity. As he listened to these unfamiliar and strange terms, Thales frowned slightly. Then, Mariah raised his crossbow with one hand and said his next sentence. Or are you the leader of all calamities, the bane of the gods? The bane of the gods. When he heard this familiar nickname, Thales felt another pain in his chest. The teenager no longer looked at Mariah. He lowered his head and said in a tone that was half relieved and half lonely, neither. I'm a newbie. Mariah paused for a moment. Ha! His shoulders swayed slightly, and his laughter was a little mournful. Even the fire and the crossbow trembled. So, you are like the White Blade Guards. There are newbies. There was a faint mocking tone in his words. Thales tried his best to curl up the corners of his lips while he did not know what to feel. Yes. Mystics, calamities. As he thought about it, his mind wandered a little, and his tone was dejected. Everything is like a nightmare. No matter how much you force a smile or how much courage you muster. But in the dead of night, when you wake up from your dreams at midnight, it will always return to you. Mariah's crossbow trembled slightly. Enough. Calamity. He interrupted Thales and stared at the latter. His gaze was unfamiliar, his lips were cold, and the veins on his hands bulged. Do you know that no matter which temple it is, no matter how dilapidated or how weak the church is, they all warn every king of Extet that the calamity that destroys the world will return and destroy us like how it destroyed the final empire? Thales did not look at him. He just closed his eyes. But Mariah was not prepared to let him answer. Nuvan's son clenched his teeth and spoke. His fingers tightened on the crossbow's arm as he forcefully suppressed the complicated emotions that he had nowhere to vent. Do you know what kind of terror, despair, sacrifices, and casualties Rikaru and his peers endured in the battle of eradication to miraculously turn the situation around, defeat the crazy and evil calamities, and build Extet? Do you know what kind of terror, despair, sacrifices, and casualties every Walton was taught since they were young? Thales did not open his eyes. He forced himself to curl up the corners of his lips. Is that so? The Prince of Constellation could feel that the bleeding from his nose had stopped, and his strength was slowly recovering under the nourishment of the sin of Hell's River. The pain in his chest was also gradually alleviating. At least, he should be able to stand on his own. But for some unknown reason, as he faced Mariah, who was glaring at him furiously, and as he faced the seemingly shaky crossbow of time, Thales suddenly felt very tired. It turned out that the companion who once went through danger with him, the companion whom he thought he could entrust his back to, would become like this. This was the calamity. It was him. And his own future. He thought gloomily. A pleasant female voice that he had not heard for a long time rose in his ears. You are walking further and further down the path of misfortune. Mystic, this is not a gift or a blessing. It is a curse and misfortune. As he listened to Mariah's hateful and heavy breathing, Thales suddenly felt as if he was having a long dream that drained his spirit. In this dream, he had no hope of waking up. So, this is our end. In the dungeon, another spark burst from the torch. Was it you? Mariah asked coldly. Thales still had his eyes closed. What? Mariah stared at Thales, who looked miserable. Anger and doubt burned in his heart at the same time. 6 years ago, Dragon Cloud City. Those legendary monsters would not have appeared for no reason. Mariah gritted his teeth. Tell me. My father's death, and your covert act of destroying half of Dragon Cloud City, are they all related to you? He subconsciously raised his voice and emphasized his words. Look me in the eyes and tell me. Thales' eyebrows twitched, and he instinctively opened his eyes. He stared into Mariah's eyes in a daze. His eyes were filled with anger, pain, hesitation, and bloodshot. Thales' thoughts slowly drifted away. He drifted back to that night in Dragon Cloud City. Ah, yes. Broken eaves. Mottled, broken walls. Dead silence everywhere. Those things I thought I could put behind me. He trembled, but this time, it was not because of pain. Instead, it was because his heart suddenly tightened. Because of those unavoidable facts. A second later, Thales absent-mindedly spat out that word. Yes. Mariah's arm tightened. That night. That calamity, and the Hydra, Kilika, Thales said in a trembling voice as he stared into Mariah's eyes. They went to Dragon Cloud City and caused the deaths of so many people. Thales closed his eyes in pain. It's all because of me. Me. Silence. For a moment, even Mariah's breathing stopped. Asterisk clatter. Asterisk the sound of the torch falling to the ground. In the next second, Thales felt his collar tighten. He was lifted by the furious Mariah with one arm and pressed against the wall. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the teenager grunted as he endured the sluggish feeling in his chest. Suddenly, he felt pain in his chin. Mariah had already pushed the crossbow of time to Thales' chest and pointed it at his head. The protruding tip of the arrow pressed against Thales' skin, bringing him waves of pain. Thales had never seen Mariah like this. The latter's expression was ferocious. His breathing was heavy, and he gritted his teeth. The muscles on his arms and the veins on his neck were extremely obvious. He was like a raging lion. Just like the former Northland king. How dare you? Mariah growled in a low voice. Thales could feel the former's muscles trembling. He grabbed the teenager's collar with his left hand and held the crossbow with his right hand and right shoulder. The string on the crossbow of time was extremely tight. It was ready to be fired. It was about to devour someone. Mariah suppressed the hatred and anger in him that were like a volcano. You damn. Do you know what kind of sin you bear, and what kind of disaster you will bring? But Thales' eyes were still, and he allowed Mariah to threaten his life with a blank expression. How dare you get close to them? How dare you get close to Dragon Cloud City, Extet, father, and Alex? Mariah gritted his teeth so hard that they chattered. His eyes were bloodshot. Get close to her country and her people. My people. Mariah's entire body trembled, and he almost lost control. You brought misfortune and inauspiciousness to them, and you brought misfortune like the bloody year to them. Do you know that your existence is the source of all disasters? Thales felt another sharp pain in his chin. He could feel the tip of the arrow piercing his skin as it trembled. Alex. This name was one step faster than an arrow, piercing into his dazed brain. No, he's talking about her. Little rascal. In his illusory memory, the beautiful girl with the pince-nez turned around and covered her mouth. She looked at him with faint surprise and an indescribable gaze. You want to take me away? Take me back to Constellation. At that moment, his almost scattered thoughts became clear. Thales sucked in a breath through his teeth. He ignored the pain in his chin and said forcefully, I know. Mariah's nerves were still tense. He glared at Thales, as if he was going to pull the trigger the next moment and pierce through Thale's head. The teenager said bitterly, "I know it better than you. In fact, I know it better than everyone else. From that day onwards, I know everything that happened around me. Every single pair of eyes in Shield District that wanted to breathe but could not. Every single person under the Hydra who cried and ran for their lives. Every single corpse in Dragon Cloud City that was cold and still. And he could only kneel in the middle of the road and hug the only warm life in his arms. His face was covered in tears as he trembled. I'm sorry." Thale shut his eyes tightly. With a heart full of loneliness and sorrow, he said softly, "I'm sorry, Mariah." He clenched his fists. "All those things happened around me, blood debt. It's the consequence of him. It's something he had to face. It's not something he can calmly forget and avoid with a simple sentence like, 'It wasn't my intention, I had no choice,' or even, 'It's not my fault,' or an even more disgusting sentence like, 'It's a pity, but it's a necessary sacrifice.' At least, he could not. For everything that happened." Mariah's breathing became heavier. Thale's collar was pulled even tighter. He could even feel a drop of blood trickling down his neck under the threat of the arrow. A long time ago, Thales had imagined a similar scene. But in his imagination, he faced a large group of people and an entire world. Regardless of whether they were acquaintances or strangers, their faces were blurred, and they pointed at him, a monster who brought countless disasters. Now, I'm already very lucky, I think. Am I not? When he thought of this, Thales felt relieved. He opened his eyes gently and looked at Mariah calmly. He looked at the anger and sorrow in the latter's eyes. "Mariah," he thought faintly. "I don't know." When this brave prince, who used to smile to hide his heaviness and humor to cover his sorrow, walked alone to the end of the world and drifted to the edge of the sea, when he looked in the direction of Northland, where he had complicated feelings, and looked at the hometown he had left behind, when he received the news that Dragon Cloud City had suffered a disaster and his father had died suddenly, how did he feel? So, this is it. Thales completely calmed down, and a smile appeared on his lips. This is our end. The man's eyes were still red, and he stared at Thales. The anger in his eyes did not diminish. This reminded Thales of the moment he opened his eyes in the desert. At that time, it was this red-haired Quick Rope who blinked his curious and excited eyes. When he thought of this, Thales sighed softly. "Right, while there's still a chance, thank you, Quick Rope. Thank you for saving my life in the desert," he said softly. At that moment, Mariah trembled slightly. He tightened his left arm and pressed Thales against the wall with greater strength. His right hand trembled as he pulled the trigger of the black crossbow. Thales closed his eyes. He waited for the man's decision. The next moment, thud. Thales only felt the right side of his face tremble. Before he could figure it out, he felt the world spin, and he flew sideways against the wall. He fell hard on the ground. Cough, cough, Thales groaned in pain, and his entire head buzzed. He first felt a numbness that spread to half of his face. A few seconds later, it turned into a burning pain that made him grimace. Thales trembled as he climbed to his feet, trying to see what was in front of him even though he was surrounded by stars. How, in the next second, something hard was stuffed into his left hand. Thales was first shocked, then he realized that it was a sword hilt. Soon, his right arm was tightened, and he was pulled up. A thick and broad shoulder was placed on him. An arm was placed on his waist, and he was forcibly lifted up. In his shock, Thales shook his head vigorously to get rid of the stars that filled the sky. It was only then that he saw something in shock. He was leaning against Quick Rope's shoulder. Sometimes his head was high, and sometimes it was low. From the teenager's angle, he could only see the side of Quick Rope's face. He could not see his expression clearly. The arrow in Quick Rope's hand had long since disappeared. It had been replaced by the torch that fell to the ground. He only managed to say one word before his cheek, which had been punched by Quick Rope, started to hurt. "Shut up," Quick Rope interrupted him mercilessly. As he gritted his teeth, his unstable and hesitant emotions could be vaguely seen. "The enemy is still here." He raised the torch and shone it in front of him. His entire body trembled. "We have to go to a safe place." Thales was stunned. "But, shut up." Quick Rope turned his head around. His eyes were red as he glared at Thales fiercely. His tone was filled with the boorishness and roughness unique to Northlanders. "Don't force me to hit you again. I still remember those 2 slaps." After he finished speaking, he did not even look at Thales. He turned his head away, and his breathing betrayed his complicated emotions. Thales stared at the side of his face in a daze. The torch swayed, and the air was quiet. An indescribable feeling rose in his heart. The prince lowered his head and gritted his teeth. He dragged his weak body, leaned against Quick Rope's shoulder, and caught up with Quick Rope. The 2 of them left the unconscious Marina behind. Their breathing alternated between fast and slow, rapid and slow. They were not fast, but they were steady. The 2 of them moved forward in silence for a distance. They stepped over a few corpses and finally arrived at the stone stairs that spiraled upwards. They began to climb up. The scene was immersed in this strange atmosphere for a moment. In the silence, Thales suddenly chuckled, and it seemed especially abrupt. Quick Rope's footsteps came to a halt. Thales continued to chuckle. "Shut up," Quick Rope retorted rudely. His tone was heavy, and his attitude was malicious. It gave Thales the illusion that he had returned to Northland. "What's so funny?" Quick Rope raised the torch high, turned a corner, and gritted his teeth. "It's nothing." The exhausted Thales shook his head. "I'm just very happy." He paused for a moment, and with a heart full of grief, he punched Quick Rope's chest. "I'm very happy that you're still the same." Chapter 443. Same old. Quick Rope snorted angrily and turned his head away. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with the teenager's words. "You still care?" Thales' tone fluctuated slightly. Quick Rope's eyebrows froze. "What?" "Your father, Dragon Cloud City, Extet, and even your niece." Thales took a few deep breaths in a direction he could not see. "Even if you claim to be detached from the past, even if you hate the chains that bind you." Quick Rope slowed down. "But in a certain corner of your heart, you still care." On Quick Rope's shoulder, Thales hid his face in the darkness where the light from the fire could not reach. The corners of his mouth moved slightly. Quick Rope first swayed, then snorted coldly. "Humph, laugh all you want. I'm just a stubborn coward. In the end, I still can't walk out of my past." He quickened his pace unhappily, causing Thales, who was leaning on his shoulder, to stagger. However, the young man did not get angry or lose his head. He only smiled lightly. "No, Quick Rope." There was a bitterness in Thales' smile that could not be wiped away. "What I mean is, this is good." Quick Rope shuddered slightly. The youth lowered his gaze and looked at the darkness beneath his feet. Compared to Mariah, who abandoned everything for freedom, this is the real Quick Rope. Quick Rope did not answer. He only snorted again. But at that moment, Thales suddenly felt that the fatigue he felt just now was gone. "Leave her." Thales came back to his senses. The panting Quick Rope gritted his teeth and said, "Leave her, leave Alex." "Alex." Thales' mood, which had lightened up a little, became heavy again. "After we get out, you filthy, disgusting bastard who likes to take advantage of girls," Quick Rope said in disgust. He tapped Thale's chest with his left arm in a show of force and warning. "I don't care what happened between the two of you in the past, but from now on, you are not allowed to approach her, think about her, or covet her. Stay away from Alex," Quick Rope said resolutely. In that second, Thale's expression darkened. What a joke. Not long ago, this person had sincerely wished them a happy ending. Perhaps this was the reality. Thales suddenly laughed, and this made Quick Rope's expression turn hostile. "Drowning," the Prince of Constellations suddenly said. "What?" Thales took a deep breath. His gaze was profound. "Sometimes, I feel that I'm like a drowning man who is struggling to catch his last breath in the water. Instinctively, I grab all the available support and tools around me, trying not to sink." As he spoke, Thale's voice fell silent. His tone became lonely. "But in my heart, I know what it means." Quick Rope's expression slowly relaxed, but he did not speak. "Don't worry, Quick Rope. I'm different from you." Thales looked ahead. In the corner where the torch could not reach, there was only darkness. With such a fate, Thales stared at the darkness and felt as if he could see the girl's tear-filled face. "Yes, Thales. I believe in you. I trust you with my life." He flashed a bitter smile. "My shoulders have long been unable to bear heavier things. For example, the future of another person." Quick Rope fell silent. He resisted the desire to turn his head and look at the person beside him. He just moved forward. Step by step, they searched for their way forward in the darkness, which was barely illuminated by the torch. They moved closer to the stone steps. It was as if nothing could stop their footsteps. However, in the next second, Thale's ears twitched. Even though it was very soft, with the help of Hell's senses, he still heard it. Thales frowned slightly. "Someone's coming." Quick Rope moved slightly and glanced to his side. The two of them turned around tacitly, left the stone steps, and entered the dark corridor on this floor. They crouched behind a collapsed stone pillar. Quick Rope put down the torch and skillfully extinguished it with 2 or 3 stomps. Darkness covered the two of them again. Soon, the rotating stone steps in front of them lit up. Multiple footsteps could be heard from above. "Sean, here. There's no mistake." This voice made Quick Rope and Thales tremble at the same time. "This is," the steady and familiar male voice rose amid the footsteps. "It's definitely that prince. He must be here, nearby." "What?" In the darkness, Thales and Quick Rope's breathing grew heavier. How did they find out? How did they confirm that the person nearby is Thales? The second male voice hummed not too far away. "How can you be sure? We've already searched the second floor." The first voice rose again. "When we were in the tavern, I did something to them, so I can be sure." Thales and Quick Rope looked at each other in the darkness. They could sense each other's surprise. The second voice, Sean, snorted coldly. "Raise your torches. Just like before, search every corner. Be careful of the cockroaches from Shadow Shield, or as they say, the lunatic who was released from the lowest floor." As this order was given, multiple footsteps left the stone steps and slowly spread out to enter this floor. Thale's heart instantly turned cold. "It's Dean." In the corner, he said solemnly and softly, "and Sean, the remaining people from Disaster Sword." Quick Rope turned his head around, as if he was still feeling awkward. "I don't need you to remind me." The footsteps drew closer and became more scattered. The light also drew closer. The rising and falling sounds of people reporting to each other grew louder. The two people hiding in the corner of the corridor became nervous. I remember, Thales said softly. Dean was supposed to be with you. Quick Rope shook his head in the darkness. Dean is very smart. He was prepared. The moment we were attacked, he thought of a way to escape. Quick Rope lowered his voice and whispered in Thales' ear. He wanted to get me out with him, but stakes people, he did not continue. Soon, Sean the mercenary's voice rose again from the other end of the corridor. Hey, secret room, I'll say it again. You know, the Prince of Constellation is ours. This is the condition of our cooperation. Thales frowned. It seems like even though the people from Disaster Sword lost their leader, they still have the numbers, and they're still the most difficult party to deal with in Black Prison. And Dean's voice rose again. Yes, I know. But according to the agreement, I want revenge. He sounded like he was gritting his teeth. That man, the so-called Waiakaso, the person who defeated me, Dean said coldly, he must pay the price. And I want him alive. Quick Rope sighed in a barely noticeable manner. Is that so? In the distance, Sean snorted coldly. You're really not a magnanimous person, are you? Dean did not answer him. He only continued searching. Thales took a deep breath, but when he heard the enemy bend down to check under the stone table, he was immediately shocked. *T. They didn't even spare a single corner. Are they certain that their target is on this floor? The light from the fire was getting closer and reflected on the stone pillar where they were. Under the dim light, Quick Rope and Thales saw each other's faces at the same time. It was the same solemnity and tension. And shock. The situation is bad. As he listened to the approaching footsteps, Thales gritted his teeth and whispered, they've made up their mind to turn this place upside down. There was no need for him to remind him. Quick Rope had already seen the current situation clearly. They hid behind the collapsed stone pillar, and the footsteps and light from the fire in the distance were getting closer. Quick Rope's frown grew deeper. The struggle in his eyes grew stronger. Thales did not notice his companion's expression. He gritted his teeth and exhaled. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. He had just recovered from the extreme discomfort and pain after he lost control. He was far from being in his best condition. Besides, he had to face so many people. As for mystic energy, I can try. Ah, damn it. Thales' face was pale. He stopped trying under the intense pain. Quick Rope stared at Thales with a complicated gaze. We can't hide here. We'll be discovered. Thales gritted his teeth and looked at the fire that was getting closer to him, and the walls that were getting brighter. Quick Rope did not say a word. He only pursed his lips and stared at his feet. Yes, we'll be discovered. He turned his head and stared at Thales. But you won't. Thales was stunned. What? In the next moment, before he could react, Quick Rope placed the backpack on his back into Thales' bosom. While Thales was still in shock, Quick Rope had already moved. He jumped off the stone pillar and ran with large strides. He rushed to the stone stairs leading to the upper level. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk Quick Rope's footsteps were extremely heavy. His figure cast a shadow in the light from the fire, and he immediately attracted the enemy's attention. Over there. After him. Footsteps rose in unison, and they went towards Quick Rope. Thales was left alone by the stone pillar. He hugged the backpack in his bosom and stared at Quick Rope's back in a daze. He also subconsciously stretched out his hand. Quick Rope's movements attracted most of the enemy's attention. The latter were no longer interested in searching carefully. Instead, they surrounded the person who was running to the stone stairs. Thales stared at the fire that was leaving him in a daze. He breathed absent-mindedly. Asterisk shick. Asterisk the sound of a bowstring twanging came from afar. A mercenary cried out in pain. He seemed to have been attacked by quick rope. But the footsteps stopped there. They either slowed down or stopped. They gathered together with the fire. They seemed to have surrounded quick rope. He did not run away. No, Thales closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and pressed his forehead against the backpack. Wow, wow, wow. Sean's voice rose coldly. Look who we found. The young prince's attendant. Thales tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and exhaled in pain. No, yes, we'll be discovered. But you won't. Is that what you mean? Damn it. Quick rope, Mariah. You idiot. Where's the prince? Sean's threatening voice rose. Quick rope did not answer. He only snorted coldly. Dead. Killed by that madman named Sacriel. At that moment, Thales remembered Quick Rope's angry and pained expression just now. The first time he saw Quick Rope's liveliness and humor in the desert, they were completely two different people. A small commotion rose among the mercenaries. Quiet. Sean's voice rose again. But this time, there was a hint of anger and annoyance in his words. Dead? You know, if the prince is dead, it means that you're useless as well. Quick Rope did not answer. Thales breathed in a daze. He wanted to walk out of the stone pillar. But his rationality told him that it was useless for him to walk out. Two people or one person, in such a disadvantageous situation, is there a difference? A set of footsteps moved through the crowd. It's over, Quick Rope. Dean's steady voice rose again. There was a hint of solemnity in his voice, along with a hint of reverence that could only be heard if one tried very hard. You have nowhere to run. Tell me where the Prince of Constellation is, and you can live, and even live better than before, if you know what I mean. And you know what choice to make. Thales shuddered a little as he crouched behind the stone pillar. Damn it. No, Thales clenched his teeth. At that moment, he, who was hiding behind the stone pillar, felt powerless. You asked, where the prince is. Quick Rope's rhetorical question rose faintly. It was filled with indifference and sternness. There was no trace of his former joy and cynicism. The prince isn't anywhere. As he listened to the profound words, Thales' heart ached even more. As for living better than before. Quick Rope snorted softly and said, Dean, when you go back, why don't you tell that old woman? Faint noises came from the distance, along with the mercenaries' uproar. Stop, Quick Rope. There was a hint of panic and anxiety in Dean's voice. You're digging your own grave. At that moment, Thales suddenly knew what Quick Rope was doing. He was reloading his bow. No, Thales was stunned. He understood something. Tell her. Quick Rope, no, Mariah Walton's voice rose again. It was firm, sharp, and unwavering. I made my choice 6 years ago. My way of living. At that moment, Thales remembered what Quick Rope said to him in a daze. The chains of power. I can either obey or yield, and let it lock my body and mind tighter and tighter. Or I can completely abandon it. And become my true self. No, Thales held the backpack in his hands in a daze. His entire body trembled, and his palms were cold. That idiot. He's not prepared to surrender, not prepared to give in, not prepared to fall back into the hands of the secret room. He's made his final preparations. The sound of him reloading the bow continued. If he still refuses to come to his senses, Sean laughed angrily and pulled out his sword. Then we might as well fulfill his wish. No, Sean. We agreed, Quick Rope, don't do anything stupid. Dean tried to ease the atmosphere. But Mariah ignored him and continued to reload the bow. The mercenaries had already drawn their weapons. Thales gritted his teeth and panted softly. He felt inexplicably uncomfortable. I finally understand. Mariah died a long time ago, Thales' single quote. And that night when I crawled out of the black track with great difficulty and out of Dragon Cloud City, the man named Mariah came to life for the first time. The first time, he came to life. Thud. There was a soft sound. Thales was jolted awake by the sound of the bow being reloaded. Come. Mariah's voice was like a lion before it hunted its prey. It was fierce and awe-inspiring. You bunch of trash. The disaster sword's breathing became heavier. Dean's anxious shouts were useless. Sean's merciless command rang coldly in Thales' dazed ears. Very well. Kill him. Behind the stone pillar, Thales' face contorted as he listened to everything. Chapter 444. If Quick Rope dies here, my secret will be buried as well. And I can protect myself until the danger is over. At that moment, Thales had this thought for some reason. Really? But before he had the chance to think about it, Thales took action. Thud. A mercenary felt a pain at the back of his head. He subconsciously touched his head and found a pebble by his feet. Annoyed, he was about to turn around to look for the person who threw the stone. Hey! An angry roar rose in the corridor. The disaster swords, who were in their formation, froze in unison and turned their heads around. At the end of the light was a teenager with an extraordinary status. He held a sword with both hands and appeared behind a hidden stone pillar. His face was red and swollen, and he looked a little weak. The dozen or so mercenaries with weapons looked at each other. The teenager's chest rose and fell, but he stared at the dozen opponents in front of him with a fierce gaze. He shouted, I'm here. In the next second, the mercenaries turned around and spread out, revealing the mercenaries Sean and Dean, who stood in the middle. The former tugged at his axe, while the latter was unarmed, and there were scratches on his face. When he saw his target, Sean's eyes instantly lit up. Dean frowned slightly, and his expression was solemn. That's great. Saves me a lot of trouble. Sean cast a profound glance at Thales. As he walked over, he made a gesture. The mercenaries beside him received the order and immediately changed their target. They spread out in two directions in a well-trained manner. They formed a semicircle around Thales and slowly approached him. Hey, let's deal with this one first, Dean's voice rang anxiously. But Sean interrupted him coldly. He did not stop walking towards Thales. I think I know which one is more important. Dean stared at Sean, who turned around, and then looked behind him. His hands were empty, and he could only grit his teeth in indignation. However, Thales did not even look at the approaching enemies. He did not even pay attention to Sean and Dean. He only stared behind them. Finally, as the mercenaries spread out, Thales saw his target. At the end of his sight, Quick Rope knelt on one knee. He looked exhausted and pathetic. The crossbow of time trembled in his hand. He looked at Thales from afar with a surprised expression that said, "What are you doing?" Thales sighed in relief. He looked back at Quick Rope's incredulous gaze and twitched the corners of his lips. However, his actions caused the swelling on his face to spread, and it was so painful that he hissed and turned his head. Hand over your weapon, Prince. Let's be more polite. Sean glanced at the sword in the boy's hand. His words were short. Or hand over a leg. Anyway, Ricky's order is to capture you alive. He pulled out a single-edged axe hanging on his shoulder and said coldly. Thales frowned. The mercenaries gradually gathered around the young man. Some of them even walked to his left and right and were about to surround him. Damn it. Thales gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. Now, what I need is, the next moment, Thales exerted force in his hand and stabbed the long sword into the ground. Seeing his show of weakness, Sean smiled. That's right, good boy. His smile froze right after Sean saw what Thales took out from his bosom. Behind him, Dean's expression also changed. They were not the only ones. When some of the more experienced and knowledgeable mercenaries saw the item in Thales' hands, they stopped in their tracks almost at the same time and turned pale with shock. Do you recognize this? Thales pressed one hand on his sword and exhaled tiredly. He shook the alchemy ball in his hand. He looked at the solemn expressions of the people, forced a smile, and nodded in satisfaction. Yes, be afraid. Today, we will live and die together. Sean's face was dark. He gave a signal to a few mercenaries who were armed with long-range weapons. Where did you get this? Thales shook the alchemy ball in his hand. They were so shocked that they took another step back. Don't forget, this is the Alchemy Tower's territory. Very well. For now, steady. The prince looked calm, but he was extremely anxious. He raised his gaze and looked at the people on the other side. Hey, quick rope, but before he could say anything, another furious roar suddenly rang out. Idiot! Many mercenaries turned their heads in surprise. Behind them, Quick Rope knelt on the ground. His face was filled with anger. He scolded loudly, "Did you jump out at this time to save the world?" He glared at Thales with gritted teeth and swung his fist, as if the latter was the enemy who killed his father. Would it kill you to hide properly? Do you even have king brain? His voice was like a lion's roar, and it was soul-stirring. Even Sean and Dean were stunned. The smile on Thales' face immediately froze. He looked at the alchemy ball in his hand, shut his mouth, and his expression turned cold. Damn it, Sean raised his eyebrows. He was constantly paying attention to the dangerous item in Thales' hand, and he shrugged. Wow, what a brotherhood, it's so touching. You, shut up. Sean choked a little. He widened his eyes and realized that the one who interrupted him was the cold-faced Thales. Ha! The next second, in front of the stunned mercenaries, the Prince of Constellation put down his hand that was pointing at Sean, took a deep breath, and puffed out his chest. Get the F***ck out of here. Thales' face was fierce. He roared back at Quick Rope on the other side without showing any sign of weakness. This is the 18th underground floor. Use your rotten brain. Thales pressed the alchemy ball against his chest, waved his hand around, and scolded without caring about his image. Where the F***ck can I hide? Where can I hide? Thales fiercely pounded his own chest and continued to ask, as if he had not vented his anger. He continued to ask, still angry, where? 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 His voice was deafening, and it echoed in the air. Thales' accusatory look shocked Quick Rope, who was originally angry, so much so that he was stunned for a moment. The latter instinctively shrank back, scratched his head, and blinked in a daze. As he shouted back and forth, the mercenaries, including Sean, looked at each other in surprise. Is this an internal conflict? Calm down, Prince. Sean gritted his teeth and stared at the alchemy ball in Thales' arms. He was afraid that the emotional Thales would make a mistake. Don't let your hand slip. Only Dean stared at Thales with furrowed brows. But Thales still glared at Quick Rope with burning eyes. He stroked his chest and panted. He was still trying to calm down the anger he felt after shouting just now. You damn bastard. The next moment, Quick Rope suddenly raised his eyebrows. His voice became softer, and he sounded a little submissive. All right, It does seem like there's really no other place to hide, but as Quick Rope spoke, he seemed to have thought of something. He became confident and aggressive again. But I have no other choice. Quick Rope's face turned fierce. He waved his fist at Thales. Have you forgotten? I'm just a lousy thief who can't even pry open a door. Thales bit his lip and stared at Quick Rope with a frown. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, as if he was angered. It made Quick Rope feel diffident. As they listened to the lousy internal conflict, the mercenaries looked at one side, then the other. Many of them paid attention to Thales' alchemy ball, and they were incredibly wary. Sean coughed, but he still remembered what he had to do. All right, the farce ends here, but in the next second, they saw the muscles on Thales' face tighten. The teenager suddenly bent down, picked up a stone by his feet, and threw it in front of him with a ferocious look on his face. A few mercenaries who stood close to him were shocked. They subconsciously raised their shields or raised their hands to block the stone. Then, they noticed that under the dim light, the stone flew over their heads with an aggressive momentum, grazed the ceiling, and flew in a parabola before it landed on Quick Rope's head. Thud. Quick Rope shuddered violently as a muffled sound rose. He immediately pressed his hand against his forehead and screamed. Ow. Hiss. You hit me. Before the mercenaries' dumbfounded expressions, Quick Rope covered the side of his forehead, which was bleeding from the stone. He pointed at Thales in disbelief. You brat, how dare you hit me with a stone, but the furious Thales interrupted him again. I'm teaching you a lesson on behalf of your father. Thales withdrew his hand, which had become numb from using the sin of Hell's River. He did not care about the enemies around him at all. He shouted angrily as if he was venting his anger, "Stop being a thief in the dark." He closed his eyes, and with all his strength, he shouted at the pitiful Quick Rope across him. Be a righteous robber who breaks down doors and robbers. Quick Rope choked on his words. He stared at Thales in a daze. During the intense argument, the mercenaries broke out in cold sweat. Their gazes followed Thales' hand as he held the alchemy bowl. In the next second, robber. Quick Rope was obviously very angry. The first thing he did when he regained his senses was to grit his teeth and retort. Easy for you to say. I don't know how to be a robber. Don't know. The argument between Thales and Quick Rope became more and more intense. If you don't know, can't you King ask? Quick Rope paused for a moment. Ask if I don't know. He stared at Thales in a daze. In the next second, Quick Rope took a deep breath and jumped up from the ground. He turned around and ran towards the stairs in the distance. He was so fast that the two mercenaries who were staring at him could not react in time. They could only watch him disappear down the stone stairs. Before Quick Rope left, he did not forget to leave a sentence. F***CKU. Thales listened to the echoes in his ears. When he saw that Quick Rope was out of danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least I succeeded. He abandoned you just like that. Sean narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction where Quick Rope disappeared. Loyalty isn't worth anything, is it? Hey, catch him. The empty-handed Dean became anxious. He first followed Quick Rope's footsteps and chased after him. Then, he realized that he did not have any weapons, so he quickly turned around and urged Sean. Don't let him escape. But Sean just waved his hand. His gaze never left Thales. Stay calm, he can't run far. The prince is our priority. The mercenaries pressed their weapons against the ground again and blocked off the prince's escape route. Thales' heart tensed. He quickly curled up the corners of his lips and shook the alchemy ball in his hand. But Dean could not wait any longer. He glared at the stone stairs where Quick Rope disappeared and pointed at Thales impatiently. Don't hesitate. I've thought it through. All of you, go. I know him. No matter how you threaten him, he won't dare to activate that alchemy ball. Sean and the mercenaries were stunned. They turned to Dean. What? Thale's smile froze as well. The reason why this prince jumped out was to save his companion. Dean gritted his teeth and said, if this alchemy ball isn't handled properly, it can blow up the surroundings and bury everyone underground, including that guy just now. Then, what's the point of him jumping out? His words were like a ray of light that broke through a blind spot. It made Sean slightly stunned. The mercenaries turned their heads and looked suspiciously at the chip in Thale's hand. Thales gulped and smiled at Dean, who had a displeased expression on his face. However, he felt that his smile was a little stiff. F***ck, I hate smart people the most. So. Sean's expression became stern. He took a tentative step forward and got closer to Thales. Thales was anxious. He shrugged awkwardly at him. No, I know very well what I have in my hand, but he was interrupted. Don't be so long-winded. Just take him down, Dean said hatefully. Then go after the other one. With deep suspicion, Sean took another step forward. He was now 2 swords away from Thales. But before Thales could move, his smile disappeared from his face. **T, I've been seen through. Dean continued coldly, don't forget, the longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. There's no difference between being blown up by the alchemy ball and being hanged by the constellations. His words made the group of mercenaries frown. Looking at Thales' expression, Sean understood something. In the next second, Sean's gaze sharpened, and he swung his axe. This is bad. Thales shuddered and subconsciously drew the sword beside his hand. *clang. Thales took a step back and managed to block the blunt edge of the axe that was swung at him. While he panted in shock, Sean fixed his gaze on his weapon. This is Ricky's sword. Damn it. Thales watched the mercenaries around him block the path so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. He knew that his bluff had failed. Yes. The prince swung his good sword, which had a smooth arc, and stuffed the alchemy ball into his bosom in frustration. Now, his only advantage was that the other party wanted to capture him alive. What's wrong with him? Sean asked with a frown. Thales exhaled and tested the pain in his chest. Fortunately, the after-effects of mystic energy seemed to be slowly alleviating. Ricky, but before Thales could finish speaking, Sean's figure swayed again. The sin of Hell's river in his body trembled, and Thales managed to react. He raised his sword with both hands and managed to block Sean's attack before he took another step back. But Sean did not give up. He launched an all-out attack. He swung his axe so fiercely that it created a gust of wind. It was as if he was determined to defeat Thales. Thales, who had suddenly entered the battle, was flustered. At the same time, he had to be careful of the movements behind him. But the mercenaries around him were all glaring at him. They stood where they were and did not interfere with Sean's battle. It looked like Sean wanted to take him down personally to avoid unnecessary casualties, whether it was Thales or the disaster swords. *whoosh. Sean's axe came swinging through the air. The sin of Hell's river surged to his arms and waist. Thales gritted his teeth and prepared to receive the blow, but he subconsciously froze. That's not right. Sure enough, in the next second, Sean stopped his feint of slashing horizontally. He held the axe handle with both hands and swung it at Thales' abdomen. His momentum was like thunder. Thales sucked in a sharp breath and withdrew his long sword in time to block the axe handle. He then used his shoulder to collide head-on with his opponent. Thud. The two of them separated again. Sean stared at Thales, who was panting. He was slightly puzzled. You. He mumbled, but he gave up halfway and gritted his teeth. Thales, who was not as fast as his opponent, took 2 steps back. He had just steadied himself when Sean pounced on him again and roared furiously. Clang. As the steel clashed, Thales gritted his teeth and exerted his strength. He used the full strength he used to fend off the orcs in the desert. He planted his feet firmly on the ground and blocked his opponent's powerful axe strike. In the next moment, the prince twisted his long sword and counterattacked with the hilt of a Northland army sword technique. He struck Sean's chest, causing the latter to groan and retreat. Thales took a deep breath as he watched his opponent retreat. He recalled the feeling of blocking his opponent's full-powered blow just now, and he was puzzled. It's strange. Too strange. This Sean, his offensive strength, is it a little light? Am I imagining things? He did not have time to think. Sean's attack came before him again. Thales could only abandon all his thoughts and focus on fighting. Drag it out. I have to drag it out. Drag it out until the situation changes. Clang. Clang. The sound of steel clashing rose and fell. Sean's attacks were very fierce. It was obvious that he was very experienced. He often used his footwork to confuse his opponent. However, the blade of his axe was extremely agile. The angle at which he swung his axe was tricky, and it was not as easy to block as a light sword. Thales had to use all his skills to resolve a few dangerous situations and avoid being captured. Whoosh. The wind howled. Once again, Sean's 3 consecutive slashes came one after another. It seemed like it was his ultimate trump card. Thales was shocked. Fortunately, the surging sin of Hell's River did not disappoint him. Amid the loud, muffled sound of metal clashing, Thales retreated steadily. He deflected the attack, blocked the killing move, and received the 3 attacks in a routine manner. Sean's attack failed. He took a step back. He could not hide the surprise and resentment in his eyes. What's going on? This teenager. The mercenaries around him began to whisper among themselves after failing to take down the teenager in front of him for 5 or 6 consecutive rounds. This made him rather angry. Thales only regained his footing when he saw his opponent retreat. He panted hurriedly and recovered his strength. But he finally sensed that something was wrong. I defended it. While panting and sweating, Thales slowly raised his head and looked at his opponent in shock. This person's attack, I defended it. It seems like. It was as if he had suddenly been enlightened. Thales scratched his head, baffled. This is strange. Did I suddenly become stronger? But he shook his head again and dismissed the thought. Impossible. In the past, no matter who he fought against, Serena, the Fire Knight, Nicholas, Monty, the orc whose name he could not remember, and Zachriel, he was always the one who was beaten up to the point that he could not fight back, was he not? Wait a minute. Thales sized up the opponent before him again. This. Sean. Sean's strength is pretty good. The prince thought of the orcs in the desert, and how they overturned horses with their great strength. Sean's speed, it's passable. Thales thought of the Northland swordsman Klein's swift sword, which was almost instantaneous, and Raphael's shocking sword strike that took 6 lives in 2 seconds when he was in Lampard's prison all those years ago. Sean's offense was very strong, and it could be considered one of his specialties. He was not much weaker than Cohen from 6 years ago, but, offense. Thales thought of 3 people at the same time. One of them carried a silver-black bow on his back. His entire body surged like a volcano, and he charged forward in waves of blood. No one could stop him. Another person was dressed in armor and held a golden saber. He descended from the sky with an imposing manner, and he effortlessly broke through the defense of the 5 people. And the last person. Thales touched the side of his neck and forehead. The 2 wounds he received not long ago immediately hurt, and it made him feel a slight chill in his heart. Thales understood something. As for Sean's feints, it's practically, whoosh. Sean roared and charged forward again. He was determined to no longer care about his opponent's life and hold back. He swore to finish the battle in the next round. His opponent's axe fell vertically, but this time, Thales only frowned slightly. With his hell's senses, Thales subconsciously sensed something. As expected, when his opponent was halfway through his attack, he changed from a vertical slash to a horizontal slash. It landed on the block that Thales had prepared a second earlier. Clang. Sean stared at Thales, who had blocked his attack with ease. How? Thales exerted force from his waist and pushed Sean away. He looked at the tip of his opponent's sword, a little unaccustomed to it. This feint is a little too obvious, isn't it? Thales thought in resignation. Across him, Sean stared at him in a daze. He did not understand why his attack had failed. Don't be disheartened. Your axe is very powerful, and your feints are very realistic. Thales took a step back and comforted him with a hollow laugh. It's just that I know a guy. Thales thought about it and frowned as he thought of that man. He also likes to use feints. Coupled with his power of eradication, he can twist and turn. God, I can't tell when he's attacking and when he's luring the enemy. Compared to his feints, your feints are still a little lacking, that's right. Thales suddenly understood. Due to his experience of countless crushing defeats, he was nervous every time he faced an enemy. He was used to using his previous battles as a reference. He faced the Vampire Archduchess, the Fire Knight, the Star Killer, the Raven of Death, and the Desert Orcs. He faced the Knight of Judgment, who was almost unstoppable. Thales raised his head and looked at Sean. That means, when he thought of this, Thales sighed. He painfully understood a depressing fact. After going through so many battles where he lost, he never won. He could take a beating even more. And this feeling, after being beaten up by Zacriel just now, it was even more obvious. Under the illumination of the torches held by the mercenaries, Sean stared at the handle of his axe. His hands trembled slightly. He sensed the gazes and whispers of his colleagues around him. He felt his breathing become faster, and his face become hotter. No, how could it be? That's just a teenager. Thales snapped out of his daze and suddenly realized that something was wrong. He quickly changed his tone and tried to salvage the situation. What I mean is it possible that your feints, and, he shrugged and put on an awkward but polite smile. He tried to find a pleasant word. There's still room for improvement. Sean raised his head swiftly. Thales' smile slowly disappeared. As he watched the man's increasingly savage and furious expression, Thales felt that he might have said the wrong thing. Sure enough, in the next second, Sean glared at him with eyes that looked as if they were about to stab him. Sparks flew from his eyes. He roared hoarsely, "Everyone, attack together. Take him down." Thales felt a chill in his heart. This is bad. Thales only had time to think of this before the mercenaries around him roared and surged forward. The sin of Hell's river surged towards him without restraint. He activated his hell senses without reservation. Clang. The piercing sound of weapons clashing rose again, but it was even noisier than before. Thales used all his strength to block a hammer handle that was aimed at the back of his head. Then, he swung away an iron rod that was aimed at his left leg. He had no choice but to roll and dodge the other 3 weapons that he could not block in a flustered manner. But when he stood up, before he could even catch his breath, another attack was aimed at his head. Thales blocked it with great effort and grunted softly. But a mercenary behind him brandished the hilt of his blade and rushed towards him. He was about to go crazy. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have said anything. Wouldn't it have been better if I just kept quiet and got rich? Why did I provoke Sean? In the next dozen or so seconds, Thales felt as if he had returned to that night in the desert. The orcs roared and attacked him from all directions, not giving him a chance to catch his breath. If the orcs had not wanted to capture him alive, he would have long since, swoosh. Thales felt pain in his back. He was struck by the handle of an axe while he was out of shape. Damn it. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. The sharp pain in his back caused Thales' next line of defense to change as well. His abdomen was struck violently. Enduring the pain and sweat, Thales grunted and rolled on the ground, avoiding the 3 figures that were about to pounce on him. It's over. It's over. After a long, high-intensity battle, his body finally swayed, and he was about to close his eyes. But at this moment, a terrifying roar that did not sound human came from the other end. The mercenaries were all shocked. But before they could snap out of their daze, a strong figure rushed into the crowd without any resistance. Bang. Heyaha. The strong intruder roared and sent 2 mercenaries flying. Before the 3rd person could turn around and attack him with his weapon, he stretched his arm and lifted his opponent into the air. Cries of surprise rose. Thales shuddered and immediately lowered his head. He felt a chill run down his spine. Boom. The mercenary who was lifted flew over his head. He screamed as he continued to fly for another 10 meters and knocked down 5 or 6 people. A few torches dimmed, and the scene instantly became chaotic. No! Sean's exasperated voice rose. Intruder! Thales was stunned. Before he could react, one of the disaster swords beside him turned around, roared, and clashed with the newcomer's weapon. Clang. The sounds of battle shook the sky. Thales almost thought that he had returned to the battlefield. Kill, kill, kill. A desolate and trembling voice rose. As the disaster swords retreated, the intruder laughed brokenly and swung his sword. The feeling of returning to the battlefield is wonderful. Blood splattered everywhere. The mercenary's head tilted to the side and his body was only connected by a bit of skin and flesh. Although my skills have become quite lacking, the killer did not even look at Thales. He went to his next opponent. It's him. Ayahawk. Thales took a deep breath. Just as he stood up with the support of his sword, the muscular intruder roared and ran past him, as if he was stirring up a hurricane. He was like a giant bear, fearlessly crashing into the crowd. The scene became more chaotic. Take it easy, Bruley. A lackadaisical voice rose, and it sounded a little resigned. It's been more than 10 years. Remember to warm up first. Thales turned his head and saw a man in rags standing in front of a mercenary. He avoided an axe strike and nimbly extended his leg to hook the mercenary. Thud. The mercenary no longer had the chance to fight back. The man swiftly extended his hand and crushed his throat. The lackadaisical man picked up the axe that the enemy dropped and raised his head. His hair and beard were long, and he grinned at Thales. He looked rather ferocious. The prince stared blankly at the 3 people who had suddenly entered the battlefield. Then, Sean's furious roar rose behind him. You damned! Thales instinctively turned around and raised his sword. But long before he could seize Sean, another thin figure appeared behind Thales, as cold as the wind. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the cold figure raised a sword and blocked Sean's fatal axe strike. He snorted in disdain. Sean frowned and gritted his teeth. So, the newcomer said coldly, and his voice was calm. It's the same old feeling. Fight. Sean's gaze changed when he looked at his opponent. He suddenly noticed that on the other party's face, there was an ugly and ferocious brand. In the next second, the newcomer turned around. He did not care that his opponent's axe had torn a wound on his shoulder. He slammed his forehead against Sean's nose. Asterisk thud. Asterisk as Sean cried out in pain, the newcomer turned his body sideways and struck him with his long sword. Asterisk rip. Asterisk the sound of flesh being torn rose. Sean's expression froze, and it was like a frozen stream. A second later, the newcomer closed Sean's eyes. He had died with a grievance and pushed the corpse away from the bloody longsword. Sean's corpse fell on the ground, facing Thales. Thales stared at the newcomer in a daze. He recognized the person's movements. That's iron body style. The newcomer turned to Thales. His gaze was as firm as steel, and he extended his hand to him gently. Thales was stunned for a second. Then, he held the other party's calloused palm and used it to get up. When facing the ancient orcs, humans relied on fierce attacks that risked their lives instead of defending with shields to protect themselves. This is why there are only 3 defensive styles, but 7 offensive styles. His voice was steady, and his tone was cold. He's talking to me. Thales immediately shuddered. Do not misunderstand, Prince whom I do not know. I am not targeting you. I am just very curious. The unkempt figure with the brand lowered his head. His eyes shone with a cold light under his almost ungroomed beard and hair. Which cowardly sissy from Renaissance Palace is it? The newcomer let go of Thales. He ignored the intense fight around him and picked up a shield from the ground. That's why your Northland military sword style. He stared coldly at the almost stunned Thales and said sternly, have you been taught to be like this? Amid the sounds of fighting, Thales stared at him in a daze. In the next second, the former chief vanguard of the Royal Guards, Quill Barney Jr., adopted a battle stance and walked past Thales without turning his head to face the enemy. Thales took a deep breath. He slowly turned to the direction of the stairs. Sure enough, there was a young man bending over and pressing his hands on his knees. He was panting heavily as he stared at Thales with gritted teeth. Thales smiled. The young man raised his hand and threw a long, dark green key back to Thales. He pointed at the red and swollen part of his forehead, which had been smashed, and showed a fierce expression. F***CKU, Quick Rope said fiercely. You actually used this thing to smash me. Thales could not help but laugh. He turned his head and looked at the old warriors of the Royal Guards of Constellation. One by one, they met their opponents and took their lives. But that was no longer important. Thales curled his lips, turned his head, and pointed his middle finger at Quick Rope without showing any sign of weakness. That lousy thief who can't even open a chain, finally. Chapter 445. A few unkempt figures appeared one after another. They moved past the panting Thales and glanced at the prince curiously or with complicated expressions. Then, without hesitation, they went to meet their enemies. They isolated the prince from the battlefield. Thales held his long sword and smiled. Never get lost. This was one of the most precious gifts Thales received after he escaped from Dragoncloud City. Even in Black Prison, Thales could clearly sense that they were on the 18th underground floor. There was still a distance between them and the lowest level of Zachriel's prison, but they were not far away from another group of prisoners. That group was the most unique, and also the most regrettable. When Thales cursed Quick Rope in a seemingly flustered and exasperated manner, the teenager actually doubted whether Quick Rope could understand him. F***ck off. This is the 18th underground floor. Use your rotten brain. Where else can I hide? Where else can someone hide in the 18th underground floor? As it turned out, Quick Rope, who had been fighting outside alone for 6 years, was quick-witted and had a strong desire to survive. He reacted quickly and understood Thales' secret signal. But I have no other choice. Have you forgotten? I'm just a shoddy thief who can't even open a door. The prison cell where the group of Royal Guards prisoners are hidden. But I can't open the cell door. After the first step of communication was completed, Thales could throw the strange-looking key to the alchemy tower at Quick Rope without any worries. Their conversation, which was hidden in a few words, also came to a logical conclusion. Don't be a thief in the dark anymore. Be a righteous robber who breaks down doors and robbers. Don't worry about the door. Take this key and open it. Robber. Easy for you to say. I don't know how to be a robber. But how do I use this key? You don't know. If you don't know, can't you King ask? Ask the prisoners inside, idiot. When he recalled the dangerous situation just now, Thales shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. The situation in the field gradually got rid of the sudden chaos and became clear. Bang. The strong prisoner who had entered the battlefield first blocked a machete and grunted inexplicably. He exerted strength in his feet and knocked the enemy away in a head-on collision. He seemed to have never stopped moving. With the weapon he snatched, he charged left and right among the mercenaries. Wherever he went, the disaster swords were thrown off their feet. But Thales noticed that he was very particular about the angle at which he charged. Every time, he would pay the smallest price in exchange for the greatest results. The mercenaries, who were caught off guard, roared in anger, but their formation was disrupted by him, and they could not form a decent line of defense. That's Saul Brie, the youngest son of Viscount Brie. He looks like he's regressed quite a bit. He used to be a lot stronger. The lazy voice from before sounded again, as if it had nothing to do. He used to belong to the guard division and followed Tony to ensure the safety of His Highness. Guard wing. Thales turned his head around curiously and saw that it was the person who had smiled at him just now. He stood beside Thales and played with a sword he had just seized. He seemed to have made up his mind not to go anywhere. But the prisoners of the royal guards were all sloppy, and the prince could not remember who he was at that moment. In the distance, the strong Saul Brie once again roared and knocked over a mercenary who wanted to ambush him, at the cost of a cut on his shoulder. But as you can see, Brie is like a bear when he's angry. We all thought that he should go to the Vanguard division, but when the second prince went north, he brought Sharp-Blade Souza with him. Maybe he thought that Brie talked too much. The lazy voice continued amid the sounds of intense fighting. Thales suddenly remembered. This voice seems to belong to the one who sang in the prison, Rapid Footsteps. The prince's eyebrows twitched. A figure closed in on the speaker and rushed towards them. Little, but before Thales could anxiously remind him, the lazy person lowered his shoulders and turned around, as if he had eyes on his back. He dodged a knife that came at him from the side just in time. He parried the enemy's second attack and kicked the man's knee cleanly. The moment the mercenary lost his balance, he swung his sword. Blood gushed out of the man's neck in the air. Thales choked on his reminder. The lazy man turned around and wiped off the blood on his chin. He bared his front teeth at Thales as if nothing had happened to him. Nice to meet you, Your Highness. I am Tai Nalji, the honorary Count of Eternal Star City, son of Devon Nalji. Nalji pointed at himself. His expression was lazy, and even the brand of sin on his left chin did not look as ferocious as before. "Your Highness, you must be familiar with me. If possible, it would be best." Thales was stunned as he listened, but he was interrupted by another sharp and mean voice. "Tai Nalji, the most bored idler in the defense division." It was another man. He walked past the two of them and revealed a pair of sharp and ghastly eyes under his long hair. He stared at Nalji fiercely, and he looked rather terrifying. "You will be unlucky if you stay with him for too long." Nalji stopped talking and touched his nose with a resigned expression. Thales quirked his eyebrows. He saw the mean man holding a dart that came from nowhere. He was very careful when he faced a disaster sword with a shield raised. He did not attack until the other party charged at him fiercely. Then, he nimbly dodged to the side. The shield-raising mercenary brushed past him. Then, his neck tilted, and he fell like a collapsing mountain. Thud. The mercenary fell to the ground, exhausted. His breathing gradually stopped. He stared at the mean man in front of him, and his eyes were wide open in disbelief. Thales was shocked. It was only then that he realized that there was a dart stuck in the dead man's neck at some point in time. The mean man who threw the dart squatted down and quickly took away the enemy's leather armor and weapon. He threw them to the other unarmed companions far away. He did not even let go of the dart that was stuck in the corpse. "Speaking of which, idler Nalji, why don't you come and help us?" Nalji shrugged without any self-awareness and spoke eloquently. "My duty is to protect you." The mean man glared at Nalji fiercely. He threw the dart in his hand again and got rid of an enemy behind Bruley, who was charging at the front. When he saw the other party turn around and join the battle, idler Nalji frowned. He raised his hand to cover his mouth and whispered to Thales in a complaining tone, "That's Sazel Nair, the damn second logistics officer. Look at the way he kills people. He's filled with the stingy demeanor of the logistics division. When we went out to the field in the past, he would always find us the worst hotel. Do you understand? It's the kind of place where beer tastes like horse piss, bards sing like pigs, beds are like chopping boards when they sleep, and girls touch big birds." Thales could only raise his eyebrows. Amid the noise, the chaotic battle lasted for less than 10 seconds. The mercenaries were ambushed and lost their leader. But they were experienced, and they quickly adjusted themselves. They organized a counterattack and surrounded Thales. The sturdy Bruley, who was at the forefront, immediately slowed down. Nair's footsteps were also hindered. But this amount of time was enough for the other prisoners to get their weapons and arm themselves. A hairy guard who looked like a savage caught the axe thrown by Nair from afar and swung it. The moment the axe clashed with the enemy's weapon, the axe in the savage's hand trembled. His enemy grinned savagely. This is their unique power of eradication. As long as, Thales was shocked when he saw this. He then remembered something important. Be careful, their power of eradication. But before Thales could speak, the savage pounced fiercely and crashed into the enemy's arms. Under the enemy's gaze, which was filled with grievances even after he died, the savage cut him down at the risk of being injured. He then stood up and used the handle of his axe to knock another person back. His fearlessness and unyielding methods made Thales' worried words choke in his throat. "Pay attention." The savage roared and reminded his companions, there's something wrong with their power of eradication. It's the traitors of the Tower of Eradication. Disaster swords. The mercenaries were shocked. They seemed to be a little surprised that their secrets had been exposed. Don't get entangled with them. Attack their vitals and knock them down with one strike. As the other prisoners responded one after another, the fierce and unyielding savage faced the next enemy. Oh, this unbelievably tough guy, Luden Belden. Beside Thales, Nalji, who was calm and composed, started chattering again. A distant branch descendant of the famous Belden family. Hey, he used to be a good person. He fooled around with us and waited for death, used to be. Until the old captain unexpectedly promoted him to replace Zacriel as the chief of the discipline division. When he heard that name, Thales's heart sank. Nalji stared at Belden, who stood in front of the enemy like a wild beast with a fierce gaze. He shook his head as if he was singing. There will always be a kind of person who will quietly rise to the top when he says that he will be a piece of sh*t. Leaving you to continue to die alone. As he spoke, Nalji's expression suddenly changed. He retreated and pounced on Thales, pushing the prince to the ground. Swoosh. Thales coughed hurriedly and propped himself up on the ground. In his shock, he saw a hand axe fly over their heads and hit the wall. Don't worry, Your Highness. Nalji climbed up from the prince's body indifferently and patted the dust off his body. He did not seem to be aware that he had been attacked by a flying axe. We have a specialist who is in charge of dealing with ambushes like this. Before he finished speaking, Thales saw from afar that the mercenary who threw the axe at them widened his eyes, and a sharp blade pierced through his chest. While he was still trembling and touching his chest, a pair of thin and frail arms stretched out from behind him and dragged him, who was certain to die, to a corner. Thales saw the prisoner from the royal guards who stabbed him in the back. He was the so-called specialist. Even though he was very skilled in dragging the corpse, he had a cowering expression on his face. His eyes were filled with fear, and his body was hunched. He looked around sneakily and quietly, as if he was afraid of being discovered. Thales recognized that terrified face. It was the prisoner from the royal guards who recognized Shadow Shield's footsteps in the dark. That skinny monkey is Jonah Cannon, a cavalry scout from the Vanguard Division. He is in charge of gathering information, sending messages, and detecting threats. Nalji smiled and pulled the prince up from the ground. He gestured at the cowering prisoner with his chin. He was born in the private army of the Jade Star family. His family is just a lord, but if you look down on him because of this, he can slit your throat in the middle of the night. If he hadn't caught a sudden cold, that man would have joined the Starlight Brigade and followed Duke John to quell the rebellion. There was a slight lament in Nalji's words. Thales stared at the skinny and hunched cannon in surprise. He took off his opponent's knife and threw it to the next person. Another figure caught the knife cannon handed to him and entered Thales' line of sight. Ha 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 ha. The desolate laughter from before rose again. The last time I swung my sword like this figure was very strange. He held a knife in his left hand and a sword in his right. The knife in his left hand shone fiercely, and the sword in his right hand was awe-inspiring. His attacks alternated back and forth, dazzling and overwhelming. And he's still in Renaissance Palace, blood splattered everywhere. The laughing prisoner put away his knife and sword. His two opponents could not even launch a proper counterattack. They covered the fatal wounds on their thighs and necks respectively and fell slowly. He turned around and searched for his next target in a frenzy. The one who attacked while laughing crazily is Gudi Tardin. The Tardin family is an aristocrat in Central Territory. They are one of the 7 Jade Star attendants, just like the Belden family. His great-grandmother was even a princess. You can tell from his gorgeous moves. Nalji looked at Tardin, who was looking for a fight everywhere with a knife and sword in his hand. But unfortunately, our Gudi Tardin rejected his father's evil scheme, and in the end, he avoided the tragic fate of inheriting the family business and becoming a happy worm. For the sake of noble love, he came to become a guard. Love? Thales frowned. Yes, everyone knows that he was bewitched by Princess Constance. Don't waste my breath, Nalji. Tardin seemed to have excellent hearing during the battle. He shouted without turning his head around. I will be happy to help you tidy up your kidneys. Nalji flashed his front teeth. He first smiled innocently at Tardin, and when Tardin was not paying attention, he gave Thales an expression that said, "Did you see that?" Thales averted his gaze from the former royal guards. Bruley the black bear, who rampaged about and disrupted the formation, Nair, the stingy logistics officer, who carefully threw darts to kill, Belden, who tore apart his opponents like a beast, Cannon, the cavalier scout, who wandered around the corners, Tardin, who swung his knife and sword, and Nalji, the lazy man, who stood guard by his side. These 6 people, who had different skills and styles, worked together to kill the disaster swords, who were 3 times the number of their own. They were so scattered that they could not form a team. Thales frowned. These are the royal guards of Constellation 18 years ago. We have regressed a lot. In the past, when the royal guards formed a formation, there's Jerky. Nalji pursed his lips and rummaged through a corpse on the ground. He let out a happy moan. Thales turned his gaze and looked at the 7th person. He was the calmest, most composed, and the most unique man in the field. He only held a sword and a shield as he slowly walked through the center of the battlefield. He was like a cold block of ice. He did not move in the face of danger, but when he passed by a pair of people who were fighting, he would suddenly erupt. His sword and shield were thrown out like an avalanche. The man passed by an enemy who was wrestling with Bruley. He swung his shield down and hit the enemy's knee. The latter retreated in pain, and his sternum was immediately crushed by Bruley's hammer. The 3rd offensive style, cold attack. Thales thought quietly. The man passed by Belden, who was fighting against 2 people. He suddenly charged into the battle. He used his shield to block an enemy's blade, and his longsword drew blood on another person's neck. The 3rd defensive style, counterattack. Thales clenched his fists. This is supposed to be a defensive style, but he's actually using it to attack. The man faced an aggressive enemy. He skillfully deflected his shield and caused the enemy to stagger. Then, Nair's dart came out of nowhere and slit the enemy's throat. The 1st defensive style, Iron Body. Thales pursed his lips tightly. This was the 1st style he learned. The man passed by a sturdy enemy. He was hit by the enemy's great strength, and his long sword slipped out of his hand. But he took the opportunity to let go of his long sword and went into the enemy's bosom. He held the shield with both hands and swung it at the enemy. He used the horn of the shield to smash the enemy's skull. The 6th offensive style and the 2nd defensive style, Sneak Attack and Thunderbolt. Thales recognized the 2 styles when they were combined, and he thought that they could be used this way. The man, who was covered in blood, picked up his long sword. The moment he turned around, a torch smashed into his body. Sparks flew everywhere and set his clothes on fire. The enemy took the opportunity to pounce on him fiercely. Thales' heart clenched. But the burning man did not take a step back. Instead, he roared and moved forward. He withstood the flames and the enemy's long sword, and he swung his shield fiercely. Bang. In the next second, the man's blade pierced the enemy's lower jaw and smashed the back of the enemy's head against the wall. Then, he pushed away the enemy's sword that had cut his arm and slowly patted off the sparks on his body. The 5th offensive style, frontal attack. No, it's a little like the 2nd offensive style, flank attack. Quill Barney Jr. Nalji noticed Thales' gaze and sighed softly. After Nolaner went north with Horus, the old captain appointed him to be the acting chief vanguard. There's nothing much to say. He's one of the few Supreme-class elites in the team who are at the same level as Protector Tony, Walker, and Skeleton. He's a terrifyingly stubborn person. And you can tell that he doesn't rely on his body, but his life to fight. The him 18 years ago is as deadly as the him 18 years later. Quill Barney Jr. Thales stared at the man with the sword and shield in his hand in a daze. He watched him work with his companions or attack alone. Every few steps he took, he would efficiently and swiftly take down an enemy. Every time he fought, it was clean and neat, and he ended the fight quickly. He did not drag his feet, and he was never a match for him. Thales was puzzled. Yes. It's also the Northland military sword style. But why is it so deadly in the hands of this man? Fatal. The North used to be the most tenacious barrier of the Imperium. It was the gathering place of the first batch of knights. It was also the place where human beings, who were like scattered sand, gathered to resist the foreign enemies together. This set of sword arts is the testimony of the era that was filled with war, blood, death, and hope. Before he knew it, a familiar voice appeared before his eyes. It was steady and cold. Thales frowned and met the murderous Barney Jr.'s gaze. No matter who taught you this sword style, 7 offensive styles and 3 defensive styles. 7-3. There's a reason for this ratio. Quill Barney Jr. pulled out a long sword from a corpse. He stared at Thales with an unfocused gaze. During that era, if one did not have the courage to die with the enemy and take a risk, then this sword style would be meaningless. There would not have been a glorious and boundless human empire. At that moment, against the bloody background, Barney Jr.'s gaze was aggressive. The most primitive way of fighting is not to compare the number of people you have, nor is it to compare the speed of your attacks. There is no such thing as attacking or defending. Barney Jr. stared at him fiercely. It's to exchange lives for lives. If you bet your life, you might not win. Thales listened to Barney Jr.'s firm words in a daze. But if you are not willing to bet your life, you will definitely lose. If you don't lose this time, you will lose the next time. A prince I have never met. I made some changes to the first few chapters. I can go back and read them. Chapter 446. Thales furrowed his eyebrows and stared at Barney Jr. After a while, he nodded. Nalji looked at Thales, then at the vanguard. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he did not. About your question just now. Thales coughed softly amidst the indescribable awkwardness. The person who taught me the sword was Jines Bajkovic, the king's lover. At that moment, Barney Jr.'s expression changed drastically. Thales noticed it. Hey, isn't it that B** starred from Western City Police Station? Nalji slapped his head. His eyes lit up, and he blurted out. But when he saw Barney Jr.'s expression, he shuddered and immediately changed his words. Cough, cough, cough. Oh, so it's the famous, talented, and good-looking police officer of limited time. Nalji suddenly became serious. Thales was puzzled when he saw their expressions. Nalji tugged at the collar that did not exist. Nothing, Your Highness. I was thinking, Vanguard Barney, what he meant just now was. Even if it's the same set of swordsmanship, there are different styles, different understandings, and different habits. This is very normal. Nalji patted his chest in a magnanimous manner. He ignored Barney's increasingly unpleasant expression and spoke to himself. Even if it's the Northland military sword style, we cannot be satisfied with a single style. We must be good at discovering the advantages and continuously innovate. Even if the new style does not seem to be very effective for the time being, it is still valuable. For example, Madame Jine's attempt to strengthen our defense is very inspiring. Hey, wait a minute. But before he could finish, Barney Jr. grabbed his ear with an unpleasant expression and dragged him back to the battlefield. Brother. Quill. Barney Jr. Vanguard Barney, Your Excellency Vanguard, Sir Commander, listen to me. Cut the crap and get to work. Barney Jr. said angrily. Thales was left alone to stare at their backs in a daze. As the cries for murder grew fewer and fewer, Quick Rope walked forward slowly. He stared at the prisoners of the royal guards with a complicated expression. They're very powerful. Quick Rope's words brought Thales back to reality. They aren't any weaker than the White Blade guards. Thales took a deep breath and pulled his thoughts back to the important matter at hand. He stared at the disaster swords, who were forced to retreat in defeat. He nodded. Yes. Have you thought it through? Quick Rope sighed. What should we tell them? Thales shook his head. He knew what Quick Rope wanted to ask. But he did not know the answer. Quick Rope was silent for a while before he laughed. Really? Quick Rope sneered. If I had known this would happen, why couldn't you hide just now? Why did you have to jump out yourself? Thales was silent for a moment. He snorted and shook the key in his hand. Then your method is very brilliant. Distract the pursuers and then die in their hands. Quick Rope was stunned for a moment, and he seemed to be puzzled. Died in? Who said I'm going to die in? The next second, he raised his hands and looked at Thales in disbelief. Wait, do you really think that I'm going to sacrifice myself, to protect you? Thales felt like he was about to choke. What? But you're clearly unafraid of death and ready to fight to the end, Quick Rope frowned. Treating death as nothing, have you read too many night novels? Thales opened his mouth and stared at him in a daze. Ha! Oh, it's a big misunderstanding. Quick Rope understood something. He blinked and raised the corners of his lips in surprise. I was signaling Dean with my eyes, asking him to cooperate and knock me out. Thales was stunned. Signaling. Cooperate. So? He asked tentatively. Quick Rope pointed at Dean, who was in the crowd in the distance. He did not know whether to laugh or cry, and he had a look that said, Are you stupid? That's right, I got in touch with Dean and prepared to put on a show, until you jumped out. Thales stared at him in a daze. What? What did he say? Thales stared into the distance in a daze and met Dean's gaze, who was staring at him with hatred and gritted teeth. You. Dean's expression was fierce. At that moment, Thales, who had been a little touched, understood what was going on, and he froze on the spot. Quick Rope shrugged with an innocent look on his face. As he stared at Quick Rope, who was completely unaware, the prince felt a little embarrassed. *T. I think, did I do something unnecessary again? Thales averted his gaze awkwardly, and a faint sense of shame surged in his heart. He tried hard to cast aside his shameful anger and thoughts seriously, speaking of which, there is another very important thing. I wonder what the weather is like today. But at that moment, hey! Quick Rope snorted softly and turned his head. Still, thank you. Even though I won't die. I won't be happy if I fall into the hands of the secret room. Thales exhaled deeply. He could not hide his embarrassment. Is that so? Yes, it seems like it's a sunny day today, Quick Rope sighed softly. His eyes sparkled, and countless emotions surged in his eyes. Maybe we were wrong. Thales raised his eyebrows slightly and snapped out of his daze. Quick Rope crossed his arms and looked at him quietly. He said softly, I was thinking about the myths about the calamities from King Raikaru and the others, maybe they were wrong. Thales was stunned. He turned around and stared at Quick Rope blankly. Quick Rope watched the fight in front of him and shook his head. Last night, you didn't attack Dean without hesitation, and you didn't attack me either. Thales' heart tensed. You racked your brains just to save someone you don't even know, like Marina, from Stake's hands. Quick Rope sighed deeply. What kind of cruel, bloodthirsty, crazy, and evil existence would do such a thing? Thales fell silent. He suddenly remembered that night in Dragon Cloud City, and that night with Asda and Giza. He remembered the feeling that he was no longer himself when he evolved uncontrollably and knocked on the door. He remembered the calm and rational self he had when he lost control. But before he could finish, Quick Rope interrupted him again. If you ask me what my greatest growth over the years is, Thales, Quick Rope tapped his forehead, and he seemed to be sentimental. That is to understand the world through my own eyes, not my ears. Thales fell silent. That's it. Quick Rope raised his eyebrows. That's it. He raised the crossbow of time in his hand and scrutinized it for a few seconds before he slowly put it down. Quick Rope sighed softly. To hell with the myths. To hell with the calamities. Quick Rope raised his arm and punched Thales in the chest. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Thales felt a tightness in his chest, and he bent over in pain. You are Thales, and I am Quick Rope. I saved your life once, and you also saved me once. Quick Rope smiled stiffly. And now, we are even. He laughed out loud as he looked at the disheveled Thales. Thales, who had difficulty breathing, finally managed to catch his breath. He raised his head in pain and looked at Quick Rope, gritting his teeth. Even, my foot. Stake killed me once, and just now, he did it again. I saved you twice, and it's 2-1. You still owe me one. Who taught this guy how to count? Nicholas. Quick Rope's expression instantly turned cold. He put his arm around Thales' shoulders, gritted his teeth, and whispered, by the way, stay away from her. Stay away from her. I'm serious. Thales' face froze. At this moment, hey, you two, are you done with your mushy words of love? Thales and Quick Rope were shocked, and they subconsciously looked up. The battlefield had long since quieted down. The 7 prisoners seemed to have easily wiped out more than 10 disaster swords in the mess on the ground. Their gazes were filled with curiosity as they stared at Thales and Roland. Thales and Quick Rope subconsciously let go of each other and smiled at the same time. Only then did the prisoners return to normal. They cleaned up the battlefield with different expressions on their faces. Cannon was still hiding in the corner and shivering. He talked to himself from time to time. Belden, on the other hand, did not say anything. He just quietly wiped his weapon with a cold expression. But the others were not so quiet. Don't move, Bruley, or else I can't bandage your wound. Hey, I said don't move, I didn't touch that area. Even if I did, I didn't do it on purpose. This was Nalji, who was bandaging the wound on his but for the grimacing Bruley, but the two of them looked like they were engaged in a fierce brawl. Come here, come here. Distribute the supplies and weapons, or do you really want to fight in your underwear? The second logistics officer, Nair, rummaged through the corpses on the ground. He dutifully threw the weapons and equipment that fit him and his hands to his companions while he said hatefully, they're not that good, but their equipment is pretty good. Hey, Tardin, why did you eat them? Don't you know that you have to hand over the seized items? This is great. Tardin sat on the ground in a daze. He grabbed an enemy's water skin and tore at the dry food he found somewhere. He laughed madly. We're out, we're out. We don't have to *CK the wall anymore. As the person with the highest status, Vanguard Barney Jr. had his arms crossed over his chest. He looked at Thales with a frown, as if he was thinking about what to do next. In this strange and chaotic atmosphere, Thales and Quick Rope looked at each other and saw the wariness in each other's eyes. This group of former royal guards killed people the moment they got out of prison. By the looks of it, they are as dangerous as the former members of the royal guards. Are they reliable? Most importantly, what's the next step? What did you say when you let them out? Thales avoided Barney Jr.'s gaze, lowered his head, and quietly bit Quick Rope's ear. What else could I say? Quick Rope's face was filled with anxiety. He whispered, of course the attendant, Waiakaso, asked them for help for the prince who was in danger. By the way, that crazy laughing man even tiptoed and touched my head. He said, wow, why, you're so tall now. How are your parents? So I could only chuckle. Thales did not finish listening to the second half of his sentence. Because in the next second, all the royal guards in the area fell silent, as if a cold wave had suddenly swept over them. Cannon no longer trembled. He widened his eyes and opened his mouth. Tardin spat out the dry food in his mouth and touched the swords beside him. Bruley let out an uneasy growl. Nalji threw away the bandage in his hand. Nair coldly distributed the last piece of leather armor to Belden. The latter narrowed his eyes and exuded a murderous aura. Barney Jr.'s expression did not change. He gently picked up a torch from the ground. All of them stopped what they were doing and stood up in tacit agreement. Their gazes were solemn as they faced one direction. It was the stone steps. The stone steps in Black Prison. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk the sound of heavy footsteps rose slowly. Every step felt like they were stepping on people's hearts. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk finally, a figure they had not seen for a long time appeared at the top of the stairs. He entered the area illuminated by the fire. When they saw the person clearly, Thales and Quick Rope looked at each other and sucked in a sharp breath in their hearts. The breathing of the former royal guards quickened in unison. The person carried a heavy object and stood in front of the fire. He faced the crowd. There was silence. The person slowly turned his gaze and swept his gaze over the unkempt group in front of him. He spoke softly. Chief Vanguard, Barney. Chief Penal Officer, Belden. Second Logistics Officer, Nair. No matter how many years had passed and how many changes he had gone through, he could still recognize everyone as if they were his family treasures. It was as if he was examining a weapon that belonged solely to him. Barney's face was tense, Belden's expression was complicated, and Nair's was filled with hostility. Cannon, Tardin, Bruley. Oh, and you, Nalji the Idler. The person called out the names one by one. His tone was calm, but there was an oppressive force that made people hold their breaths for no apparent reason. Thales swore that he heard it clearly. Nalji subconsciously gulped. It was very strange. The prisoners of the royal guards did not speak at that moment. They only watched the person nervously. It was as if they were animals who had seen their natural enemy. The person smiled and threw the heavy object on his shoulder to the ground. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales and Quick Rope's pupils shrank. It was a corpse. The real leader of Dante's great sword, the hidden spy of the secret room, the mercenary Dean, was lying on the ground, covered in blood. Under the light of the fire, his lifeless eyes were wide open, and his non-breathing mouth and nose were open. He stared at the empty ceiling. He did not move. His face was filled with the shock of death. All of you missed one. The person grinned and shook his head, revealing the brand of sin on his forehead. He extended his hand and gestured at the corpse on the ground. You're welcome. His tone was gentle. It was like the most ordinary greeting. Everyone frowned. And then, the former watchman of the royal guards, Knight of Judgment Zacriel, revealed a gentle smile. His gaze pierced through the crowd and went straight to Thales, whose mind was in turmoil. Chapter 447. At that moment, Thales smelled the thick stench of blood with a heavy heart. A strange scene was reflected in his pupils. In the dark and gloomy black prison, the cold corpses of the mercenaries were spread all over the floor between the two walls. The blood around them was warm, and it almost formed a puddle. Under the stingy and trembling torches, the scene before him gave off a strange feeling that was a mixture of red and gray. With Barney Jr. in the lead, 7 ragged but tall men stood tall on the floor. They were like stubborn reefs that parted the red and black waves. They looked at the other side of the tunnel without saying a word. There, the Knight of Judgment faced them quietly. His eyes reflected the light from the fire, and the brand on his forehead was faintly discernible. In the narrow black prison, his body was like a towering mountain at the end of the horizon. His presence was imposing, awe-inspiring, and dignified. But he could not touch him. Zachriel's gaze swept across the area slowly. He did not point at anyone in particular, but everyone in his line of sight tensed up. They felt as if he was sizing them up, and they subconsciously tensed up. They were like soldiers undergoing inspection. But their expressions became even more solemn. It was as if darkness had truly arrived in Black Prison at that moment. Thales became even more nervous. He wanted to speak a few times to interrupt Zachriel, but he was forced into silence by the current atmosphere. Countless ideas flashed through his mind, but none of them were suitable for the current situation. Thales could only ignore the meaningful glances Quick Rope gave him and try to force himself to calm down. "Don't be nervous. I'm not here to carry out the punishment." As he watched his former colleagues tense up, Zachriel chuckled. There was a hint of sadness in his voice, which was as dull as ever. "I will never do it again. Carry out the punishment." Once he said that, the 7 prisoners who also had brands on their faces seemed to have their memories stirred up. The sturdy Bruley let out a low snort. Tardin looked at the ground and twitched the corners of his lips. The others did the same. Their postures relaxed, and their nervous expressions softened a little. Only Barney Jr. remained like a rock that stood proudly in the cold wind. He stared at Zachriel coldly. The silence lasted for a few seconds. A few figures swayed continuously under the firelight. Thales and Quick Rope exchanged a worried glance. What's going on? He knew that they knew Zachriel, and he was worried that they might work together to harm him. But, why are they in this state when we meet? More importantly, what was he going to do? The strange atmosphere made Thales even more anxious. Then, the former penal officer Belden sighed and broke the ice. It has been a long time. He stared at Zachriel with a slightly bitter expression. Sir. When he heard this form of address, Zachriel sucked in a deep breath. He paused for a second before he looked at Belden, who had a complicated expression on his face. Yes, Zachriel said hoarsely. It's been a while. Lieutenant Belletti. Zachriel stared at the figure who was very different from how he was a decade ago. Belden was an inconspicuous person among the elite royal guards. He had always been quiet and stubborn, but the old captain had his eyes set on this point. In this era where people's hearts wavered, they needed an experienced and steady penal officer more than anyone else. He still remembered that a long time ago, when he handed over the badge that represented the penal officer, Belden's hands were trembling and cold. But Zachriel only immersed himself in the past for a few seconds before he pulled himself out of the sentimental state of meeting an old friend. He looked past the crowd and nodded slightly at the young prince behind the 7 people. Your Highness Thales. His tone was respectful, but there was frost in his voice. When they heard Zachriel's strange attitude, the 7 prisoners exchanged glances. Thales thought that this moment would come sooner or later. He ignored Quick Rope's shake of his head, braced himself, and took a step forward. Where is he? The prince stared at Zachriel's long and thin face. He tried hard to forget the man's deadly presence just now. He first asked the person he cared about the most. What did you do to him? Thales looked at the Knight of Judgment worriedly. He noticed that there were not many wounds on the man's body. But fortunately, Zacriel held a battle axe in his hand, and not the grey short sword he was all too familiar with. Him. Barney Jr. cast a glance at Cannon, but the royal guard who was in charge of scouting only shook his head slowly. Zacriel was silent for a few seconds. His eyes sparkled. He's fine, I assure you. He just needs some time to recover. Thales breathed a sigh of relief without anyone noticing. But it was too early for him to be happy. Soon, the Knight of Judgment's mountain-like body pressed forward slowly. As he spoke more sternly, he closed in on the prince. But Zacriel's words rose along with his footsteps. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk every step he took sounded like a terrifying war drum. As the number of steps he took increased, the killing intent within him grew stronger. We should go. Your Highness. Time to go. At that moment, Thales' face turned pale. His heart, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. Barney Jr. looked at Zacriel, then at Thales behind him. He furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk Zacriel moved forward step by step. The blade of the axe in his hand was illuminated by the light from the fire. His gaze sharpened again, and he stared at Thales intently. It was as if he could no longer see anyone else. Thales clenched his teeth and subconsciously held the hilt of his sword. But in the next second, two sturdy and strong figures moved at the same time, and they suddenly joined the strange confrontation. The light from the fire flickered. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Zacriel's figure froze. His heavy footsteps, which could destroy mountains, stopped on the spot. He narrowed his eyes and sized up the obstacles before him. Thales' eyebrows twitched. It was Belden and Bruley. One of them was sturdy, and the other was strong. They were like huge rocks that blocked the Knight of Judgment's path. Their gazes shone, and their expressions were calm. They showed no signs of backing down. Zacriel's eyes slowly focused. He glanced at the axe and mace in Belden and Bruley's hands, and looked at the man behind them. It was Barney Jr., who was as still as a statue. Is this how you welcome your old colleague and senior officer? Zacriel stared at the expressionless Barney Jr. and tilted his head. No hugs. His tone was joking, but he did not sound relaxed at all. Thales noticed that at that moment, the 7 prisoners had stern expressions on their faces, as if they wanted to reject him. What's going on? Do they have a grudge against each other? Unexpectedly, at that moment, Quick Rope, who was beside him, patted his shoulder and secretly gave him a smug thumbs up. This made Thales even more puzzled. But Barney Jr. soon answered his question. I don't know how you came out, Watchman. Barney's voice was as calm as ever. His head was slightly lowered, and his pupils were raised above his eyelids. He stared at the Knight of Judgment, who had an awe-inspiring presence, in a chilling manner. He flicked his head behind him. But the one beside the prince. Attendant Wyacasso told us bad news when he let us out. Barney Jr. said coldly, it's about you going insane and chasing after the prince with Shadow Shield. The moment he said this, Zacriel furrowed his eyebrows. The 7 prisoners, on the other hand, did not lose their vigilance. They pursed their lips and exchanged looks. What? Insane. Chasing after the prince. In his surprise, Thales gave Quick Rope an inquiring look. The latter winked proudly and curled up one side of his lips. Thales could not care about anything else. He quickly lowered his head and whispered to Quick Rope. What did you tell them about Zacriel? Quick Rope looked like he wanted to take credit but pretended to be reserved. He glanced at Thales absent-mindedly and chuckled. Of course, but he immediately noticed that the talkative Nalji was staring at them with a burning gaze. This made Quick Rope stop talking, and he subconsciously put away his playful expression. Quick Rope puffed out his chest in an awe-inspiring manner and raised his voice so that everyone could hear him. Of course I told them the truth. Thales felt a headache coming on as he watched Quick Rope's loyal face. He watched the latter stare at Zacriel in the distance with indignation. Thales clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. How can the noble Jade Star bloodline be buried in the filthy hands of a lunatic? Quick Rope's righteous shout echoed in the small tunnel. And Nalji. The corners of Thales' lips twitched. Even the nervousness in his heart at that moment faded away. Nalji, who was staring at them, stopped looking at them as if he was looking at an idiot. He looked at Barney Jr. with a strange expression, as if he was asking for his opinion. But Barney Jr. did not say a word. He only stared at Zacriel. Zacriel also did not move in front of them. He stared back at Barney Jr. from the distance. Quick Rope's echoes disappeared into the air. The confrontation between Zacriel and the 7 people continued. The desolate and suffocating atmosphere in Black Prison returned. After a while, when Thales felt so uncomfortable in the suffocating atmosphere that he wanted to interrupt, Barney Jr., who had the highest status among the 7, finally spoke. "Watchman, you are not crazy, are you?" His gaze was calm, and his tone was indifferent. He addressed Zacriel by his former position. "At least, I am not that crazy." When he heard the man's words, which contained a profound meaning, Zacriel was silent for a while before he spoke airily. "That depends on the definition of crazy." He stared at Thales, but he seemed to have seen something else. His gaze was unfocused. The 7 prisoners frowned almost at the same time. Thales felt that he could not remain silent any longer. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before his secret was exposed. So he cleared his throat. "Everyone, please listen to me." However, before he could finish his sentence, Barney Jr. suddenly spoke. "I do not mean to be disrespectful to you, Your Highness, whom we do not know." His voice was cold, and he rudely interrupted the Prince of Constellation. "But please do not open your mouth, lest we deepen the misunderstanding." Thales was rendered speechless by the interruption. He stared at Barney Jr., who turned his head sideways to look at him. He felt that the latter's gaze was a little scary. "Misunderstand?" Thales was stunned. Barney Jr. snorted coldly. "Yes." Barney Jr. pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword and turned his gaze to the other side. He stared at the equally puzzled Quick Rope, who could not help but shudder. "For example, the so-called attendant Casso, beside you, who impersonates others, lies, and only wants to sow discord between us and Zacriel." His words echoed in the dungeon. They were hollow and piercing. Thales took a few seconds to digest these words. Impersonates others. Full of lies. Sow discord. The so-called Casso, wait, does that mean? Thales turned his gaze away in a daze. As expected, Quick Rope was dumbfounded. He could not believe it. He stared blankly at Barney Jr., whose eyes were as sharp as knives. The man's gaze was very cold, as if it could pierce through everything. At that moment, Quick Rope felt a chill run down his spine. "No way." "Hey, Thales." Quick Rope flashed an ugly smile. He tugged at the corner of the prince's shirt awkwardly, whispered, and slowly retreated. "I think we should leave for a while so that they can catch up in private." However, the moment Quick Rope turned around, the other 2 people appeared behind the rookie mercenary like shadows and blocked his path of retreat. That was not all. At some point in time, Tardin, Nalji, Cannon, and Nair surrounded Thales and Quick Rope from 4 directions. 2 of them were in front, and the other 2 were behind. They had more people than the number of people who intercepted Zachriel. The four of them sized up Quick Rope, whose smile was even uglier than his crying face, with vigilant and scrutinizing gazes. The sudden incident caused Thales to be unable to help but be thrown into disarray. How? Please stay where you are. Do not act rashly, Attendant Casso. Tardin held a knife in one hand and a sword in the other. There was a mocking tone in his voice as he looked at Quick Rope, who had an unpleasant expression on his face. By the way, why? Tardin shook his head in contempt. His gaze was hostile. Your mother, Viscountess Gilbert Casso, is my sister. What? Quick Rope's eyelids immediately twitched, and his heart sank. She died 18 years ago, and it was precisely because she protected her young son during the turmoil in Eternal Star City. Tardin's gaze flickered slightly. He slowly raised the weapon in his hand, and Quick Rope was so frightened that he took a step back. That is you, Casso, my dear nephew. Nephew? Quick Rope's face became even paler and more unpleasant. Even Thales was stunned. Tardin is wise, uncle. Obviously, your mother is not as healthy as you said, and she is definitely not, hehehe. Tardin stared coldly at his nephew. Also, liar, next time, remember to change your Camian accent. Constellations do not speak like this. The moment he finished speaking, the 7 prisoners stared at him in an extremely hostile manner. At that moment, Quick Rope's smile completely froze. As he endured the scrutinizing gazes of the prisoners and was exposed, he cast an innocent and awkward look at Thales, asking for help. Are we going to be unlucky? But even Thales could only sigh silently in his heart. He wanted to slap himself on the head, or Quick Rope's face. This bastard who thinks he's smart. **T. Thales sensed the 7 men's doubtful and unfamiliar gazes again, and he instantly felt a great deal of pressure. Just now, the unfriendly atmosphere between the 7 men and Zachriel had made him feel slightly lucky. But now, after Quick Rope was exposed, he had lost the trust of the 7 men, and he had fallen back into the most dangerous situation possible. On the other side, Zachriel watched Thales, who was surrounded from afar. He did not say a word. Barney Jr. snorted softly and shifted the topic of the conversation back to the opposite side. As you can see, Zachriel, everything that happened today is full of suspicious points. Barney Jr. gestured with his chin. For example, this strange and mysterious prince, his attendant who is full of lies, and you, who are behaving abnormally now. His words brought everyone's attention back to the present. We believe in you, Zachriel. You never do meaningless crazy things. Barney Jr. glanced at Thales and said softly, so, what is the reason why this so-called prince must die? Why did you target him the moment you were released from prison? Why did you target the last bloodline of the royal family? Is that why you targeted him, the last bloodline of the royal family, the moment you were released from prison? The reason why he must die. He seemed to be immersed in his own thoughts as he muttered and repeated. At that moment, Thales' face turned pale with rage, and his heart was filled with bitterness. At that moment, Thales' face was livid, and his heart was filled with bitterness. The reason why he must die. The reason why he must die. Even Quick Rope realized that they seemed to be facing imminent disaster. The 7 prisoners stood quietly in their spots. 2 of them stood in front of the Night of Judgment, for surrounded the prince and Quick Rope, and Barney Jr. stood in the middle, waiting for Zachriel's answer with a composed expression. Zachriel snapped out of his daze and glanced at Thales again. The meaning behind his gaze was indescribable. Thales' heart was gloomy. With a sorrowful expression, he watched Zachriel clench the battle axe in his hand. The wrinkles on his face rose and fell. But something unexpected happened. Zacriel shook his head impatiently and uttered a few words in a nonchalant manner. "I'll explain it later." Thale's heavy heart instantly froze. The moment he finished speaking, Zacriel stepped forward without hesitation. He walked towards Thales. The 7 people waiting for his answer, including Thales, were shocked. "Explain it later." Barney Jr. frowned. Belden and Bruley looked at each other. They saw surprise and puzzlement in each other's eyes. But in the next second, the 2 former members of the Royal Guards moved at the same time and raised their weapons. Whoosh. The cold blade sliced through the air and stopped in midair. Their movements were smooth and clean. They were only an inch away from the Knight of Judgment. He had no choice but to stop walking towards the prince. "I'm afraid that I would prefer you to explain it now, Zacriel." Barney Jr. stared at him sternly. "We have been in prison for so many years, and we are a little clumsy. But if we want to spar, which we haven't had for a long time, it is not a problem." The situation in the field became tense again. Zacriel did not even look at the weapons in front of him. He only lowered his head, took a deep breath, and curled up the corners of his lips. Quill Barney Jr. He's still that stubborn person. He's still that paranoid person. In front of the Knight of Judgment, Belden's gaze was gloomy and calm. Bruley's expression fluctuated, and his eyebrows rose and fell. "If I explain it clearly," Zacriel looked away and sighed. "Will all of you help me?" His words made Thales tremble in fear. He looked around, but to his anguish, he found that the royal guards had never relaxed in their protection and surveillance of the prisoners. Zacriel swept his gaze over each of his former colleagues and continued to speak in a hoarse voice. "Even if this means pointing your sword at the blood descendants of the Jade Star royal family." His voice was like a sharp blade, and it was incredibly piercing. When he said this, the former royal guards' breathing became disorderly, and they frowned. Belden subconsciously turned to look at Barney Jr. As expected, only Barney Jr. remained calm among the 7. He answered him in an unusually calm manner. "That depends on how you explain it. Everything happens for a reason." During the tense confrontation, Zacriel fell silent. "Yes," he said dejectedly. "Everything happens for a reason." Seeing him like this, Thales could not help but remember the Knight of Judgment who went berserk in prison and spoke to the other world. When he saw that Zacriel was showing signs of compromising, Barney Jr. nodded slowly. Under his signal, Belden and Bruley put down their weapons and waited for Zacriel's response. This made Thales even more nervous. That's right. Zacriel only needs to explain his identity as a mystic to them. He was a highly respected person among the royal guards. As long as he gave a slight explanation, they would have no reason to help him. And these constellations who were born as nobles. Their attitude towards the legendary calamities in the Battle of Eradication, Thales closed his eyes. The more he thought about it, the heavier his mood became. He even began to think of a way to break out of the encirclement by force. But what about quick rope? Should I try using mystic energy? "I'm sorry you had to see this, Your Highness." Zacriel's sudden voice interrupted Thales' thoughts. Thales opened his eyes and was surprised to see that the Knight of Judgment, who was filled with murderous intent and wanted to kill him not long ago, was now standing in the distance. He was staring at the Prince of Constellation with a gaze that Thales could not understand. "This is due to my incompetence and incompetence." Zacriel's face was filled with sorrow and pain, but he still flashed an ugly smile that was covered in wrinkles. It complemented the ferocious brand on his forehead. "But don't worry, it will be over soon." He nodded slightly. His tone was gentle, as if he was comforting a dejected child. "Everything will be fine. It will be." As Zacriel spoke, he lowered his head slightly. Thales was completely stunned. He is caught in his other world again. The 7 people who were confronting each other looked at each other. When Barney Jr. saw Zacriel like this, he seemed to become more and more impatient. Zacriel, the watchman. He spoke again. This time, Barney Jr.'s tone was not as polite as before. It sounded stiff and unpleasant to the ears. Answer my question. Is there anything we need to know about this prince? Barney Jr.'s words were very cold and sounded more like a threat. Thales gritted his teeth. Even Quick Rope, who was beside him, tightened his grip on his crossbow in fear. 1 second. 2 seconds. In the small tunnel, the light from the torches waned, and figures could be seen everywhere. Finally, Zacriel raised his head slowly. He flashed a cold smile and uttered the word that surprised everyone. No. The Knight of Judgment swept his gaze over everyone in front of him coldly. You have nothing to know, Chief Vanguard Barney. You only need to know that I have to do this. That is enough. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Thales himself was the one who was the most shocked. Why? Thales blinked. He wanted to kill me, didn't he? Because I'm a mystic. He only needed to say this reason, but why? Why did he keep my secret? Isn't it better to explain the truth and use righteousness to convince them to target me instead? Thales stared at him blankly. He could not understand it. Why is this person so strange? Zacriel. Finally, Barney Jr. could not hold back anymore. He shouted angrily. Don't force me. Barney's roar echoed in the area, but in response, Zacriel chuckled softly. Force you? I know. I have been a penal officer for a long time, and I have offended many people. His gaze swept past Belden and Bruley, who were frowning, and their weapons. But has my popularity deteriorated to this extent? He sounded like he was joking, but also like he was mocking them. Including you, Barney. Why? Are you still jealous that I snatched the position of watchman? At that moment, Thales saw Barney Jr. clench his fists with a pale face. Behind him, Nalji sighed softly, and Tardin shook his head secretly. This is bad. When he saw that the situation was bad, Belden exhaled and spoke through gritted teeth. It is precisely because you are popular, commanding officer. Belden still insisted on addressing Zacriel respectfully. That is why we cannot believe it. His expression was tense, as if he had something he could not say. He spoke through gritted teeth. That is the Jade Star bloodline, commanding officer. It is an existence we once swore to protect. Belden pointed at Thales and spoke in a suppressed voice. Why did you do this? When he heard his former subordinate's question, the originally smiling Zacriel's expression slowly turned cold. The Jade Star bloodline, an existence he once swore to protect. He paused for a few seconds, and the ghost of a smile appeared on his face. Because, this is my mission. Zacriel spoke softly. His voice was gentle and calm. It was as if he was saying good night before bed. Enough, Zacriel. Barney Jr.'s angry shout interrupted Belden, who was about to speak again. I am not in the mood to beat around the bush with you. When he heard Barney Jr.'s angry rebuke, Zacriel did not react. Instead, he snorted softly, as if he was sleepwalking, and nodded. This made Barney Jr. even more resentful. I don't know what you are hiding, but if you think that you can brush it off by being vague. The atmosphere began to change. But as he listened to them arguing about his secret, Thales, who was the center of the conversation, suddenly had a feeling. No, they are not talking about me. At least, it's not just me. When he saw that the conflict was becoming more intense, Nalji, who stood at the back, coughed violently. Barney. Chief Zacriel. He extended a hand to both sides, forced a smile, and tried his best to ease the conflict. If you ask me, we should all calm down, but Nalji misjudged the situation. In the next second, Thales felt his hair stand on end, and a figure flash before his eyes. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the wind howled, and the light from the fire trembled. No! Barney Jr. roared in exasperation. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales tried his best to open his eyes. But the next scene he saw was Belden and Bruley. The two strong warriors grunted and fell to the sides under the heavy blows until they crashed into the wall. And the opponent who knocked them down, Zacriel, who had been calm and composed just now, had long since turned into the Knight of Judgment with a fierce expression and murderous intent. He broke through the two people in an instant, and with an aggressive momentum, he charged forward like he could destroy mountains. Chapter 448. Flames flickered, and shadows moved. Zacriel's ambush brought with it a strong gust of wind, and it was accompanied by Barney Jr.'s shocked and angry shouts. Just when Thales' hair stood on end and he was prepared to grit his teeth and face the attack, the former royal guards reacted unexpectedly quickly. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh. Asterisk the blade of the axe flashed, and the hammer sliced through the air. Both of them chased after Zacriel from behind. The Knight of Judgment heard the sound of the wind to his left and right behind him, and he could not help but sigh. It was Belden and Bruley. They were not knocked down by Zacriel's sudden attack. On the contrary, Belden used the recoil from the wall to charge forward, and Bruley roared as he took a firm step forward. The two of them adjusted their balance within 0.1 seconds, and before Zacriel could move past them, they jumped up and launched a counterattack. Zacriel was forced to stop moving forward. The Knight of Judgment's attacks were fierce and efficient, from Shadow Shield to Disaster Swords. Whenever he attacked, he would definitely be able to kill. It was difficult for him to meet someone who could last one round against him. Speaking of which, this was the first time Thales saw someone who could withstand the pressure with ease and quickly organize a counterattack under his attack. As he thought about it, Belden's axe was fierce and unyielding, and it brought with it a presence that could tear through everything. Bruley's strong body charged forward with an aggressive momentum, and he pressed down on Zacriel at the same time as his ferocious hammer. Thales remembered that these two were the ones who stood in front of the battlefield just now. One of them broke through the formation, and the other ruthlessly killed the Disaster Swords. As expected of my old comrade. They're really difficult to deal with. With that thought in mind, Zacriel spun around, as if he had eyes on his back. He avoided Belden's axe, and first moved to Bruley, who was behind him to his right. Asterisk clang. Asterisk with a soft sound, the battle axe in the Knight of Judgment's right hand spun in an amazing arc in his palm. It accurately jammed Bruley's hammer from the side. Bruley furrowed his eyebrows tightly. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk just as he expected, with the sound of the wind, Zacriel closed in on him as if he was dancing face to face. He nimbly and cunningly moved past Bruley's heavy hammer, and perfectly brushed past Zacriel's aggressive body. He brushed past the imposing Bruley by a hair's breadth. They were like two gears in a clock that moved at each other, but only intersected at one point. Oh no! That was Bruley's next thought as he stared at Zacriel's expressionless face. In the next second, Bruley felt a strange force coming from his opponent's axe blade, pulling him in an uncontrollable direction. Bree was about to clench his teeth and resist when he suddenly felt a shock in his knee. Boom! Bruley immediately realized in shock that his weight-bearing leg was hit by Zacriel's sudden kick, and he lost his balance. In less than a second, all his attacks had missed. He had lost his balance in his lower body, and he could not control where he was going. All that was left of him was his sturdy body, and he was now a big sandbag in the air that Zachriel could do whatever he wanted. Thales recognized the tripping kick. Just now, he was defeated by Zachriel with the same move and narrowly escaped death. No. At that moment, Bree, who had lost her balance, understood something. Zachriel's target was not him, but, in the next moment, when he missed his attack, Belden caught up to him from the side and felt his skin crawl. He saw Bruley's bear-like figure flying towards him. *T. Right when this thought flashed in his mind, he subconsciously swung his axe horizontally to support Bruley's back. Under the tremendous weight and impact, he took a few laborious steps backwards to stabilize his body. At that moment, Belden looked over Bruley's shoulder and saw Zachriel's cold and merciless gaze. "Damn it, commanding officer." Belden felt a chill run down his spine. But before he could react, the axe handle instantly shot out from under Bruley's armpit like a venomous snake hissing. It flashed like lightning, and was as swift as thunder. Boom! The surging force gathered at the end of the axe handle, and it hit Belden's left shoulder. Ugh! Belden's body swayed, and he grunted in pain. The tough man who dared to fight back against the disaster swords could no longer hold on. His limbs went limp at the same time, and he fell on his back like a landslide. He rolled on the ground with Bruley. Zachriel skillfully pulled out his axe handle. He did not seem to be sweating at all. No! Barney Jr.'s enraged shout was heard at that moment. Thales stared at Belden and Bruley in disbelief. The two men had been showing off their prowess on the battlefield just a minute ago, but after their second exchange with Zachriel, they fell to the ground pathetically, stirring up a cloud of dust. From the moment the two men counterattacked, the Knight of Judgment turned around, and the two men fell to the ground. It had only been slightly more than a second. 1 second to decide the victor. Thales was immersed in hell's senses, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. This time, when he faced Belden and Bruley, who were even more difficult to deal with, Zachriel's agility, his positioning was ingenious, and his attacks were cunning. He was far more agile than when he fought against the Shadow Shield assassins. He fought them with speed, and no one could stop him. He turned, dodged, swung his axe, pulled them back, tripped them, and struck with his hilt. Everything was done in one go. He was like a gentle breeze that blew past him at the perfect moment. He did not need to use any strength to easily defeat the two men's aggressive joint attack. It even made Thales think that he saw Jayla, who moved and dodged, or Ida, who was agile and swift. In Thales' impression, every Supreme Class elite had something they were good at, and they could maximize their advantages in a duel. Yodel's instantaneous kill, the Blood Clan sisters' swift and elusive attacks, Aida's dreamy and swaying movements, the Kingdom's Wrath's invincible charge, the Fortress Flower's impenetrable defense, Nicholas' strange and difficult to distinguish movements, the Fire Knight's powerful attacks that collided with steel, and the Raven of Death's violent attacks that were like thunder in the silent night. But this man. Thales frowned as he stared at Zachriel. He was a bloody lion that attacked swiftly and fiercely just a moment ago, but in the next moment, he turned into a nimble and agile bird that glided across the water. What exactly is he good at? Half a second later, the sound of Zachriel's sleeves fluttering in the wind snapped Thales out of his daze. After he easily broke through the two men's interception, he did not stop moving. He attacked again. Tardin and Nalji, who were in front of him, instantly became nervous. But this time, the moment he took his next step, on the other side, another figure roared and swung his sword at Zachriel. The enemy was like a sudden avalanche. He appeared strangely in Zachriel's danger perception, bringing with him a piercing cold wind. The Knight of Judgment quickly swept his gaze over his opponent's entire body, and he found 3 flaws in his opponent's ordinary attacks. His left elbow, his lower abdomen, and the 3 spots on his opponent's sword. He just needed to act like he did in the past, act according to the situation, and seize these flaws to counterattack. Whoosh, the wind generated by the sword came charging at him. At that moment, Zacriel subconsciously tensed all his muscles, and his hair stood on end. Strange. His body, which had experienced countless battles, had a strange instinct, and it forcibly restrained his right arm, which had been itching to attack. No, what's going on? Zacriel stared incredulously at his opponent, who was getting closer and closer. He stared at the sword that was pointed straight at his heart. Is it because my movements are slow? Zacriel gritted his teeth. As he stared at his opponent's ordinary moves, he forced himself to take a step forward to face his opponent. The blade of his axe went straight for his opponent's lower abdomen. As long as I force my way in, I can adjust the strength and angle of my opponent's sword, force him to change his posture, and then launch a series of consecutive attacks. In the end, I can, ding. Just as Zacriel expected, the blade of the axe grazed his opponent's sword. In the next second, Zacriel's nerves jumped again. No, Zacriel felt as if thunder had exploded in his heart. No. When the axe and sword clashed, he sensed the force from his opponent's sword, and he stared at his opponent's cold gaze. He suddenly came to a realization. All his opponent's flaws, gaps, and flaws are not the key. The key lies in his strongest point. Zacriel watched in astonishment as they fought at close quarters. No matter how I adjust, how I change my moves, and how I cause irreparable damage to him, he will not care. And no matter what, his sword will find a way to pierce my heart. The tip of the sword grazed the axe by an inch. I'll die. Zacriel suddenly had this thought, which he had not had for a long time. Aha! In the next moment, the Knight of Judgment let out a shout, which was rare for him. But contrary to his imposing manner, Zacriel instantly withdrew his axe, turned his body sideways, took a step back, cradled his chest, and dodged. Thales watched in astonishment as the Knight of Judgment, who seemed to be invincible, retreated in a somewhat conservative and even pathetic manner. He distanced himself from the seemingly ordinary sword strike. Whoosh. The blade of the axe and the tip of the sword scraped against each other for more than an inch in the air. Then, they crossed paths, and the distance between them widened. The person who intercepted Zacriel's attack missed. He lost his balance, fell sideways to the ground, and slid a few meters away. But he did not lose control of his body. Instead, when his shoulder scraped against the ground, he turned his elbow and regained his balance like a carriage that was making a sharp turn. He instantly got up from lying on his side, knelt on one knee, and faced Zacriel again. That was the end of this strange meeting. Thales saw in puzzlement that Zacriel was holding the handle of his axe. His eyes were wide open, and he was actually panting slightly. His opponent stood up quietly and also panted softly. It was as if they had just experienced an unprecedented battle. The surprised Zacriel suddenly raised his hand and touched his forehead. It was cold sweat. The Knight of Judgment was rather surprised. He could not quite react to it. Zacriel froze. He was surprised to find that he was trembling. A few seconds later, Zacriel clenched his fists. The corners of his lips slowly curled up, and he looked up. From the shivers to the hairs on his body, from his heartbeat to his trembling, all the signs on his body reminded the old warrior that there was a threat in front of him. It had only been a few moments since he was released from prison, but the enemies he met, whether it was those so-called mercenaries or Shadow Shield, all of them disappointed him. At best, they were just warm-up fights. Even young Yodel, whom he had not met for a long time, was only good at assassination. But now, Belden, Bruley, both of you have regressed. Zacriel sucked in a deep breath. His smile became a little more colorful, and it was filled with a little more life. He looked at Belden and Bruley, who were helping each other to stand up. He clicked his tongue and shook his head. But you, the Knight of Judgment raised his head and stared at the opponent who forced him to retreat with one strike. He stared at the cold gaze of the man. He recalled the feeling he had at that moment just now. At that moment, he broke out in cold sweat, was nervous, and trembled. I will die. I will die. Zacriel joyfully felt the long-awaited excitement and hot blood slowly surge in his body. The fighting spirit and impulse he had not felt for many years returned to his veins. That's right. This is the feeling of fighting and killing. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. What's going on? Thales was not the only one. At that moment, all the royal guards felt their nerves jump in their days. The prince noticed that Zacriel's gaze had slowly changed. It was as if the person standing in front of them had changed from a dangerous crocodile lying lazily in the water, waiting for its food, to a hungry cheetah crouching on a tree, eager to hunt. Zacriel's smile grew wider. You're different now. The Knight of Judgment smiled and looked at the man who got up from the ground. He stared at the brand of sin on the right side of the man's face that stretched from his chin to his right cheek. He recalled the terrifying sword strike he delivered just now. Your sword is even more lethal than before. The corners of the knight's lips curled up. Chief Vanguard, Quill Barney Jr., has anyone ever told you that you are probably the one who, over the past half a century in Constellation, used the Northland military sword style that has long since become outdated, the one who used it to perfection? Across from Zacriel, Barney Jr., who had intercepted him with his sword just now, slowly stood up from the ground. He straightened his shield, and his breathing slowly calmed down. He still stared coldly at Zacriel, who was filled with fighting spirit. Northland military sword style. That's not all. Barney Jr. said quietly. You don't know. Zacriel, you don't know. Barney Jr. stared at him from afar and suddenly remembered the past. When his father told him that he had entered the Watchman's candidate list, that he had a chance to become the next commander of the Royal Guards, and that he would become the leader of the Praetorian Guards whose name would be recorded in history, he remembered how excited and worried he was when he was young. Barney Jr. slowly tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. You don't know, Zacriel. You don't know. And I asked Prince Horus for this sword style that I practiced when I was young, which is often mocked by Constellations and Southerners, despised by the martial arts faction and the offense and defense faction, which is even more Northland than Northland, and which has been lost even in Ekstedt, and I practiced hard day and night, dismantled every move, learned from the Northlanders, and personally went to the battlefield to experience that feeling. It was to seize the last chance to find out the secret of Northland's martial arts and defeat my greatest competitor. Defeat that genius. Defeat that person whom I had to look up to ever since I joined the team. I chased after him desperately, but I could never touch him. Defeat that person who is better than me in terms of background, achievements, and skills. The strongest Imperial Guard. The strongest elite. You don't know, Zacriel. You don't know. How many years has it been? No matter how many people have chased after you, you've always been that arrogant bastard who left everyone else in the dust. You'll only look up at the stars from high above. Even if there are endless waves in front of you, you'll never look behind you. You'll never look down. You'll never look back. Never. Barney Jr. clenched his nails fiercely and used the pain to pull himself back from his memories. For sunset's sake, Watchman. Barney Jr. calmed himself down. He ignored Zacriel's increasingly undisguised fighting spirit and said softly, What secret do you have that you can't tell us, your former brothers? His tone was calm, but there was a hint of desolation in it. It was a stark contrast to his previous aggressiveness. The royal guards looked at each other. This caused Zacriel to be slightly stunned. What secret? His vigorous fighting spirit cooled down a little. What exactly do you hold in your hands that you think we don't have the right to know? Barney Jr. walked forward slowly and shielded Thales behind him again. He sighed softly. What is it that you have on you that you have to carry alone? These two sentences dazed Zacriel for a moment. I have to carry. The joy of meeting an opponent slowly faded away. The light from the fire dimmed. Zacriel's gaze became unfocused. His face looked a little desolate. That's right. The Knight of Judgment looked at his battle axe and the blood-stained blade. He listened to Belden and Bruley's panting, and suddenly felt a little dispirited. Even his fighting spirit and desire just now seemed so ridiculous. That's right. So many years, so many things have happened. I'm no longer that high-spirited and confident, the Knight of Judgment. Zacriel lowered his axe gently, sighed, and flashed a faint smile. Quill Barney, why are you so stubborn? Zacriel swept his gaze over every one of his former colleagues. At that moment, it was as if he had turned back into a middle-aged man who had nothing to do with the world. All his murderous intent evaporated from his body. There was a deep melancholy in his words. Why do you insist on knowing the answer? When he said this, the royal guards shuddered at the same time when they sensed the pain and struggle in his words. Quick Rope, who did not understand, turned his head to look at Thales. He wondered whether he should look for a chance to slip away, but he was surprised to see that Thales' breathing was rapid. He was watching the situation in the field attentively. Strange. That's not right. Thales thought absent-mindedly. They were arguing, and interrogating each other, because you don't understand. Barney Jr. lowered his head deeply and closed his eyes. You've never heard of it, have you, Zacriel? Different names came out of his mouth one after another. Alan, Walker, Morian, Toby, Roth, Kamal. These former brothers. Thales saw that Zacriel's body swayed every time he said a name. Among the royal guards, the veins on Belden's hands bulged. Bruley moaned deeply. Tardin shook his head expressionlessly. Nair held his dart tightly. Nalji covered his forehead. Cannon hid his face in the shadows. His expression could not be seen clearly. You didn't hear their cries before they died. You just lived through it quietly alone. You never had to bear that kind of burden. Barney Jr. spoke in a hoarse voice. It sounded as if he was suffering in an endless hell. Just like in the past, we all looked up to you, but you never lowered your head to look down on us. Zacriel's pupils shook. So you don't understand. Barney Jr. opened his eyes. His words continued. But his tone slowly changed from a cry of despair to a hateful tone that resembled a viper's. It's been 18 years. This damn stubbornness. This damn stubbornness of wanting to know the answer, even if you can never touch it. And this, Barney Jr. extended his trembling hand and touched the brand on the right side of his face. He immediately withdrew his hand, as if it was boiling lava. He held the hand that had touched the brand, and it trembled non-stop. It was as if he had not just touched a useless piece of dead skin, but a filthy and ominous plague. These are the things that allow me to carry their pasts and grievances on my shoulders, and to survive in the endless darkness. Barney Jr.'s last few words were practically ground out from his throat with his blood. The only reason. Thales saw Zacriel's breathing become faster and faster. Barney Jr. still glared at him. His eyes were bloodshot, and they looked as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Under the dim firelight, the Knight of Judgment turned his head around with a pale face and averted his gaze. I'm sorry, Quill. His tongue trembled slightly. Yes, I'm sorry. Thawed. Barney Jr. took a step forward in an imposing manner and shouted angrily, I don't need your apology. The vanguard was filled with a piercing chill again. Barney lowered his voice, but it was difficult for him to suppress his anger. I need answers. He gritted his teeth on the last word. Answers. Thales breathed quietly. At that moment, he suddenly understood something. The fire in Nalji's hand slowly extinguished, and the entire tunnel became darker. Shing. Tardin picked up another torch, and after a few tries, he lit it up expressionlessly. The fire was lit up again. Thales noticed that Zacriel's entire body had relaxed. He was expressionless, but he stared at Barney Jr. with disdain in his eyes. Sometimes, the answer is not as pleasant as the question. Thales could not hold it in anymore. What are you talking about? The teenager's voice rose loudly, and it echoed in the underground prison, attracting everyone's attention. Quick Rope stared at the bold Thales in shock. He did not understand why he did this, but all his attempts to slap Thales' face disappeared into thin air. There was no response. Thales ignored Tardin and Nalji, who stood in front of him. He took a step forward, unable to suppress his anger. Since just now, all of you have been talking too much nonsense. The former royal guards exchanged glances quietly and frowned at the same time. Then, Thales coldly said his next sentence. But in the end, I heard it. What, you're not that crazy, are you? What, the reason why you must die? What about targeting the bloodline of the royal family, pointing the sword at the Jade Star bloodline? Everything has a reason. What existence that I swore to protect? What unspeakable secret? What answer? With every sentence the prince said, some of the guards' faces turned paler. Your Highness. Nalji interrupted him with a troubled expression, but he was interrupted by Thales' voice, which had become louder again. From the beginning to the end, all of this. You're not talking about me at all. Not the King Thales Jade Star. Thales was a little agitated. He extended his arm without hesitation and pointed at Barney Jr., then at Zacriel. But both of them had unpleasant expressions because of what he pointed at. You're questioning him, and he's avoiding something else. Is that so? Thales' last question echoed in the darkness, and it was faintly audible. But regardless of whether it was Zacriel, who had his head lowered, or Barney Jr., who had questioned him loudly just now, the former royal guards did not reply. Then, another man's voice rose faintly from behind Zacriel, apart from the people in the room. You're very smart, Your Highness. What they're talking about is indeed not you, or perhaps not only you. His voice was tired, and there was a hint of sadness in it. At this moment, Zacriel and the other 7 people's expressions changed. When he heard the familiar voice, Thales also looked up in surprise. He looked over Zacriel's shoulder and saw the person who appeared on the stairs. It's him. Chapter 449. Under the boundless silence and the people's gazes, Barney Jr. frowned and looked behind the Knight of Judgment. He stared at the man who suddenly appeared with a scabbard and a brand on his face. It's you, Barney Jr. said softly with faint disdain. Finally, Zacriel, who had been listening quietly, sighed and turned around slowly. He flashed a weak smile at the person behind him. I'm glad you're all right. Samuel. Colin Samuel, the former vice flag bearer of the Royal Guards, the culprit who brought the disaster swords to this place, and the person who was knocked unconscious by Yodel just now, widened his cold eyes and stood behind Zacriel. Thales suddenly sighed a little. 18 years had passed, and the remaining 9 former Royal Guards were reunited in the deepest, darkest, gloomiest, filthiest, and sunless prison of bones with 9 ugly brands that they could never get rid of. When they saw Samuel, many people's expressions were a little complicated. Wow, everyone's here. Nalji's voice entered the room at an inopportune moment. His smile was very forced, but Thales could tell that he was trying his best to ease the atmosphere. Barney, Zacriel, and of course, you. Samuel, I really think that old friends like us should sit down, but Samuel did not care about them. He just pointed at Zacriel and interrupted Nalji. And him. The respected Zacriel kept his mouth shut and did not say a word, and would rather respond with force, because that matter is related to the dirtiest and darkest secret in the depths of his heart. Samuel spoke word by word, but each word seemed to contain some sort of magical power. It made everyone's breathing become disorderly and difficult, and the atmosphere in the room became even more solemn. Thales frowned and looked at Samuel. The latter sneered and swept his gaze over the 7 prisoners before he continued to speak. And when they asked, they were secretive and hesitant, because that is also the most terrifying nightmare in their hearts, isn't it? The 7 prisoners outside Zacriel exchanged glances, but Thales could sense panic and avoidance in their eyes. Barney Jr. even closed his eyes. It's not just Zacriel. Samuel's words were as sharp as a knife. Inch by inch, he cut open the seemingly indifferent expressions of his former comrades. In fact, all of them are running away from it. They are unwilling to face it. They don't dare to believe it. They are unwilling to reveal it. Because of that secret. Samuel roared angrily and raised his arm to point at Thales. The secret that drove Zacriel to harm this child and Prince Thales, coincidentally explains the past, doesn't it? Thales felt his heart skip a beat. The past. In the next second, Barney Jr. suddenly opened his eyes. You have no right to speak here, Samuel. He looked at Samuel angrily. You're just someone who betrayed the guards, but as if he wanted to return all the anger he felt during the confrontation, Samuel also widened his eyes and retorted with a voice that was even louder than Barney Jr.'s. And that's secret. Samuel said fiercely. When the chief flag bearer went south, it was Zacriel, whom we respected the most, who took over part of the flag bearer's duties. And our watchman happened to be the person who was closest to the crown prince and could come into contact with his warrant every day, Thales said with a smile. When he said this, it was as if someone had turned off the sound. Everyone's breathing, footsteps, grinding of teeth, and the rustling of clothes disappeared without a trace. Only Samuel's words could be heard through gritted teeth. Zacriel was the one who brought you, me, him, most of the Defense Division and Vanguard Division to Renaissance Palace, along with the most elite members of the guards to provide reinforcements. They fought bloody battles against the assassins and the rioters, but they were still one step too late. They were powerless to reverse the situation, and could only watch as the late king and crown prince met with misfortune. Thales breathed in a daze. The guards trembled as they breathed, and Zacriel breathed in a daze. Including, Clang. Barney Jr. could not take it anymore. He slashed the wall with his sword and shouted amid the piercing noise. Enough! Shut up, traitor and coward who ran away! Samuel shuddered. He instinctively gritted his teeth and shut his mouth. Barney Jr. pointed his sword at Samuel. This is a conversation between us and Zacriel. A traitor like you has no right to speak. Samuel was silent for a moment before he chuckled. Ha 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 ha, he lowered his head before he raised it again. He pointed at Barney Jr. with his scabbard and mocked him. Did you know, Barney? Just now, I was the same as you. Barney Jr.'s pupils shrank even more. Until I saw myself clearly. Samuel spread his arms and sneered, as if he wanted to embrace all the darkness in the underground prison. What are you afraid of? Thales felt that Samuel seemed to have changed into a different person. After his colleagues turned against him and Ricky died, he appeared in front of everyone again like an evil god who could bewitch people's hearts. Are you afraid of the past, afraid of the truth, afraid of the answer, or afraid of your incompetent, cowardly, ostrich-like self? What happened to the unquestionable courage and resolution you had when you accused me just now? What happened to your smug attitude of, I have suffered so much, so I have the right to scold all of you? Where did it all go? Quill Barney Jr. Samuel's smile was huge. Every word he said seemed to pierce deeply into the guards' hearts, and the thickest of blood flowed from them. In the name of the chief vanguard, Barney Jr.'s voice trembled along with the tip of his sword. The murderous intent in his eyes burned. I'm saying this for the last time. Shut up, your stinking mouth. Samuel's smile became even brighter, like the fireworks that were about to disappear in the next moment. He raised his hand and shook his head. There was a provocative look in his eyes. Before the situation in the hall started to go out of control, Nalji's words cut in again. But this time, he was especially careful. Barney, Samuel, I think maybe we shouldn't be so rash. Barney Jr. turned his head swiftly. You shut up too, Nalji. This is the Vanguard's order. Nalji was rendered speechless, and his expression instantly turned unpleasant. Barney Jr. tried his best to regulate his breathing and looked away. A shameful traitor is accusing you, Zacriel. Barney Jr. stared coldly at the silent night of judgment. Because 18 years ago, you were loyal and devoted to your duty, but 18 years later, you went berserk, and suddenly pointed your finger at the bloodline you once swore to protect. And don't you have anything to say for yourself? Quick Rope was so frightened that he glanced at Thales. Barney paused for a moment and took a deep breath, as if what he was doing at that moment was an incredibly difficult task. For example, you know some secret that we don't, and it's related to this prince, so you have to find him? Or do you have a better reason, like this prince is an imposter? Or is there some secret hidden in the Jade Star bloodline? Like what you said, you were ordered by the late king, and you have a mission that you must complete. There was faint hope in Barney Jr.'s eyes, as well as a barely discernible pleading look. Or even, that he is a scourge that must be eliminated? Something like that. Thale's heart skipped a beat again. But he did not know why. He knew. He did not have to worry. It became very quiet in the hall. It reminded Thales of the gutter in the abandoned house. There were only corpses there. Barney Jr. stared at Zacriel with a gaze that he probably did not know what emotion he was feeling. He waited for Zacriel's answer. Samuel still had a cold smile on his face. He looked at everyone in disdain. The other members had different expressions on their faces. The atmosphere in the hall became more and more unbearable. No, we were once brothers in the royal guards. We should not have fallen to this state. Nalji gave up on the possibility of communicating directly with Barney Jr., but he did not give up. Instead, he turned his head around and asked his colleague for help. There was even a hint of pleading in his voice. Belden, your position is higher. I beg you, say something. Even Quick Rope could tell that this weak soldier was trying his best to distract everyone's attention, hoping to delay the arrival of that moment a little longer. Unexpectedly, Penal Officer Belden shook his head with a sorrowful expression. According to the rules, unless there is an order from the captain of the guards, penal officers are not allowed to interfere with Vanguard's decisions during wartime. Nalji's words came to a halt. During wartime. But now. At this moment, Zacriel, who had been standing in a daze and had not spoken for a long time, suddenly raised his head. His dull voice rose in the prison of bones again. It's okay. But this time, there was a faint hint of joy in his voice, as well as relief. The Knight of Judgment looked at his former colleagues with a gentle gaze. Nalji, Belden, and Samuel. It's okay. He turned his head slowly. His gaze met Barney Jr.'s, who had been staring at him. But there was no spark. There was only heaviness in his gaze. Someone needs an answer. That's all. Zacriel said hoarsely. Thale's breathing became tense without him realizing it. He immediately noticed that he was not the only one. Many of the other royal guards' expressions were a little unstable. "Thank you, Barney." Zacriel's tone was very calm. There was a faint hint of gratitude and friendliness in it, just like a kind and gentle uncle next door. "Thank you for asking so much, and thank you for being willing to ask so much." He looked at Barney Jr. with an unfocused gaze and nodded. Thank you for trusting me." The moment he met Zacriel's gentle gaze, for some reason, Barney Jr. shuddered violently. He stared at the vaguely mighty target in front of him, the target he used to look up to, was once jealous of, and swore to defeat. At that moment, Barney Jr.'s tone softened. He was no longer aggressive, nor was he cold and unpleasant to the ears. "Answer me, then." He spoke laboriously, and there was a barely noticeable pleading tone in his voice. "I beg you." No one spoke. Zacriel stared at Barney Jr. quietly. He knew that he knew what kind of answer Barney Jr. wanted. He knew Barney Jr.'s expectations and conflict. But Zacriel lowered his head and exhaled deeply. He revealed a comforting smile. "You already have your answer, don't you?" Barney Jr. shuddered a little. Zacriel's gaze swept past each of his colleagues, and finally stopped at the empty space. "When you reunited with Samuel before this, when you were finally certain that Samuel was not that person," his gaze was a little dazed. "You already have your answer." At that moment, Thales sensed many things from the people in the room, from the sudden change in their breathing and heartbeats. Relief, pain, stupefaction, surprise, resentment, sadness, disdain. "I'm sorry to have dragged all of you into this, all of you." Zacriel raised his head and swept his gaze across the ceiling. His melancholic frown made him look like he was staring at the setting sun. "But I just have to complete the unfinished business from that year," he said in a daze. Barney Jr.'s body swayed. His chest rose and fell. "The unfinished business from that year?" He forcefully suppressed the lump in his throat, gritted his teeth, and asked, "What did you do that year, Zacriel? What does it have to do with this child?" In Thales' eyes, Zacriel was still staring at the dark ceiling, as if his exit was there. The corners of his lips curled up wider and wider. He raised his hand gently and touched his forehead. He squeezed out a clumsy smile that looked like it was made by hand. In his daze, there was a kind of forlorn smile with tears in it. "That's right." Zacriel opened his mouth faintly, as if he was telling a bedtime story. "Barney, the answer you have been searching for years, is right here." Thales frowned and stared at the Night of Judgment. If that's the case, under everyone's complicated and profound gazes, Zacriel first took a deep breath before he slowly exhaled. 18 years ago, Thales tensed up. "The person who forged the Crown Prince's warrant in Renaissance Palace and deliberately transferred all of you away from the Hall of Stars to create an opening, so that Shadow Shield and Charlton could assassinate the late King's men, and the person who deliberately led the team away from the palace gates and left the Crown Prince to the assassins." The Night of Judgment slowly pulled back his palm and combed his fringe to the top of his head and the back of his head, exposing the ugly brand on his forehead to the air. He lowered his head and looked at each of them. Without the fringe covering his face, the facial features of the Night of Judgment became sharper and more threatening. While everyone waited in fear, his words became colder and colder. "The key figure in that great rebellion betrayed the royal guards, betrayed the Crown Prince, betrayed His Majesty the late King, caused the destruction of the Jade Star family, the bloodline of the entire royal family to wither, and the kingdom to descend into chaos." Every word and sentence was incomparably calm and lukewarm, like the sounds of sutras being chanted in temples that made people drowsy. But it made everyone in the hall tense up. The Night of Judgment continued faintly. "The person who should have been charged with colluding with the enemy, but despicably hid the truth for 18 years, the shameful, sad, hypocritical, disgusting, self-righteous, hypocritical, 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 and hypocritical man. The Knight of Judgment curled up the corners of his mouth. That's me. As many people sucked in breaths uncontrollably, the Knight of Judgment exhaled. With a sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, his smile did not change. After a series of descriptions and titles, he added an unusual name that caused everyone's expressions to change. Emmanuel Zacriel. Chapter 450. Zacriel's voice faded away. The entire tunnel instantly fell silent. Thales could not describe the atmosphere at that moment. But he could clearly see that the prisoners had different reactions. Bruley looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He shuddered and whimpered. Tardin closed his eyes in anguish. His expression was one of anguish. Cannon and Nayer's gazes were wooden, as if they had expected it. Barney Jr. stared at the ground in a daze. He did not move. So, you still said it in the end. Samuel sneered. He seemed to have vented the resentment he had been holding in for a long time. Zacriel, you. Zacriel did not say a word. No. Belden raised and put down his weapon a few times. He seemed to be in disbelief. It's really you, sir. His eyebrows furrowed. He looked indignant, and he wanted to ask for help from his companions. Nalji stared back at him in a daze and shook his head subconsciously. Quick Rope seemed to be quite shocked as well. He whispered to Thales, "My God. They're right. You Constellations really have a lot of thoughts in your heads. The White Blade Guards don't have so many thoughts." Thales twitched the corners of his mouth stiffly. He ignored him. Obviously, when I questioned him earlier, he wasn't in the right state. Samuel interrupted coldly. There was an inexplicable bitterness in his voice. And now, does anyone still doubt me? The prisoners were silent for a while. As he watched all this, Thales suddenly understood. When Quick Rope led Barney Jr. and the others out, the 7 prisoners had already seen through the impostor Waya. But these 7 ruthless people did not choose to immediately get rid of this lousy liar, because Quick Rope, who thought himself to be smart, provided another piece of information that he embellished. Zacriel is chasing after the prince. It was ironic. To a certain extent, Quick Rope's blabbermouth had saved his life. Hence, the 7 prisoners followed Quick Rope with a different mindset. It was not just to fulfill their previous oath to protect the Jade Star bloodline. It was also to confirm their suspicions. To confirm whether the nightmare that had tortured them for more than 10 years was in Zacriel's body. Now, they finally got what they wanted. Nayer's harsh voice rose. Turn yourself in, Zacriel. Whatever your reason, come with us to His Majesty, whoever it is, turn yourself in. The logistics officer seemed to be trying very hard to control himself. When he said the word, His Majesty, his face darkened. Go and clarify the truth for our brothers in the guards who have been tainted for 18 years, whether they are alive or not, and clear their names. Then, receive your judgment and punishment. He bit out the last word. As the center of attention, the Knight of Judgment appeared to be unusually calm. After listening to Nai's words, he paused for a moment before silently speaking. I can't. The faces of the guards changed. Some of them even instinctively reached for their weapons. Zacriel's face was shrouded in darkness and could not be seen clearly. Only the brand of a sinner on his forehead was exposed under the firelight, and it looked very strange. His eyes reflected the faint light of the fire as he looked at Thales, causing the latter to feel uncomfortable. As I said, I have to finish what I have yet to finish. Unfinished business. Samuel snorted. Looks like violence is the only way. But Zacriel did not move. It was as if he had sunk into a bottomless abyss. He did not hear anything, much less answer. This made the already anxious Thales even more uneasy. Tardin, who had his head lowered, could no longer take it. He took a step forward and roared. What bullsh** t unfinished business. Watchman Zacriel. Tardin's roar echoed in the tunnel. In the face of such a calm night of judgment, Tardin seemed to be enraged. He was exceptionally irritable. Do you really know what you are doing? Did you go mad 18 years ago? Zacriel moved a little. Did I go mad 18 years ago? He raised his head. Under the light, his face was as calm as still water. His gaze drifted to the empty space. Perhaps. He curled his lips into the ghost of a smile, as if he was talking to an invisible person. I have to do this. I have to. When Tardin saw this, he became even angrier. You bastard, however, a calm order interrupted everyone's thoughts. Quiet. It was Barney Jr. The royal guards turned their heads around. They were either indignant, tired, or in pain as they waited for their chief vanguard to speak. The latter's gaze was unfocused. He stared at the ground numbly and without moving. Only the rising and falling of his chest proved that he was awake. Zacriel. Barney Jr. raised his head slowly. His voice was numb and hollow. Do you remember how the old captain died in battle in the Hall of Stars? Zacriel's breathing froze a little. Old Captain, when they heard this name, all the royal guards, including Samuel, fell into a strange silence. Thales sensed a faint hint of sorrow in it. Do you remember how Tony died of exhaustion? Do you remember my father? Do you remember how he faced multiple enemies? Barney Jr. paused, as if he could not continue. Zacriel was silent for a long time. His heavy breathing could be heard clearly. A few seconds later, Barney Jr. spoke in a hoarse voice. And the others, many, many people. Those who lived and died with us, who thought that they could entrust their lives and wealth to us, all died in the past. They died because of your betrayal. Zacriel loosened his grip on the axe handle gently. The axe landed heavily on the ground. Thud. He leaned his entire weight on the axe. His chest rose and fell slightly. Of course, I remember. The Knight of Judgment's shoulders trembled slightly. I remember everything. Barney Jr. stared at him in a daze. His face slowly contorted. You remember. He stared at Zacriel in disbelief. And you simply admitted to it, the traitor, Zacriel. Barney Jr.'s voice trembled a little, but as he spoke, the corners of his lips curled up into a smile. Sunset Goddess, you look like, you're saying, yes, I stole your lunch. Zacriel opened his mouth to speak. But as Barney Jr. spoke, he bent down deeply, as if he had thought of something interesting. He laughed hoarsely, stole your lunch, ha 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 ha. His laughter was unpleasant and piercing to the ears. It echoed in the walls around them. But Zacriel did not laugh. The royal guards did not laugh either. Ha ha ha, Thales could feel the atmosphere around them and Barney Jr.'s laughter. It was incredibly bitter. Barney Jr. finally had enough of laughing. He slowly straightened his back. The smile that seemed to have been forced out was still on his face. When you look like this, you make me feel. Oh my God, it's as if the 18 years we spent in prison, the 37 guards who passed away, and even Samuel. It's as if the pain and torture they went through were all meaningless. The royal guards looked sorrowful. Nalji even covered his forehead in pain. Barney Jr.'s smile became chilling. Because to you, this is just something you mention in passing after you've had your fill, right? Zacriel pursed his lips. Barney Jr. took a step forward. His smile remained, but his words were laced with deep sorrow. You should have been our role model, Zachriel, controlling punishment and protecting the legacy. How many young royal guards treated you as their idol and spread your deeds by word of mouth? How many people wanted to chase after you, defeat you, and surpass you? Belden stared at Zachriel sadly and shook his head slowly. The Knight of Judgment was dazed for a moment. His face turned paler. Barney Jr. forced the tears in his eyes back into his eyes. His tone became aggressive. You should have been the target of every emperor's Praetorian Guard. He thumped his chest heavily. Including me. Including me. Barney Jr. trembled. His smile turned frosty. And you chose such an ending to bid farewell to your career as a royal guard and fulfill your oath as a Praetorian Guard. Zachriel sucked in a deep breath and shut his eyes tightly. He seemed to be afraid of what he would see when he opened his eyes. That's not all. Barney Jr. took a step forward. His voice was stern. You pushed His Majesty into a trap of death, and he will never be able to escape. You pushed the kingdom into the abyss of chaos, and he will never be able to rise again. You pushed your companions into the dark, filthy abyss, and he will never be able to escape. You stepped on the Praetorian Guard's oath, which we engraved for our entire lives, and threw it away like a pair of worn-out shoes. Thales watched the confrontation between the two highest-ranking former royal guards with a complicated expression. But the questions in his heart only increased. Zachriel's shoulders sank lower and lower. Thales could even see that the center of his eyebrows was twitching, as if he was experiencing a nightmare. Barney Jr. looked at him in disgust. Tell me, Zachriel, how do you sleep every night? Especially when your hands are stained with your companion's blood, your shoulders bear the debt of the king's blood, and your mind is filled with the blood of the past. Every time you breathe, don't you find the stench of blood on your body pungent? Finally, when he heard this, the pale Zachriel opened his eyes, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. He could no longer support his body. He leaned on his battle axe and knelt on one knee. Eh! The Knight of Judgment roared in pain. I know. He gripped the axe handle tightly with his right hand and pressed his left hand against his forehead. The twitching between his eyebrows grew more intense, as if he was fighting the most intense battle. Everyone watched Zachriel in silence. No one made a sound. Thales sighed in his heart. He knew that the Knight of Judgment's mental state was not stable. He probably met the other world again. But everything has a cause. I wonder what caused his other world to form, and how did it manifest itself? When he thought of this, Thales suddenly had a thought. Wait. This might be a breakthrough. I know. After a few seconds, Zachriel's tone became humble, and it sounded more like he was begging. But I have to do this, I have to do this. He opened his eyes, held his head, and kept repeating this sentence. Only then did his emotions gradually calm down. I have to, but in the next moment, a sword that shone with a cold light pierced through the air. Thales was immediately shocked. Later, I still have questions to ask. Nalji cried out involuntarily. No, Barney. At that critical moment, Zachriel, who was in pain, acted like a beast whose territory had been invaded. He subconsciously swung his axe. Asterisk clang. Asterisk as the metal clashed, he took 2 steps back. He was disheveled, but he managed to block the fatal ambush in time. The Knight of Judgment panted harshly. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Barney Jr., who was trembling while holding his sword. No, Thales furrowed his eyebrows. He could not let the situation continue like this. The hatred and anger between them would overwhelm his rationality. Besides, he still had things he wanted to know. When he thought of this, Thales suddenly said, Zachriel. What do you have to do? The prince's interruption caused Barney Jr.'s sword to stop moving. Nalji could not help but look back at him. Thales ignored the other's gazes and spoke to himself. What reason do you have to betray us? He wanted to make Zacriel speak. Now, while he was emotionally unstable and mentally unstable, this was his only chance. Thales said in a cold voice, "Why do you have to do it? Is it because of the Dragon Breaker? Is it because of the weapon that the two empresses are wary of?" When the prisoners questioned him just now, Thales already had a vague sense of what they were going to ask. The Bloody Year. For a long time, this piece of history had shrouded Thales' life like a haze. It was as if there was a thread in the dark that controlled his fate from afar. At every moment, it brought him panic and fear, as if he was a lonely boat crossing the sea, and he was drifting about uncontrollably. Hence, he did not know where it came from, but an impatient desire and impulse to know the truth about the Bloody Year arose spontaneously. They surged towards him like a tidal wave and seized Thales' brain in an irresistible manner, making him feel as if his heart was on fire. What happened during the Bloody Year? What does the death of the Jade Star royal family mean? The Dragon Breaker, the Blade of Purification, the calamities, what does it have to do with me, who was not even born at that time? The Dragon Breaker, Zacriel seemed to remember something when he heard this, but he only stared at Thales in a daze and did not answer. When Thales saw this, he could only grit his teeth and recall the first time he met Zacriel. This is my only chance. A chance to dig out the truth. Do you still remember the rotten skin with maggots and flies on it, Zacriel? Thales said coldly. Skin. This sentence was very baffling. But Barney Jr. was shocked to see that when he heard Thales' words, the steel-like Zacriel suddenly swayed. At that moment, the Knight of Judgment shuddered, and he was drenched in cold sweat. He widened his eyes and stared at Thales in disbelief. Thales suppressed the reluctance in his heart and continued to add more information from the other world. Yes, think about it. There are also countless heads on the ground that are stuck on the tips of spears. Think about what they say to you every single night. Thales spoke faster, hoping that the Knight of Judgment would admit defeat as soon as possible. Are those the guards that you killed? Under everyone's incredulous gazes, as Thales spoke, the terrifying Knight of Judgment felt as if he had returned to a nightmare. He subconsciously took a step back and stared at the dark space with a face full of terror and fear. Aside from Samuel, everyone else was shocked when they saw Zacriel like this for the first time. And the hanging corpses hanging from the ceiling with their tongues stretched out, their eyes rolled up, and their heads swaying non-stop above your head. And the crying of babies that never stop. Did you see and hear all of these? Asterisk clang. Asterisk Zacriel's axe fell to the ground. The crowd was surprised to see him hugging his head with his hands. His face was pale, and he panted while he knelt on the ground. Tell me, Zacriel, what in the world happened 18 years ago? Thales braced himself and raised his voice. What made you have to betray the late king's trust, slaughter the Jade Star bloodline, kill your own colleagues, sacrifice innocent blood, tarnish your own honor, and experience this terrifying life where you have to face these faces, heads, hanging corpses, and endless crying of babies every single day and night? In the next moment, Zacriel seemed to be unable to take it anymore. He covered his head and roared in pain. Eh! Everyone was startled. You don't understand. Zacriel lowered his right hand and pounded the ground in pain. I had to do this. His face was contorted, and his eyes were filled with panic as he stared at the air. I had to do this. Thales clenched his fists. He ignored Quick Rope's attempts to stop him and took a resolute step forward. Why? The prince shouted angrily. Why? Why, Zacriel? Why did you betray me? He shouted loudly. As the last of the Jade Star bloodline, in the name of the deceased Jade Stars, Thales Jade Star orders you to tell me. Thales was a little agitated. His voice echoed in the area. The former royal guards were all surprised. They began to size up the unfamiliar teenager again with a gaze that was rarely seen on them. Thales Jade Star. When he heard the familiar family name, Zachriel, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown, trembled violently. He raised his head in a daze and stared at Thales. His gaze was helpless and desolate, and it made Thales feel terrible. But the teenager's strategy seemed to be effective. I had to do this, Zachriel said absent-mindedly. It was because of the late king, 80. At this moment, everyone in the area, including the royal guards, Thales, and Quick Rope, were stunned. What? The late king. The late king, 80 II. Greatly shocked, Thales felt that he had grasped something. He probed further. He asked tentatively, did the late king order you to do what you did? Zachriel trembled violently again. No, because of the late king, he shook his head absent-mindedly. Because the late king was no longer the late king, Thales was stunned again. This sentence was still very confusing and puzzling. What do you mean? Barney Jr. stared suspiciously at Zachriel, who was obviously not in a normal state. What kind of crazy things are you talking about? A few seconds passed. Zachriel's panting slowly died down. The pain and madness in his eyes also slowly disappeared. After going through the frenzy that was like a storm just now, Zachriel stood up with some difficulty. He shook his head and regained his composure. The Knight of Judgment, who had regained his senses, was the first to be stunned. Soon, Zachriel looked at Thales with a complicated gaze. Judging from his expression, he seemed to have realized what he had just said. But Thales did not intend to show weakness. The prince took a deep breath and continued to speak. What do you mean, Zachriel? Why is the late king no longer the late king? Zachriel stared at Thales quietly. Unknowingly, the teenager, who had been standing awkwardly among the prisoners, had turned from a hostage to a protected person. Zachriel closed his eyes and finally sighed. At the end of the day, he is a Jade Star. Just like them. He chuckled softly, as if he had let go of something in his heart. Under everyone's skeptical and wary gazes, Zachriel opened his eyes and spoke languidly. As all of you know, after Queen Natalie passed away in childbirth, the devoted King 80 remained single for many years. Until that day. As he listened to the old story that only the elders of Constellation knew, Thales could not react for a moment. But Barney Jr. frowned slightly. That day. Zachriel sneered, but there was a hint of anguish in his voice. That day. That day, King 80 met an old friend he had not seen for many years outside the palace. Old friend. Thales still looked puzzled, but some of the former royal guards' expressions had already changed. The Knight of Judgment's gaze was pained. He recalled the unforgettable past. His Majesty ignored the objections of the important ministers and princes, and insisted on bringing that lady into Renaissance Palace to marry her as his new queen. Tardin, who stood in front of Thales, reacted. His eyes widened. You mean, Zachriel nodded silently. His dry voice echoed in the cold and dim underground. It was filled with a sense of ruin and vicissitudes. Just like that, after an incredibly hasty and controversial wedding, we welcomed the new mistress of Renaissance Palace, King 80's second queen. New queen. Queen Fiosa. Barney Jr. muttered to himself as he recalled. Fiosa. Why have I never heard of her before? The unfamiliar name puzzled Thales. He looked at Quick Rope, and the latter also had an expression that asked, who is she? Strange. Thales remembered very clearly that he did not see this name in the Jade Star royal family's tomb 6 years ago. When he heard this, Samuel could not help but interrupt him. What does this have to do with her? Zacriel picked up his axe, turned around, and cast a glance at Samuel. He repeated his words in a mocking manner. He repeated his words in a mocking tone. What does this have to do with her? At that moment, the Knight of Judgment's expression suddenly became stern. She is the source of all misfortune. His voice was chilling, and it was filled with the murderous air of autumn frost. But the old captain, Barney Jr., and even Lord Hanson did not notice it. Barney Jr. and Belden exchanged a glance. An ominous feeling rose in each other's hearts. As Zacriel spoke, he seemed to be immersed in his own memories. But I should have noticed it. As the watchman of the royal guards who are in charge of the ancient books, I should have noticed it a long time ago. He slowly tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand, and his face tensed up. I should have warned him. I should have advised him. But I failed in my duty. The knight showed indignation, resentment, and pain. The uneasiness in Thales's heart grew stronger. What do you mean? What did you notice? Zacriel did not answer immediately. He slowly raised his gaze and stared at Thales, making the latter even more nervous. One day, in the vast number of legacy scrolls of the royal guards, I coincidentally found it. Without realizing it, everyone in the room held their breaths and stared. They waited for the Knight of Judgment's answer. Zacriel stared at Thales for a full 3 seconds. I discovered that our queen, the second wife of King Aedi, who has always been in question, is not called Fiosa at all. She is also not a descendant of some so-called fallen noble family as recorded in the Jade Star family register. Zacriel's dry voice rose again, but it was filled with hatred and anger. In fact, she has lived longer than all of us in the royal guards combined. As early as 1,000 years ago, before the empire collapsed, she was already famous for being good at manipulating people's hearts and creating illusions. At that moment, the expressions of the people who were listening changed. What? 1,000 years ago? Manipulating people's hearts. Thales was stunned. The Knight of Judgment spoke in a hoarse voice with deep wariness and inexplicable reverence. At least 600 years ago, the ancestors of Constellation used another name to call her. A taboo name that I can only find in the ancient scrolls. A taboo name. In an instant, everyone's nerves tensed up. In the next second, Zacriel fiercely spat out the name that made many people's expressions change. Sensory Mystic. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.